Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a brand new day of the Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racer. It's me, Universe, and today I've got with me Mamba, and we're going to be taking you through the first best of three series that is coming our way. Which, by the way, is quite a banger as we've got God Squad taking on Lethal Esports, and well, I'm really excited for this. How are you feeling, Mamba?
Oh, I'm feeling wonderful. I woke up not feeling like I wanted to have a cup of coffee. Not
Mhm.
feeling like it, by the way. And guess what I did? I made one
That's a,
either way.
that's a surprise.
That
That's a
is a surprise
surprise.
for sure, but I think this happened because I had a little too much yesterday for the second match, especially, and I started having
Mhm.
palpitations. But then here we are again. One more cup, one more day, one more match to go. And I think all I'm going to say to everyone who's watching at home and having a cup, cheers to all of you. But hopefully, this is a closer match than what everybody's
Mhm.
expecting it to be. Because of course, look, let's be honest. Both these teams, they're out there, but then talking about God Squad, right? They're a league apart.
Yeah. Yeah, they of course are, quite an amazing team. And we've already finished with the group A and we've seen a huge upset coming in the way of Velocity Gaming who have been bested by Revenant Esports yesterday. Yeah, it was a, really hard-fought best of 3, and for it to end the way that it did, Revenant should be really happy. And I believe they finished that entire game on a bunch of pistols, if I'm not wrong. It was Deathmaker left to do it all in a 1v5. But in this group, you've got a couple of interesting teams as well. We've got God Squad, who of course seem like to be the favorites. But I'm actually interested what's going to be happening in the next game, God's Reign against Reckoning Esports, which is a game that I believe might be actually completely unexpected because both those teams have gone through their recent changes of rosters. So I'm excited about that one. But on our hand right now is God Squad going up against Lethal Esports. And I mean, a lot of people would say that, Goblin Attackers beat Lethal, so they're not really at their best form right now. There's a lot of chatter online. And of course, this I think is Marcel's last rodeo as well. He is, at his end of Lethal Esports' playtime. So I believe that this is going to be his last rodeo unless, they somehow beat God Squad.
I'm not quite sure if he's playing today. I think we'll figure that out. We'll have somebody from League Ops let us know. But from what I saw on the match page, right,
Mhm.
I felt I was under the impression that he's not playing today. But if he is, it'll be great to see. But you know what? The one thing I really like about God Squad is the logo. It has nothing to do with the name, but it's just there because it needs to be there, right? Because you need something as a logo. But yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
pretty excited about who's going to be playing on the other side. But God Squad, I mean, these are all familiar faces, right? Hell Ranger, Kappa, Rossi, Lightning Fast Kills. This is also when they get to experiment a lot, right? Because their main focus is not this. But at the end of the day, you also want to win all the matches that you're playing and not
Yeah.
let anything just slip out of your hands, right? Don't get complacent.
Yeah, that is true. And they are going up against a couple of players who, in their own right are pretty experienced. You've got a set of amazing players here. Shivy also, who's made his recent, addition to this team. Rossi, who also, like his counterpart, has played with SK Rossi back in his days when these guys were together. Marzo. All of these guys have been pretty great friends. They are pretty great friends, and I believe that these guys should have a good enough squad to give competition. I think Sensei, in particular, is going to try and do the work for his team as the Jet. I believe Rossi should be taking on that chamber role, if at all he is. If these are five set of players, a set of five players who are pretty versatile in their roles. Shivi is the only one who I think is going to be the backbone of this team, while the rest of them actually are pretty comfortable across multiple different agents. So I'm gonna expect Lethal Esports to put up quite a fight. But what I'm actually concerned about is the map pool. Where are we gonna be ending up? Because I believe it's a pretty distinctively unique map pool that we've got today, which is in front of your eyes.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised with the sort of picks that we have. Lethal Esports going straight up for Per. We have Bind, that was God Squad, and the decider is going to be Fracture, where Lethal Esports is going to start in defense. So I'm pretty excited for the first one, especially because I feel like this could go anyone's way. And if Lethal Esports manage to pick this up, they might have a solid chance of maybe, just maybe, inching this one away.
Well, I would say that Pearl is a interesting map just because of the fact that Lethal have chosen it themselves. They have got a pretty good set strategy over it. It seems the last time they played it as well. So I would expect them to do a good job on it. But if you look at how exactly both these teams perform. On the particular map of Pearl, which I of course they've not played it as much, God Squad have played it twice. That's about it. They beat Reckoning in the qualifier one, and they beat them 13-7, which is pretty decent. They've had two different times that they've played this. Yeah, that's it. That's about it. In their entire history of competitive Valorant, they've played Pearl only twice, and they've won once against Reckoning, which was the recent match, and they lost against Metal, which was just a little bit further in the past, about a month ago. But on the other hand, Lethal,
They've never won a map on Pearl. So there's that as
yeah.
well. So I'm not quite sure if this is a cheese strat or they've actually worked on it. But the way I like to look at it, right, is sort of this positive outlook, at least this optimistic outlook. Hey man, if you've played this map on multiple occasions and you've lost, I would be under the impression that you've learned something from those losses. Unless of
Mm-hmm.
course you're doing the same thing over and over again, then it's just not the best of choices. But if you've lost, if you
Yep.
play the if you play this map and you've learned, then it's all good, right? And here's the thing with the stats that are available to us, right? These are only
Mm-hmm.
professional matches. We've not been able to see what they've been playing in scrims and whatnot, how they've been
True.
practicing. So of course there's a lot more factors than just looking at the numbers. But at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of our viewers especially, right, they're under the impression that scrims are meant to be won. No, scrims are not meant to be won. They're only supposed to be there for practice. So you try
Mm-hmm.
and fulfill all your practice objectives. Whether it works out or not is secondary. The only objective of scrims is to be able to execute what you want to do, right? It could be
Mm-hmm.
whatever. The bottom line is you want to
Yeah.
try and figure out things that work and that don't work. And hopefully this time around, Lethal Esports picking Pearl works out in the favor.
Well, Pearl is a map where, of course, not every team has got as much experience, right? They're still getting warmed up to this map. They haven't played it as much. So people who actually select this map is kind of on the lower end of, very few teams who've maybe thought, okay, this is what we can do. This is what we can do. And one of those teams actually happens to be, I believe, Revenant, who actually have had a pretty good set strategy on Pearl, even though the last time they played it, they got a little bit, smothered on it. But I think Revenant is a team that actually knows what is happening on Pearl. They've got a good, roster on it as well. But God Squad, on the other hand, of course, if they've let it come into the map pool, which I believe that they probably were not expecting, I think they would have thought that, okay, you know what, maybe there's going to be another map. I don't think they're going to expect Pearl to come in, but it's made its way here because the first ban actually from from forgive me God Squad was actually Breeze. So I'm actually thinking that they thought, okay, maybe what, we're gonna have Ascent come in, but Lethal actually banned Ascent in their second round of banning. So I'm pretty sure that God Squad expected it, but they weren't really hoping that, okay, what, Pearl is gonna end up. Maybe we don't play it. Maybe it's gonna be Ascent, but here we are with three really distinctive maps to be played.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. These are three very different maps. But again, I'll be honest. My eyes are on the first one because that's going to set the tone.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the fact that it's been Lethal Esports' pick.
True.
Is not something that a lot of these teams have been playing or at least been focusing on. It's fine because God Squad. I still remember when
Mm-hmm.
Icebox came out. Right, was the first
Yep.
team in the country to play
Yep.
that in a professional match, and they've always been on the edge to try out new things, try out all these new maps that have come out. So they've always wanted to be on top of the game and, of course, be ahead of the curve.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to see if that is the case today or not, because I feel like Lethal Esports might just have something up the sleeves.
Well, we'll find out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for the players to get ready as we will be heading into the game in just about a couple of more minutes. But I am actually really excited to see what exactly Little are going to be putting up. Every time they've played the map of Pearl, they've actually put up a different lineup of agents. So the first time they played, they had a Neon Fade Chamber with a Brimstone. And then they changed the Brimstone to a Viper. And then they changed the Neon to a Jet. So they're still experimenting, it seems. I'm not quite sure if they're going for a, experimentation even in this game because this is, big. This is big, big chances here to get yourself into a event which is probably the biggest that we've seen so far, right? So a step in the right direction is what you need to be the safest. But if they're going in experimentation, if they're going to be switching up their roster again, I'm it's on a 50-50 plane, right? Because God Squad might or might not expect it, but at the same time, God Squad probably won't change up their stuff either. They've stuck to one simple roster that is the Astra, Chamber, Fade, KO, and Viper. They play on the utility, no duelist. They allow SK Rossi to be the operator, knife edge, and he does that by being just as about explosive as a Jet because he's got that rendezvous, right? But I want to see what Lethal throw in. Let's go to the agent select as have a look at what the side of Lethal have cooked up for us on Pearl.
Oh yeah, but here's the thing about Chamber, right? Sure, you can be pretty aggressive with it, but unlike Jet, you can't go inside a site. You can only fall
Mm-hmm.
back, right? Because the way you
True.
you place your rendezvous is you place it first near from wherever you're coming from and the angle that you're trying to peak. With Jet,
Mm-hmm.
you can create a lot of space. So I mean, I understand the essence of what you're trying to say, but at the same time, it also really comes down to what map is it? Because sure, you can create a lot of impact without a duelist. We've seen this team win it out as well. But on the other hand, we have a Phoenix on Marcel. This is interesting for me because I still
Oh
remember
yeah.
the early days of Valorant when he started playing. He was pretty fond of this agent. Is pretty good on it
Mm-hmm.
as
Mm-hmm.
well. Only time is going to tell us if this agent is going to be able to create the same amount of impact that we're expecting him to.
Well, I do. I'm not really surprised because Lethal has been incorporating that Phoenix into multiple different maps. Actually, they've been playing it on Haven. They've been playing it on Breeze as well, I believe. They haven't played it recently, but they have played that Phoenix a couple of times on Haven. They've tried it a lot, and I
Select your
believe that they're
agent.
trying to incorporate it as much as possible to try and work that ultimate. Right, his ultimate is his biggest asset, which is of course just 6 ultimate orbs. And if you get a kill, if you farm an orb in a round, you're gonna get 2 right there. And in every 3 rounds, if you're able to do that, you're gonna get a free sixth man coming your way. And when you're low on HP, he regenerates it right back when respawn. So it is a free sixth man coming in every 3 to 4 rounds if Marzo plays the Phoenix right. But looking at the overall, roster. They've got a Sage as well. So they're playing a double Sentinel, which is probably going to be used more on the attack in terms of getting that plant towards the B site, right? So that wall is really powerful, especially starting off the pistol as well, because the minute that wall's put down, to break it down when that length is really difficult because then you've got so much space to plant and they don't have to focus on putting it next to that wall, right? That right, the cubby wall. So they won't need to depend on a Viper's snake bite or the KO grenade, which they anyway actually don't have because they've actually got no proper agent who can play post plan utility. So they're gonna have to depend majorly on that Sage wall.
Oh yeah, they will have to, and on top of it, they'll have to be pretty proactive in terms of picking those fights, even in the post plan, right? They'll have to play
Mm-hmm.
pretty aggressively because once you fall back, you have KO. Your position as KO, if I'm not mistaken, which
Yeah.
can take your utility out of the equation. So you want to try and be a
Mm-hmm.
little more proactive instead of being very defensive and play post plans because in this case you
True.
just can't. It's not really possible.
Yeah. There are only two. Like Phoenix has got his hot hands, which again, I'm pretty sure Marcel is not going to be keeping that on himself for too long. He might be wanting to use that to clear corners, right? And the Astra has got stars, the gravity well, and the Nova stun, of course. But that again is dependable on situations where it's not completely used. What if the all 4 stars are used or the gravity bolt has been used in an execution, right? Then you got to wait for about 45 seconds for that to regenerate, and that's going to be a problem in post plan. So I really hope that on the attack going in right now, they have a little bit of a plan of how to play in that post plan situation, because every time they plant, they're going to have to plant wide in the open so that they can have crossfires coming in and multiple angles where they can peek and kill people. Otherwise, if they're planning it safe and hoping that their utility can get them out, it's going to be troublesome for sure. Because apart from Astra, apart from Phoenix, there's not much they can actually use to stop them from diffusing if it's in a closed corner.
That is true. That is true. But I feel like, again, we just keep circling back to the same discussion, right? On how do you
Mhm.
play those post plans? Do you be proactive? Do you fall back? It really does come down to the round that you have at hand. Depending on the situation, they, of course, decide. But at the same time, it's almost funny because we always assume of the B side, right? When you're talking about
Mhm.
attack with Sage, because that's where the wall usually gets used.
True.
But there are other ways to use it as well. You can go to A, have it towards defender base, towards odd, even on defense, right? You could block off odd with the wall. So there's a
Yeah.
lot of things that you could do. You can block off doors if you don't have a chamber trap over there. So a million ways you can play it. It really just comes down to the fact that what's the flavor for the day.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be, like you said, they're gonna be have to be a little more proactive. They're gonna go for those fights, right? They're gonna try and keep God Squad out of the site and take the fight to them. I think their most important mark of point is probably gonna be trying to take out the utility agents first. That is especially skills on the, forgive me, Hell Ranger on the KO, which I believe is the most annoying agent to deal with, because once those, like you said, that utility is gone, then they're gonna have problems, right? So I think Marzel is probably going to be the one person they're going to hope that takes the fight straight to the opponents, stays in sight, keeps them busy for as long as he possibly can. And yeah, proactiveness is the only way that I think they can get out of this. But what do you expect, Mamba? How do you see this game going? Do you think Alito, with their current agent pickup, do they have this in the bag, or is there going to be something coming in from God Squad's end?
Look, Lethal have played this three times and not one, not even once. On the
Mm-hmm.
other hand, you have God Squad, who's using the same lineup that they've tried and tested, which has worked for them
Yeah.
as well in the past. So I feel like at least my head tells me that God Squad will probably close this down in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to see a closer fight, especially from Lethal Esports, right? Because Shivi, Marzel, the rest of the squad. Shivi and Marzel, personally, I've been watching them for quite a while now, right? We can
Yeah.
talk about the rest of the lineup as well. These are some really, really talented players, and it's
True.
just good to see that the way these players have grown. Even Lucia, for example, right? You can talk about Rossi. He used to
Mm-hmm.
play. I think he's been around for like at least 4 years in the professional circuit. So all these players have it in them. There's no doubt about that. It's just, are they all going to be able to show up at the same time as a team? If they
Mm-hmm.
can, then they might actually be able to close it out.
Yeah, well, we'll find out whether or not they're going to be able to do this. I think their defensive half will be a lot better than their attacking if, they're not letting it slip too much on the attack. Let's find out what the score is going to be. I think it might just end up on an 8-4 against the side of Lethal. God Squad have got it in the bag in terms of utility. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1. This is for qualification for the 8 p.m. IST game tonight, which is going to be the final of group. And the winner of that match is going to go ahead and face Revenant on Sunday for the grand final spot that they will be fighting in for the GXR land that is happening in November.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But the first round, ladies and gentlemen, Shui going in for the frenzy. I'm not quite sure what sort of utility he's carrying, but one prowler and a hunter, which he's going to use towards mid. But look at Rossi being super aggressive. I like the bait and switch and that information. It's a very mid-heavy setup coming in from Lethal, which was expected as well. At the same time, Sensei being taken down by Rossi's aggression towards B-Long. So he's getting a lot of valuable information. But with the Phoenix, you would expect them to go towards mid or odd, but Marzel is not going to miss those.
Ooh. Well, Marzel does get an opening for his team as they're running into this A site now, and there is a little bit of resistance from El Ranger. Just keeping it alive for his team, but Lethal have taken control of side and they will get a plan. That's a good plan, actually. But what they don't know is that there's still a player towards A main. There's actually two. Are they going to be able to secure this kill? Yes, Marzel goes straight in for it, and the A main person has been dealt with. But does he know there's actually another one? SK Rossi is making his way as well. Marzel is probably going to be the use of bait over there. Not quite sure if he knows it. No, he doesn't. SK Rossi will take him down as Hell Ranger comes into the side along with skills. Both of them are finding kills one after the other. Now it's a 2v3. They don't know there's a player sitting behind the wall. Lucia gets the element of surprise onto him. They take the wall down and they find the kills as well. Now it's a 1v1. Both of them are pretty low. The Frenzy better in terms of fire rate, and it will reign supreme. Shivy fires the first round in a really, really hard-fought pistol.
Oh, yeah. That was closer than it should have been with the sort of picks they had. But skills, of course, locking the side down along with his teammate. And Rossi, by the way, I'm talking about SK Rossi, on B long with the chamber. got that initial pick onto Sensei, which was pretty crucial as well because, of course, that's one pick and a lot of information when you start pushing in because you know for a fact that B main is clear. So first round being picked up by Lethal Esports, Skills, and Eskerosi, they both tried, but just wasn't good enough. In the meantime, should be coming in clutch with that important pick. Now, once again, very mid-heavy setup, which was expected, but Marshall just running in. He doesn't care. He has zero patience and uses the curveball as well. But Hellranger playing so up close and personal with the shotty. But there's not a lot he can do at that range, can he?
Well, they run in towards Art. Yet again, they're looking for the same sort of control that they had in the previous round. This time, they're walling off towards Garden as they run straight in. Mazel taking the lead, but he doesn't check his corners towards the left, and Skills finds the better of him. Lightning Fast comes in through the smoke as well. He's looking for a pick himself, doesn't get it, as Lethal will take down everybody. A little expensive, could have almost lost Rossi in the mix as well. They will stabilize. As the plan goes down, just a little bit of extra cash in the bag for them to reinvest into a couple of Spectres again as they play on the bonus.
Oh, yeah. I feel like you and I are operating on different currencies over here, but yeah, no, a little more creds for them to work with. And I feel like 2 players is okay. Losing 2 players in an anti-eco is understandable, especially if you've played that quickly, but at the same time, you're hoping for a clean sweep, right? You're hoping for no damage whatsoever. But Rossi is being so aggressive. That's the amount of confidence that this man carries. And it's a perfect bait and switch, but I'm assuming that Lethal will expect this. And Marshall is not going to miss that. Oh my lord! With the Spectre. Takes down Rossi, a very important pick. And Rossi, in the meantime, is going to take down Hellranger as well.
Rossi doesn't know there's a player still on the B side. Skills is holding down this ground towards B-Link side. Marzel's running in with his ultimate as comes the information as well. They know that Skills is here now. Throws in the hot hands to try and keep them off of that angle. It's a slight bit of damage, but the plant will go down irrespective. Good utility usage from the side of the attackers as they keep God Squad on bay. And they're not letting go of the side. They're not playing for, you know, the long plant. They're playing for the fight here.
Yeah, but Sensei gets taken down. I'm not quite sure if that was a fight that was needed, but regardless, he was trying to get some information. Now it's a 3v3, and this is when Global Esports can come in, but the Cosmic Divide coming in. Kappa does have the Horn to work with, which is going to get a lot of information if they don't take it out, and that does get information, but the curveball comes in. Skills gets taken out. Marshall can find one more. He finds one more. What in the world is going on, Marshall? That shouldn't be allowed. That is illegal. That should not be allowed with a Spectre. What are you doing? What are you doing, sir?
I don't know how he got 3 kills with that Spectre, but this guy just is understanding the mechanics of that game, you know? When it's in our hands, or specifically in mine, even if I'm at a 2-meter distance, it doesn't do the amount of damage that Marcel just did across 3 players.
Look, man, I think that's the reason why he's in lethal, and we probably are in washed up 5.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I know. I'd like to avoid that point just because, you know.
Yeah, just because. But, you know, let me ask you this question, right? If you had a choice between casting and actually playing in the server in a professional match, what would you choose?
I mean, for the moment, I would say that I'm good at what I do, hopefully, at least. I've had a couple of, you know, good words coming from you as well, so I'm going to take the casting for the moment because I know I love it. And Marzel clearly loves his job of running in as a Phoenix and clearing out angles and killing everybody in sight. So I think we're good at where both of us stand.
Oh, yeah. But the one thing that I really like what Lethal's been doing is just they've kept up the pace and they're not allowing God Squad to readjust. They're not giving them any space whatsoever. They have so much information to work with as well because of the aggression that they have. And even when God Squad tried to take mid control and contest it, of course, it was an equal round for them, right? Or maybe a half by at most. They were not able to dish out a lot of damage, which was kind of expected. But I think this is going to be the most crucial round that Lethal Esports have played so far in the match. And I'm saying this because, look, the first 4 rounds, Lethal showed a lot of aggression. It worked out for them. But this is the first buy round. SK Rossi has the operator, which is pretty impactful in his hands. And if Lethal can come up with something different this time around and pull this round off, then they might have a solid chance of closing the first half comfortably in their favor.
Yeah, well, Lethal have kind of slowed down the pace here, expecting an operator to be there, but Rossi! No, he gets a miss shot, and his counterpart, both in name and in archetype of agent, takes him out. That is going to be a heavy loss to endure, especially in this situation where God Squad are being completely trampled. It's not a lethal, and amongst that trample comes in a bit of an A push, which I think Lightning Fast is not expecting a second one. He does in the end eventually, but he does not get the kill. In fact, it was going to be his teammate to trade him out. They're still on the man disadvantage though, and they will be doubled down if at all Rossi decides to go for a revive, and there it is. Marzel is back on his feet as he's even got his ultimate ready again. This is the 5th round.
In the 5th,
I think
this
using
is
it already.
and this is the second time that he's using it in the first 5 rounds, by the way. So he has on it back available. Exactly. He's going to use it again, and it's just such a snowbally agent. If you start picking frags with Phoenix, it's impossible not to let him have his ult. And this time around as well, he has a lot of information to work with. A 4 versus 2. And, well, God Squad has decided to fall back. Save. The most sensible decision they could have made this time around because, look, it makes no sense. And they want to try and save the operator, but look at Rossi. Oh, no. But Kappa gets taken down. That is unfortunate, but Rossi might just get back to time. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. There is a player right behind him. Is he going to check it? Is he actually going to check it? Or Skills just waiting it out? I'm not quite sure what the idea. Oh, but he does get the operator. Oh, my lord. Look at him.
Oh, he doesn't survive. No. He's away by 2 meters.
Oh,
he
no.
Just couldn't get away.
That was so cheeky, though. That was so cheeky. I love it. I love it.
Well, as cheeky as it might be, I'm pretty sure that they're hating the fact that they couldn't save the operator. That was the one thing that I'm pretty sure they could have taken aback from this round. And Rossi doesn't even get to do that. He doesn't have the operator, but he does have his personal one. He's got the faster wielding operator, the tour de force that will be, I'm pretty sure, put to use in this round. And looking at the setup towards the side of God Squad, they are focusing a lot on art yet again. Rossi is here along with Kappa. So he's holding down this angle whilst they take care of the other side of mid. Really heavy concoction of utility from the side of God Squad to keep this at bay as they are firing back. Kappa does have a Vandal that is the hero Vandal. He's forced into this round. Lethal trying to take it slow. Marzo, that's a dry peek. You've got flashes. I don't know why he chose to do that when you know that the tour de force could be around any corner.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not quite sure they wanted to go in for a contact play. I kind of missed the fact if they made some noise over there or not, but should be. The question is he going to be able to find that pick? That's all the more important for him to stay alive over there, but Kappa comes in clutch for his teammate to back him up and get the drop on his shoe, but Sensei just going in, and Hellranger is going to take him down with that fragment being there. Rossi is going to take him down once again. A 2v4. It's not going to be easy. They do have the Cosmic Divide available. I'm not quite sure if they want to use it right now, but that wall is going to be super useful. Look, oh my lord, Rossi. Yeah, I feel like he's not warmed up yet, but Lucia, last man standing, falls down as well. So that's the first round coming in for God Squad. But I'm impressed with the way Lethal Esports has been playing.
Well, it just came on the back of Lethal Esports' mistakes. This one being the first, and then the second dry peak coming in on the other side. I believe towards B. It was I'm not quite towards mid where Shivy pushed in. Right, he pushed in all by himself. Was isolated from the fights towards. Was isolated from his teammates as well. So 2 unnecessarily overextending dry peaks coming in from the side of Lethal reward their opponents with the first round, and I hope that they're not going to be repeating the same. They've got a full buy, of course. They've got full utility as well as money in the bank, so they're going to try and keep this as close as possible as Lethal make a full-fledged forced push towards the B site.
Oh yeah, they want to go in. They want to go all guns blazing, which I feel like is a pretty smart thing to do, chain the pace up, especially when you've just lost your own and not let them catch up to your pace. But ooh, look at that Marzel once again getting that initiative. Can he find the second as well? He does. He finds a drop onto Hellranger, and this is turning out to be a nightmare for God Squad because they only have 2 players alive, and that KO is going to get taken out of the equation. Chewy finishing him off, so that ultimate Nalkamon goes away as well, and Marzel just casually strolling in. Somebody needs to remind him this is not deathmatch.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, Kappa. He's having a difficult time himself. The wall's still active, and they're actually going through it. Okay, Rossi, that's okay. He went through a hot hands and a Viper's molly, and he got vulnerable, and he still tried to take that fight. Really ambitious, but Lightning Fast will be able to take him down. They're still hunting him down. They're not leaving anything to chance here. They want to make sure that Lightning Fast does not save this weapon because he's got no money as much as he would, want to have in the bank. Saving this Vandal is his best hope, and he's going to keep that alive for as long as possible. His teammates are not on the best of economical situations here, but they will be able to afford in as much as they possibly can. Now, an operator does come in the hands of Esquirasi, but he's not been having the best of time, is he, Mamba?
Yeah, he's not been having the best of times. He has. Here's the thing, right? I feel like there's a need for expectation management as well, because we all know what sort of player he is, right? The sort of caliber that he has. And I wouldn't even call it potential. It's just his pedigree. He's proven himself time and time again. But every time he misses a shot, it's almost as if you're in disbelief that
True.
How in the world is he missing shots? But that's also a reminder for you that he's only human, right? He's not an absolute machine that he has shown himself to be. So I can understand for him to have an off day or two.
You will not kill my ally.
Marzo will come back up on his feet as this man is halfway across his ultimate again. He just needs one plant, one orb, and then one kill, and he's going to be there. And I think they're going to try and find that towards the A site. Mid, by the way, is in such good control by Lightning Fast. He's holding off it all by himself, but he can let somebody slip by towards Art if at all doesn't, realize it. He must have called it, and that's exactly why you can see Kappa playing towards Art. He's keeping a pretty passive angle towards A. And Lightning Fast is starting to make movements. He's afraid that somebody might have, bypassed him as they're heading into the A site now. Got resistance, and Esquirasi connecting his shots finally.
30 seconds left.
Waits for more, and he gets more. He gets rewarded for his patience as Lethal are slowly falling short.
I felt like Kappa was about to get taken down over there, but his presence of mind comes in clutch. Skills gets one more. It all comes down to Fade all alone, and Shivu was not in the best of positions to try and make that happen. One versus four is never easy to work with, but that ult towards mid, right? The Viper's bit towards mid was good, yes, but it also allowed a leak. One of the players actually walked in towards Art, but Kappa knew that. He knew that, hey, there is a possibility that somebody could walk in. So he made sure that he had his back covered, and he checked it as well. But I feel like it was still a pretty risky play to make, and it could have worked either way. So it could have went either way. God Squad, this time around, were lucky enough that Kappa did not, have unfortunate timing. But if one of the players from Lethal Esports managed to sneak in maybe 2 seconds earlier, 2 seconds later, it could have made worlds difference.
Oh, Rossi, he had two players to shoot down there. Just went in between two, but now why Rossi himself peeks out in the open and he gives himself up. That is the Sage gone, which means the wall's not available. Look at Marzo. This man's going on a rampage. He's got a player behind him, doesn't check him. He gets his life taken away as well. 4 versus 3. The defense is on the advantageous position as they got the Nightfall going through as well. Position of 1 given away. They know there's still 1 player behind side, and Sensei, though, gets a great kill onto Kappa, and now it's a 3v3 retake.
There's a 3v3 retake, which should not be a 3v3, by the way, with the first pick that they got, but Marshall just kept on going in. He didn't care. And with the flash drive being primed up, it is going to be a 3v1. Hellranger, they're getting the first one. Needs to find the second as well. Will get taken now by Sensei. And he's not going to miss those. Lethal Esports are absolutely feeling it.
Well, they clearly love this map of Pearl. And I was really concerned about their attacking half, but like you mentioned, their proactiveness is what's keeping them alive and up on 7 rounds against 2 that is on God Squad at the moment. A really heavy lead that they're maintaining at the moment. If they want to continue on this pace, they're going to at least move up to 8 or 9 at the bare minimum, the way it looks like it. And Marzel, again, Mamba, he's got his ultimate.
And Mars, like, once again, he has on it back available, which I'm sure he's going to use. But for now, Kappa, trying to get some information towards mid, has the Prowler available. Did use a Haunter as well, so they know there is a lot of presence towards mid. And look at the rotation coming in. We have the Astra coming in, trying to give some sort of backup towards Lot and towards double doors. But Lightning Fast is in a bit of a pinch. Got him back coming in. Is he going to use the curveball? He won't, and it will get taken down. So I'm not quite sure if they're going to commit to it or is it going to be a fake. But from what it looks like, it is going to be an A commit, and look at them just going in. But Sensei trying to fly. He's going to get taken down. Mars is quickly being traded out, but Lucia is not going to let
Ooh.
that slide. He's not going to give it up. Rossi once again in a clutch situation in a 1 versus 2 universe. What do you think about this?
Enemy remaining.
Oh boy, I'm thinking now that he might be able to do it. He knows where Lucia is. He knows that the smoke's gone up, so he could have a free shot, and he will. Lucia stuck in that corner. There's no way Rossi doesn't win that, even on his off days. When he's got information, he knows he can get it. And even on his off day, like he's not connecting all of his shots, he's still the top fragger for his team.
It's almost sad that even on his off day, right, Rossi's just like 500 times better than both of us combined. Look, man, it's pretty depressing to realize that. Okay, it's not easy to make peace with the fact that, hey, man, you know what, Rossi on his off day in a pro match where you probably couldn't even find your own footing, right? Is just going out there clutching rounds.
Yeah, he's a league apart, and clearly that's showing an impact right now as God Squad are making up for rounds that they should have probably never won if they hadn't got SK Rossi. And Marzo now trying to make up some charging towards this side, and he runs out again, peeking without a flash for the second time. And there's an off angle held by Hell Ranger, which is going to be completely exploited by Rossi, as the B side is being split up in approach, and Skills is stuck in a tight corner. They still able to find one. Make that a double. Is it going to be a triple? No, it isn't. Sensei will go down pretty much low. He's probably done his job, Skills, to keep his team in the running for this round.
I feel like Lethal Esports is still in the game. They have the spike. They have the control of the site as well. If they can find one more pick, but Lucia is in a tough spot. He's going to get taken down. He's trying to sneak in. And Sensei is just going to wait it out. But the snake bite going in, and Sensei will get taken down as well. But that snake bite is not in the best of positions. And Kappa coming in from mid will find that pick. So they were still in the game, in the round, as a matter of fact. All they needed was just one pick, but unfortunately they couldn't find it. Now 7-4. Even though it is in Lethal's favor, I feel like God Squad is clawing the way back into the game.
Yeah, they most certainly have gotten a little bit of a rejuvenating first half, I would say, compared to what had transpired in the first couple of rounds. So 7-4, not that bad. 8-4 looking likely at this point if Lethal do try and turn things up again. Maybe go for a full-fledged attack towards B, but no, it looks like they're actually splitting up yet again. They're looking to take down towards double doors as they've got a Prowler running in there, and Marzo to follow that up as well, as he's already crossed in. Shivy, a double peek from them, and Kappa's going to be spammed down. El Ranger's picked up the operator this time, and he's going to get a kill. And that's Rossi falling, which means there is going to be no healing available for the rest of the team apart from Marzo this time. And the ultimate comes through, no utility available, no smokes, and Hell Ranger is just doing the God's work for his team here. And he's got 3. They've got 1 man left to kill. They actually don't know where he is. He up close, and now they know, and they will deal with him. 7-5. What a comeback in the first half from the side of God Squad.
Oh, absolutely. It was a brilliant comeback. But now this is where it starts getting interesting, because if Lethal manages to find some sort of momentum early on in the game, right? This could spell trouble for God Squad, but at the same time, I feel like with KO's presence for God Squad, right, this could potentially be slightly annoying for Lethal Esports to deal with, because with the knife coming in, it doesn't allow you to use your utility if you get caught in the area of effect, right? And of course, another command as well, which is super annoying to be against. I still remember couple of instances where, even as a matter of fact, just yesterday, right? I believe it was the first match where we had a Tour de Force available on Paradox, if I remember correctly, on Breeze, and then the Nalka mod was used, and all he had was his pistol to work with.
Players like these just make me think, why do I even try? I try really hard in my ranked games. Then comes along a player like these guys, Paradox, SK Rossi, who with a pistol can clutch out almost a 1v5 on their given days. And I'm like, yeah, I think I should just stick to talking about the game.
Yep. But that's the thing, right? All of these players have been playing for decades. I mean, they've been playing for so long that it's almost silly to compare the sort of time that we spend in the game and the sort of time that they spend in the game. We spend time in the game so that we're up to date with the meta that exists in in general, or at least the preferred
Mm-hmm.
agent picks and the way they play. At the same time, you also want to have some credibility as a caster, right? You want to make
Yeah.
sure that you're competing at the highest level possible with the amount of time you have, and not just be a gold who's commentating in a professional match, because then you're missing layers of plays, right? So I believe personally that's really important. But at the same time, yeah, it's just not really possible to commit the amount of time that they do, at least for
Mm-hmm.
talent.
True. True. Well, Lito, they've kept up their end of the bargain so far with taking the sliderest of lead so far. Just the 2 rounds. That is the 7-5 score line. And I believe that their defense is going to start off again with just as much heat as we saw it on the attack for them. This halftime pause should give the side of God Squad a little bit something to think about as to how they can approach this. With Lito having that Phoenix, they're going to try and be a little bit more active on defense as well. As it seems like they're going for that mid-heavy commitment. They've got utility kept there. They've got 2 players who seem like they will be attacking Arc. God Squad actually are taking a passive approach on mid with a little bit of a hold as we head in to the pistol of the second half.
Oh yeah. But what do you think? You think Lethal Esports is going to be that aggressive as they were in the first couple of rounds in the first half? I feel like they will want to try and go out there and get those picks, but at the same time, I feel like with the sort of calm that God Squad has, right, they can bait out a lot of utility on Lethal Esports while they're trying to defend. So we definitely do see some sort of aggression to get some information going in, and a lot of heavy presence towards mid. But once again, God Squad just playing it so slow, but the problem is Rossi does not have any trading potential if he gets taken out over here. There's no trade available, and that's exactly what I was worried about. He gets taken down. The problem coming in as well, and Chewy tries to peek around the corner, but he's going to get taken down. Oh, committing over there was not required. But, well, it's still a 4v4.
Yeah, they're keeping it even. God Squad are now trying to go in towards mid doors as Lucia is waiting for them here. And Rossi is being challenged with against his wall on towards A main. He's getting up slowly closer. He's got support as well. Marcel's right around in the corner as they run in towards Kappa. He's 22 HP. A bullet to the body will finish him off, but that grenade is huge from Hellranger. It isolates the fight, and Marcel drops dead. Rossi goes down to him as well as the IGR protects his veteran teammate. And now Lito are in a difficult spot after having such a good start to this round.
I'll be honest, the idea was there, the execution was there as well. It's just they got a little unfortunate with their picks towards A main especially, but I think we'll talk about that in just a bit. It's still a 2v3 retake, which is still possible, but Sensei not being able to get on top of the wall, that is unfortunate. He's going to miss that shot. And once again, Headhunter is super expensive, not easy to hit all those shots. But the point I was trying to make, right? Let's rewind back to the beginning of the game when we were talking about Asian comps. Sage Wall being used towards A main, right? To sort of cordon off that area of heavy presence towards mid, getting the first pick. Shivi ends up overcommitting just a little bit, gets taken out of the equation. Unfortunate for Lethal Esports. Understandable. Lethal had the right idea in mind. They wanted to go out there and take a fight on A main because they knew there were at least 2 people towards mid, which meant there would only be 1 towards A main or B main, or possibly 2, but if they had information towards B, there only was supposed to be 1. But God Squad, on the other hand, was fast enough to rotate towards main, right? So that's when Marcel tried to push in. Because of the fragment, he had to commit to the fight, and he got taken out. So I feel like it's a lot of things cascading against Lethal Esports, but the idea was pretty good.
Nice.
Shivi somehow getting away with one over there, which I thought actually was Lucia. I got a little confused with the headshots connecting from both the players. And Rossi, well, he's stuck in a rock and a hard place, and he will be taken out by Hellranger. 1 player left on the side of Lethal, who is going to be dealt with from Kappa as well. 7-7 equalize the scorelines. Not something that I'm pretty sure a lot of people expected looking at the first 5 rounds of this game.
Yeah, but I feel like, once again, eco round doesn't really matter. This round is where it starts getting interesting because I'm sure Lethal has realized that, no, God Squad is going to play it passive because of the calm they have. And because also they realize that Lethal Esports wants to be super aggressive. So are they going to go in for a contact push? I feel like that makes a lot of sense. But then again, what do I know? I'm only a caster, right? But if they go in for a contact push, I feel like they can potentially catch God Squad off guard.
Well, it looks like the contact towards Art is going to be disabled. That wall is going to keep him off. I've detected Marzel towards this double door position and corridor. They're trying to keep him off his angle for as long as possibly they can, but they themselves have not made an entry here so far. They still don't know the fact that there is a wall towards Art. This time, they're going to go and challenge it. I think they might be able to jump over it if at all given time. But Sensei is aware of the fact that there is going to be a B push. He takes out the spike as well. And that's big problems for the side of God Squad, as this full buy from the side of Litov is going to prove to be pretty easy for them to deal with. Kappa and Eskirotsi, though, find 3 kills. How the hell did that just go down? The operator strikes, and now they're in a 2v2. The IGL and the Spearhead working together. This duo has been on the forefront of many clutches. And Hellranger has a lot of utility to actually try and find out every single corner of this B-long side of Pearl.
Oh yeah, and uses the knife perfectly. Now the problem is Sensei can't even fall back, but he needs to take that fight. Is he going to be able to take it? That is the question. He does have a flash out available, but look at that Sensei playing into perfection, not overcommitting. He has information. Got the first pick as well, and now Rossi has been hurt, so he will probably get taken down as well, and that is exactly what happened. An operator, free operator for them to work with. That's incredible.
Well, the time was his enemy there, SK Rossi. I think that God Squad, while they did have a good set of picks towards the A side, I think that B long push could have maybe waited just a little bit more. Unfortunately for them, Sensei was still peeking out long. They maybe thought that he'd play passively, but nah, he just jumped straight out, and then they took a fight individually and gave him a free kill. That dropped the spike, and then he followed up with the second as well. That was a round done right there. But if they'd held on with that spike, they would have been able to go to A and get the free plant. Sensei instead will get this time free kill.
Oh yeah, Sensei goes in, gets that aggressive pick, makes the most of that free operator that he has. So a lot of value being created over there. And Lethal once again just going in with, but look at the counter gravity pull. I love it. I love seeing all these layered strats, right? So a lot of times flash comes in, there's counter flash that comes off, but Sensei, did he connect that shot? No, he didn't. No, mine he didn't. But that's good enough for pushing them back. But Rossi trying to peek will get taken down, and that is so unfortunate for God Squad, because this is going to put their economy in shambles the next round.
Yeah, should be still alive. That recon will give him information about players being here, but not their exact positions. He's got no more utility left to actually utilize here, and I think Fast and Skills are actually heading back. They don't want to challenge this. El Rangers probably called us that they want to go towards A, but they've probably sold enough of a fake here. Marzel is holding down towards that back of B side, holding Link, and they might just be a little bit more on the
30 seconds
overthinking
left.
side. Okay, you know what? Maybe they're not actually coming here, and Sensei has the perfect angle. That's such a neat angle to hold, and he gets rewarded for it. And because there's no utility, they're going to have to dry peek out. And there comes Rossi with the double. Picks up a weapon as well. A really clean round. They're losing only the one player.
Oh yeah, only lost one player, but that's the thing, right? The amount of impact that free operator has created in Sensei's hands is just incredible. And now the problem with God Squad is that economy is in shambles, as far as I can tell, unless my math is off. But Lethal Esports are in the driver's seat right now. They're absolutely controlling the pace of the game and the way the opposition is playing as well. They're pushing them around.
Right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, God Squad are getting a little bit of a resistance on this attacking side of theirs. They're on pistols for round number 17. They head in towards the A split. SK Rossi is going to be leading the charge here, and that absence of the dash agent is probably eating them up, isn't it, Mamba? Not having a jet or someone like Phoenix who can flash their way through.
Where are you?
True, that is true, but for now, Shavi just waiting out, using Prowler, trying to find some sort of information. But Marcel is on the lurk. The question is he going to find the drop on the Kappa and a C-mate? But Kappa will slap Lucia into his next life. Marcel, in the meantime, gets one. He'll find one more, that is the question, but he needs to stay alive. We'll get traded out really quickly. How in the world does Lethal Esports lose this round from the position they were in? Because Marcel had the perfect drop. All they had to do was stay alive on the A side, and that is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. This is exactly where they could have sealed the deal.
Thrifty.
There we are. Sensei will get taken down. And looks like God Squad is right back in the matchup.
Wow, what a thrifty! Honestly, that didn't look like it was gonna go the way it did, but the way that they got these kills, they all just peaked together. I don't know why this is not happening in the previous rounds where they've got actual weapons in their hands. You know, it's like when they get sheriffs, they've got this sudden, uplift of, okay, guys, you know what? Wherever we peak, we've got to show 3 faces together, or minimum 2, so they can't kill us. But if the same thing's done with Vandals and Phantoms, the impact is going to be a lot more.
Eco rounds being pulled off by teams in India is an age-old tale. But Jerk Spot, a lot of ults coming in. The Nightfall coming along with the null command with the fragment going towards backside. I feel like this is the perfect execute to control the pace of the game and not lethal. I mean, sure, the Alpha and Loose is on most likely, unless, of course, they end up getting a couple of crucial picks. We do have the Viper's Pit being used over here, so I'm not quite sure how they can counter that. But Sensei, oh my lord, somebody needs to stop this man with any sniper that he has in his hands. But Lucia is going to get revived, and all comes down to the Viper all alone now. Suddenly, it's swinging back in the favor of Lethal Esports. Lightning Fast does get spotted, but can he get taken down? That is a question. No, he spots. Oh my god, he spots a flare. Pulls this off. It's going to be incredible. But look at that. For now, Lightning Fast trying his best to stay alive, but Chewy will get spotted. Oh my lord, what's that taking down? Lightning Fast. What in the world? How are you surviving that? First of all, very crucial picks. Second of all, he was caught with his pants down while he was switching his gun. But still survives.
Oh my god, they brought it really close with these sheriffs and the one stinger that they had. The plant was outside the Viper's Pit as well, so I was a little concerned about that, but Lightning Fast plays this to perfection, and this one, oh my god, Shivy should have gotten that kill way before. My god. Well, let's find out if at all they're gonna have this A push rewarded to them, because the God Squad are going towards B, and Sensei, he spots out ahead with that double peek. Oh my god. So good.
There's not a lot you can do when you get taken out like that, but Rossi needs to step up and maybe get a pick or two. But he'll find one, he finds the second as well, but does not get the third. But look at Mars, the amount of information that he has. He is going to get spotted for sure, but the Nightfall being used over here to try and delay the plan. A lot of information. I think he knows exactly where all the players are. And Hellranger, he needs to stay put while Marcel tries to backstab. And he had run it back available. He has information as well. But the question is, does he have enough time? I mean, he does have enough time, but can he see him buy him enough time for him to come back? No, they can't. Chivi and Lucia will get taken down, and Mars will have to fall back to try and save his gun up.
Spike planted.
Oh, 1v3. Marzel, no ultimate available. Has expired it, and now he's going to be heading into this with just a hot hand to work with. He can hear these players, but he doesn't know that SK Rossi is the one who's actually up close and personal. 10-9, and God Squad take the lead for the first time in the entire game.
Well, yeah, for the first time, God Squad is going to take the lead off the scoreboard, and suddenly it just looks like Lethal Esports is on the back foot. They don't have a lot of cash to work with. This potentially, at least ideally, should be God Squad's round. But then we saw what happened to Lethal Esports 2 rounds ago, right? God Squad wasn't a complete eco. All they had is sheriffs to work with, and they managed to pull it off.
He's going up further again. Doesn't really have anything to work with in terms of utility, but he gets back. God Squad are running straight into this B side. SK Rossi is finding his picks towards mid as he's holding down the back line strong for his team. Whilst Rossi, on the other end, actually waiting for them to get closer. Lightning Fast will take out Sensei towards the back side, and now that Stinger. Yeah, there's only so much you can do with that.
Well, Lightning Fast goes in and finds the first one. Cannot find the second, Marcel and Rossi coming clutch with 2 more hits. Rossi needs to stay alive. That he can't. Eldranger will shut him down, and that is the 11th round, ladies and gentlemen, for God Squad. And finally, Lethal Esports will have one chance, one shot to try and bring this back home. That's the only buy they're going to have, and they will try to make the best of it. I feel like they might go in for an aggressive pick just to keep the pressure up and sort of put the foot down and be like, enough. But God's, I'm assuming God Squad is going to be expecting that.
Well, there is an operator on both sides now. Sensei gonna be powering it up towards the B side, and there is a lot of force which is coming that way. I'll look if they're able to try and outmaneuver this chamber, who is sitting in a pretty good off angle, and he gets pushed off of his feet. And now they're pressuring on while Esquirasi holds down towards mid, where nobody's actually challenging him. He's got a free avenue to work with. If at all they can smoke off that trap for him. Not gonna look likely, but yeah, there it is. Sensei finds a jiggling Kappa, and that is the advantage that they needed. Got an Astral Wall available as well, which, as I speak about, it comes in from the attack, not from the defense actually. And Marzo out goes, and he gets a free kill. That Sensei hits on another one, and with that, it is the God Squad attack being completely shut down right here towards the B-long position.
Oh, they got dismantled. It all comes down to Rossi all alone, but the problem is it doesn't have a lot of health to work with. Get spotted, will get taken down. Didn't manage to take down Marcel, which could possibly put a dent in their economy, but they had 3 players surviving, so I'm sure they'll have more than enough weapons to work with. And it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. We still have Lethal Esports in the matchup, but Sensei with that all the more crucial pick onto Kappa. And Rossi trying his best, but it just wasn't enough.
11 and 10, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting as close as it possibly can. They still have the operator on SK Rossi even after losing out that round, thanks to the amount of momentum rounds that they've gotten in the last couple.
Toxins going up.
He, of course, is leading the charge for his team with 22 kills, as they are now keen on taking mid, but so are Lito. They've spotted out one. Marzo's out in the open, runs away. He's 1 away from his ultimate, so all he needs is 1 kill at the moment. He's going to be able to do something in the back of it. He has been pushed back at the moment along with Shivy, but Sensei's not going to be pushed back as he takes down skills, and that is a big problem. The controller, who is a little bit more of an initiator, does fall down, which means now they're going to have to depend upon the Viper's Pit, which is there on Lightning Fast. That is going to be the win condition of this round. They're close to Kappa's Nightfall as well, as they attack again towards this B-Link. And they've spotted out where Shivy is. They're going to be able to take him down is the question. Yes, they will. And Rossi falls as well. The crossfire has been broken, and now God Squad have an opening towards B.
And they also have the Viper's Pit available along with Fade's Nightfall, so they'll have a lot of information to work with for sure. In the meantime, look at Astra using the Cosmic to Viper. Sensei does he have enough information to try and get that pick. Lucia is going to be on the backside, but he needs to find a pick on Kappa. Look at the almost taking him down through the Viper's Pit, but not going in for the default plan. They actually want to push in. That is pretty smart. It's pretty. Oh my lord! No way, Lucia. No way he wins this fight. That is so unfortunate.
Well, plan still hasn't gone down. It's still yet to go. Marzel's actually keeping it so close and alive. But Hellranger, he brings it down even closer. To work with, and he doesn't get it through. It is going to be 11-11. Lethal, make a wish and it comes true. They wanted this round, and they get it. And now the side of God Squad are slowly dwindling on money. They will be able to afford all the weapons that they need, but no operator for SK Rossi this time. Unless Skills is going to be dropping it to him. No, it's not going to happen. He knows that he can pick up the orb towards B long, I believe, and that's probably going to get him the ultimate that he requires, the Tour de Force, or towards A. Right now, it seems like it is going to be towards A. He is moving that direction, and they're coming to challenge it. They don't want to let him take it. The wall goes so aggressively. I like. Oh no! No, what is that? Oh damn!
That is unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. But here's the thing: Lethal Esports, right? The way they managed to pull it back was incredible. The round was super entertaining to watch, but you know what's going to be even more entertaining? The moment chat sees this round, the chat is probably going to be the most entertaining thing of that round, because God Squad had it in their bag. It's just that they couldn't close it out for whatever reason. Now Sensei is going to get forced back.
A lot of resistance coming in this way, as we can see the side of Lethal are taking in sight. They are actually not going to let the side of God Squad, you know, stay in their lines. They're going to actually let them come closer, and that's a problem. SK Rossi getting another Hellranger triples up as well, as they've got a 5v2 on their hands, and Marzel's trying his level best to keep this close by, but SK Rossi's just too good, and so is Lightning Fast. as God Squad find match point here. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the last round of regulation where Lethal have got no money on 3 of their players.
Oh yeah, they don't have a lot of cash to work with. If they manage to pull it out. So here's the thing: Sensei has the Tour de Force available, while Rossi has the Resurrection in place. So you could potentially see some sort of aggression, or at least an aggressive play to try and go get that pick. But it does not guarantee that you will be able to come back into the round, because if you die in an awkward spot, that's a problem. That's a problem and a half. But Rossi just uses rendezvous to fall back. There's no one to get spotted towards A-Main and Lucia. In the meantime, just waiting it out towards Art.
Well, Skills is holding down passively towards mid, and he's got Sensei across him on the other side of that wall. So I'm pretty sure he's not going to be expecting. God Squad taking their sweet time to execute this round, but look at the amount of mid aggression that could possibly come from the side of the defense here. Marzo's running straight in, and he is not sure whether or not Skills is here. He turns away. Marzo's gone in towards B-Lane, and there it is, the first kill that comes through. Skills is looking for more. Is he going to find it? No, he isn't, but he's opened up the avenue for his team to try and execute towards the A site. As they run straight in, Art needs to be covered. But lightning fast, not quite sure he's got his wall. And this is going to be a problem. Out comes the ultimate from the KO as Hellranger takes out Lucia for free with that grenade. And as Rossi's extending his mark. Why? Unfortunate, unnecessary, and it throws them in a 4v2. Mamba, was that really supposed to be the way?
Nightmare, take them!
Oh, well, I guess we'll find out, but Kappa is going to be on the backside. Nobody knows from Lethal Esports. They don't know that Kappa's coming into the launcher. He has 3 blended bomb, gets 1 nails a second. Needs to find the 3rd, but can you find it? That is a question. Ross is still staying alive, still keeping the hopes alive, but Kappa is smarter than that. He's not going to commit to that. He's going to fall back. Fake Fuse comes in. Rossi gets taken down. Mars is finding 1 more, but he needs to stick it. Is he going to stick it? That is the question. He is probably... No, never mind. He's actually not going to stick it. Expecting Kappa to come in from Art. Now... Oh my god, he gets taken down, and Kappa using all the years of experience that he has to bring that round back to life. But yeah, no, Rossi going in towards Art was just unfortunate when he got taken down. But Kappa, after he found two, he just fell back. He didn't have to commit to that fight.
Yeah, it was really, you know, I'm not quite sure what exactly was the game plan for Lethal there, but nobody went towards their spawn, right? Nobody literally went towards their spawn to cover up from the back angle. Everybody came from Art and mid, and that I think was a slight bit of mistake, because then the God Squad players could have free roam space, and Kappa clearly exploited that to the best. He went all the way around, came back so quickly under that, you know, water position, and took down 2 and was alive. That was the main aspect. Him staying alive there was the main aspect. And then Rossi was confused. He picked up the operator. He didn't know where he's going to get attacked from. The slow up came in his hands, and at the perfect time came the kill of Rossi. Marzo, he did trade back, but unfortunately, he had no clue where Kappa was going to come from. And in the end, 13-11, Pearl still proving to be a major aspect of not that great, you know, performances for the side of Lethal, which even though they had such good control across the first half of both halves, both first and second half, they had control. God Squad did make up for it. Then it went, you know, back and forth between both. But Lethal had control when that operator came in the hands of Sensei towards B-Long. They cut off a couple of attacks as well. But eventually, the one and only problem that seemed to be was that they were not covering up for these open spaces that were given to the side of God Squad, which they exploited almost freely.
I mean, there's so many things to analyze over here, but I think the one reason why God Squad closed this out was the fact that they were really resilient. They knew they had lost a couple of rounds. I believe it was, 5-0 in the first half. So a lot of rounds lost, but they didn't let that affect themselves. Sure, Lethal Esports was really aggressive. They wanted to go out there and get those first picks. But God Squad did what they do best. Just hold the line. Be patient. They knew that there would be a moment where they would be allowed to make a play, and they capitalized on it whenever they got a chance.
Sure, that is true. A couple of times we did see them go a little bit extensively, you know, forward, which was a couple of his plays as well as Rossi, especially in that last round, which could have been avoided, I believe. But still, the MVP, he had a slow start. He hadn't warmed up yet, and then he comes with 7 first bloods. 23 kills,
Wasn't this supposed to
279.
be his off day?
I don't know what his off days are, but clearly this isn't it. Even if this is, then well, God save the rest of the teams.
Oh yeah, he's a nightmare to play against. But look, with 23 kills, 7 first bloods, and 279 ACS, I feel like these are good numbers with Chamber in a professional match. So, all in all, even though he did not have the best of starts, he had a lot of impact. Talking about the scoreboard, like we'll have a look and see what everybody was up to as well. But Pearl should have been Lethal Esports' map. Unfortunate, Marzel as well had a wonderful start, but in the second half was pretty quiet.
Yeah, I really think that, Lethal had the game in their hands and it kind of slipped out by really small, really tiny mistakes. A couple of dry peaks across a couple of angles, which they could have avoided with, a Prowler or a Flash, maybe a second Flash. It's okay to use your utility to try and clear out a couple of angles, but sometimes it just wasn't working for them. Marzel was at the forefront of their attack, and he did such a great job in the beginning. But I think eventually his, aggression caught up to him, and they were able to get him out pretty easily because, again, he's not a Jet, he's not a Neon. He cannot slide, he cannot dash, he cannot satchel across, right? So he's gonna have to walk and run his normal pace like the rest of them and peak. And I think that exactly was what SK Rossi got a couple of times, in his crosshair while he had the operator. And killing Marzel was probably the most important thing for them because once this guy fell to the ground, they had nothing else to try and push through. There was no flashes available, even though they had a Prowler on Shivy. He himself was, having a rather quiet game. Shivy not really, living up to the standards that we usually see him to be. He did have a good couple of moments, right? But it wasn't up to where he would have hoped that his team would have gone through. Such a long journey. But unfortunately, in the end, the winners are God Squad. And ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into Bind now, which is the map pick of God Squad. Are they going to be able to close this out 2-0? We'll find out because Bind and God Squad is a really scary combination. But we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Go grab yourself some drinks and some snacks as the Valorant Invitational India. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racer, where we've just finished with map number 1 on Pearl, and God Squad have taken it pretty convincingly towards the end against Lethal Esports, who, by the way, had chosen this map. And now we head into Bind, the dusty, sunny Bind, where God Squad are one of the, best teams to play, right? So Lethal do definitely have a uphill task, but Mamba, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think we're going to see Fracture come through, or is this going to end in Pearl? Forgive me, Bind.
Yeah, Bayern. I feel like it might just end in Bayern, unless, of course, Lethal Esports managed to do something that none of us are expecting. Look, Pearl was one of those maps that still can go either way because it's still a fairly new map, at least in the competitive circuit, right? But even then, even though it was Lethal's pick, even though they were supposed to be in control of the game, which they were for the most of the time, they're not able to close it out. On a map like Bind, where we already know the God Squad is so damn strong, it's not going to be an easy task anyway. So I feel like this, at least my head tells me that this is going to be a 2-0, but I'm hoping for a third one because I want to see some contest.
Well, I will tell you that they have Lethal have a pretty interesting composition. The last time, for the last couple of times that they've played, the map of Bind, it has been a Yoru in the play. They've played a double duelist with a Yoru and a Raze. And previously to that, they had a Yoru and Jet. So they are a little bit on the side of how Paper X play, who, by the way, if you guys want to watch, they're coming down to the land on 18, 19, 20 November. That is the perfect segue for me. But, well, coming back,
Yoru is something I really like. I really enjoy seeing. Not a lot of players, at least in India, play it. In pickup games, sure, we do see quite a bit of Euro, but it can be really, really annoying if you play it right on Pine, by the way. Because you have two portals to work with. You also have the fake out that you could use. There's a lot of creative ways to use it. So if there's a Euro today, I think I'm gonna have the best day of my life. But in general as well, it's a pretty entertaining agent to watch.
Yeah, it is. It is. I love the Euro Unbind. I think he is one of the a forefront duelist who can actually cause so much damage with his utility, just because of the fact that you don't know if people are throwing a weapon into the teleporter or they're throwing that teleporting utility of Euro itself, the gate crash. I'm a little bit concerned whether the side of Lethal are going to continue with that, because that was back when they had Android in the roster, right? So back when Android was there in the roster, they used to play with the Yoru, and they used to have let's say, a rather decent, you know, time. And I believe that with the way that it is going to work out for them this time, is that if somebody's going to play the Yoru Mamba, who do you think should play?
Oh,
Because I
on
think
both.
Marzo might be a good, you know.
Nah, he won't play Euro. He won't. He's not the
mean,
guy. Look, he doesn't even like to play Jet. Out of all the agents that he could possibly play, right? He would play Raze, but I feel like he might just stick to Phoenix because he's been doing so good. But on Bind again, you need a Raze for a fact. So
true.
I kind of feel like he will go in for the Raze because you need to. But if he was given a choice, he'd definitely choose Phoenix, 100%, like no doubt about that. I would be so surprised if he picks anything apart from these two.
Yeah, I mean, Sensei is actually the one who plays a Raze. He loves playing that agent. He is the Raze duelist main of the team, apart from when he plays a chamber on different maps, of course. So I'm actually excited to see what the comp is going to be from this team. Talking about it, let's head into the agent select in just a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen, as Lethal prepare for God Squad's reign of terror on this map. And there it is. Sensei has picked up the Rays. We've got Shivy on the Breach. And I think Mars is probably going to be playing the Fade, I believe. I think they're going to go for that double initiator comp, which only makes sense, right? I don't see Marzo playing any other agent because they need at least one initiator who is going to give them informational, play. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there
Fade
you go.
comes through. It
Yeah.
is going to be that comp as we see a double duelist. Okay. SK Rossi is back on the jet. No chamber.
Well, I feel like they want to do what Lethal did to them in the first game in the first half. Super aggressive, and it definitely looks like it. And Rossi on Jet is a nightmare. He's an absolute monster to play against. So it's going to be annoying for sure. But I guess only time will tell us what Lethal have in store for us to counter this one. Oh, yeah.
I thought that I think that maybe this could be something that I just thought about right about now, that maybe the side of God Squad went for a double duelist comp, thinking that Lito would come up with one as well. And they just wanted to counter it, like, because Lito, it's been a while since
Select
Lito
your
played
agent.
Bind, right? I think the last time they played Bind was 2 months ago. Yeah, it was about 2 months ago. And that was back when their roster was still a little bit more different. So I think that they maybe were expecting a double duelist, or they were just like, okay, you know what? Just throw the chamber down the drain. Let's have SK Rossi play his best on the jet. He's feeling it clearly after the end of that first map. So I don't know. The double duelist comes out from the side of God Squad. Not something that you see usually, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're watching this right now and your friends aren't, go ahead, tell them to come right down, because you don't see Lightning Fast and SK Rossi pick up the double duelist that often. And if you want to see more matches like this, of course, do go down to the description. Check out all the handles of Galaxy Racer, Instagram, Twitter. Go ahead and hit that follow button, hit subscribe down below as well, to make sure that you're updated with every single game. There's 2 more coming today, one at 4 p.m. IST, one at 8 p.m. IST, and tomorrow, the grand final as well. So if you don't want to miss any of that action, which is, of course, the top tier that you've seen so far, then go ahead and follow the socials of Galaxy Racer. But for now, let's get into map number 2. Bind coming our way. Double duelist from God Squad. And, well, let's see if this ends out as a 2-0, as Mamba thought it may happen, which I actually agree with. It might just be that way.
Might just be a 2-0. That was a smooth segue. That's a good one. Yeah. Probably gonna get paid better for that one. But bottom line is, yeah, I feel like it could potentially be a 2-0, but a double duelist is really exciting to watch, especially with Rossi on the jet and like Fast on the race. I, here's the thing, right? I feel like this could potentially just be a quick sweep, but
Yeah.
so look, number one, I'll tell you the reasons I feel like it might be a quick sweep. One, God Squad, really strong on bind. Number
True.
two, Rossi on jet. We have Lightning Fast on Rays. You have Breach and Fate to work with, and you have Brim, right? So we've seen how double controllers can be so effective. But even with just Brim, Breach, Fate, Jet, and Rays, you can get so much information, right? The only difference is you had to be a little more proactive when you're playing with this sort of lineup.
Yeah, because they've got no Sentinel, right? So their defense is probably going to be a little bit more difficult. But they are currently on the attack, so they're going to hope for as much, potential as they hopefully can get out of this first half. As we head into the pistol now, ladies and gentlemen, this is for spot in the finals for God Squad, and this is potential third map fighting chance for the side of Lethal. Already taking control of U-Haul as Sensei's taking showers and he's gone too far ahead. Rossi's down to 41 HP and they mightn't expect him to be here with a shorty. A lot of it for going in towards showers and Shivy blinded, completely taken out, and SK Rossi goes down towards U-Haul as well. Even trades coming in as Marzo takes down skills and Lightning Fast jumping and dying. Not the best of combinations as Kappa. Okay, went for the kill towards U-Haul. Finds Marzo, but couldn't turn about in time to take down person in heaven. 1-0.
1-0. Once again, the first round going Lethal Esports' way. We saw this happen in the first game as well. They had a wonderful start. We're just not able to hold on to it. And, God Squad, I feel like... So, it was 10-9, right? The first time they got lead in the entire match. So they were trailing the entire match, the first 19 rounds, and then suddenly they just popped their heads out of the cave they were in, and they're like, you know what? No more. We're gonna close this down. So we might see it over here as well, but you had to give credit where credit is due. Lethal Esports always being proactive and trying to get the information, trying to get those plays as well. But look at that! The Kappa is gonna get taken down because of that trademarks. Placement was so good.
Yeah, Sensei playing on the bait of his teammate, and he will get the frag.
Spike
Oh, Lightning Fast. Oh my god, that is nasty. And Hellraiser gets another. Oh my god, suddenly it's become from a 5v2 to a 2v2. And now the side of Lethal are in trouble. They got full HP on both of their players. Not how long it seems.
Oh
Rossi.
no.
No, come on. That is just unfortunate. The Spectre, I think Marzel's got a better feel of that weapon than Rossi. And now they're running into the B side. They're going to get a plant down. And Mamba How has this round turned around. That's not supposed to happen.
It is not supposed to happen, but let's not forget, both these players are really low. You have 2 Sky Smokes available, so there's a lot you could do. Not a lot of util to work with as well for the attackers, but Lucia might just find the drop on Lightning Fast. And yes, indeed, he does. Could have waited, could have been a little more patient, has a Sky Smoke to work with. The problem is, it's planted for long and hookah, and he's gonna get spotted, but does he get taken down? Nope, that's not going to happen. Hellranger, unfortunately, did not have enough health to work with, and that's the reason why he's going to lose out on this one. But this was messy round for Lethal Esports. It should not have been this close.
Well, it shouldn't have been this expensive. It shouldn't have gone the way it did either. That the 3 kills that they got, Hellranger and Lightning Fast, the 3 kills that they both combined got, and the 4th as well when they killed Lucia, Rossi, was quite a feat, but they just couldn't see through it to the end just because of their low health. And now we've got 2-0 coming in, but there is a heavy cost of investment on this round. 2 players on pistols. Rossi is going to be playing on his Headhunter, I believe, as there is a Bucky in play in the hands of Sensei, who's playing up short towards A. He might just have a free kill if at all he does have somebody walk into that big circle crosshair of his.
Oh yeah, but look at Shiwi. Wait, what? Oh, it was for it was for showers. Never mind. Hellranger just waiting out. Shivy in the meantime does have the flashpoint available, but he's going to use it. He needs to find that pick. Does find it and has a lot of information, but will quickly get traded out. But that was so unfortunate with the fault line to his own teammate. Shouldn't have happened. Should not have happened.
Oh, here we go. They've done damage, but Rossi's hoping to do a little bit more. Maybe he's got a Spectre right across him. Wants to pick it up. but he's got a crossing hold, and that's lightning fast to take him down. Good round from the side of God Squad, as they did lose Rossi a little bit. Well, let's just say not in the best ways. He could have probably gotten that kill onto Shivy, but Shivy getting this double here is probably really important for them. Nobody else could capitalize upon it, though, as God Squad held their positions perfectly. And the economy of Lethal's actually pretty bad compared to God Squad. Look at this. One of them is again on the Bucky, and that's Shivy. And I think Rossi's still stuck on his Headhunter.
Well, Sensei in the meantime being once again super aggressive, but look at that showstopper being used. Is that going to be effective? I think we'll find the orbital strike is going to come in, and lightning fast. That's going one gains the second as well. Lucia being taken down over there. He shouldn't have had the second kill, I'll be honest, but the pain shell's going in. That's a problem for Shivy, and he's going to go down. A lightning fast just being a menace to society, going in the way he did. And yeah, no, has no regard for the defenders, just casually strolling in with the showstopper, getting one, and in the second, and of course with the pain shells, just bullying the person inside lamps.
Well, SK Rossi clearly loves his judge, it seems. He is not picking up any other weapon apart from it. And, you know, given the jet, it is one player who can just dash into the side with that dreadfully strong weapon in close quarters, of course. But God Squad have stabilized to 2-2. And yet again, they're running into this B site now, which I believe is going to be heavy towards Hookah. Yep. There is a recon coming in from Marzel, and he runs away instantly. He's got his Nightfall to utilize, and Rossi allows himself to be bitten by that Prowler as he teleports away, and Marzel actually takes on Lightning Fast. It's a good kill to have. It's Kappa all out in the open. That was really close.
Well, that's the reason why Rossi is on the jet and nobody else, and he gets that first opening, but that Nightfall was used with so much precision. Almost got taken down over there while trying to cross, but it's a 4v3 retake. Lethal Esports is still in this round. The spike has not been planted. Skills trying to go into its elbow, trying to find that pick. And Hellranger, last time they tried this on Pearl, it did not work out for them. But this time around, it will. So fundamentally, they have proven themselves. They know they need to double peek every single angle if they want to go out there and get those fights. But should we finally finding the drop on his kills? That's the thing. Kappa once again, it's equalizing situations. I'm not quite sure why would you want to peek that alone?
With the judge in the smoke, not the best of choices when it dissipates away. My God, this round could have been such a problematic one for God Squad, because I don't know what exactly the, you know, the thought of it was. They went in towards elbow directly to take that fight. They knew that, you know, they could be taking the plant down, but then by the time they could go for the plant, Hookah was taken control of by the defense. And then they're stuck in a really weird situation where they have control of back of site, they have control of elbow particularly, but they cannot go for the plant because Hookah is uncovered. No smoke either. Somehow though, they stabilize and they find a round.
Oh yeah. But God Squad, after losing the first 2 rounds, they've managed to claw their way back in, and not just claw their way back in, they've been pretty dominant as well. But Rossi, being so close as you can find that pick. He could play the close left angle, but the Boombot is going to spot, needs to fall back. It will take so much damage, just split second too late, and Rossi going in, but will get taken down. That was unfortunate, honestly.
Well, God Squad is still sticking with that judge meta, it seems, as they've let 2 of their duelists go to the ground. Marzo finds Kappa running. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that was, but Kappa running straight to the smoke like it's nobody's business. Shivy's coming back now, as in the smoke, Skills is awaiting his prey, and he get 2 of them. 2 versus 3. They still have an ultimate to work with on Hellranger. By the way, if you haven't noticed, Skills and Hellranger have actually swept up their roles between the Breach and the Brimstone. Usually it is Skills who plays the controller. And I'm switching this up.
Gun here.
30 seconds left.
I'm entirely not completely convinced that God Squad are, you know, in total domination control of Bind. It could go either way. Let's check this corner. Yes, they will. And down goes Rossi. And there comes the trade as well. Hellranger almost saw skills die right next to him, but no.
10 seconds left.
Plan will go down.
Spike planted.
And there is a 1v2 in progress.
Oh yeah, if you're an aspiring professional player, take notes, kids, take notes. That was played with so much perfection. Use the orbital strike to clear the back left of the backside. Use the sky smoke to isolate the angle on the left, so he could block the right side out the cubby, and then double peeks it. It was textbook wow, and the fundamentals of FPS were so on point. But Lucia, in the meantime, let's find the first one. Has spotted the second player as well, but Hellranger not being able to connect that shot. Can he pull this off? Lucia needs to be careful with this one. He doesn't know where Hellranger is. He's going to try and wall back, but does he have enough time? I don't think so. He has enough time. He's going to try and win that one, but Hellranger is going to wall bang him and take him down. But yeah, no, that round was like a painting. That was so beautiful. It was so beautiful.
Yo, I am not understanding a couple of these rounds. It's going really off the mark at some points, and then it just turns around in the other direction. Hellranger, I really got concerned the minute he missed that shot because he did a run by with a Vandal, even though he had a clear shot onto the opponent. So him winning that round, good, but it came dangerously close, to be honest.
Yeah, it did, but at the end of the day, fundamentally the way they played, right? It's just fun to watch. But as well as Marza again being so close, so aggressive. There's nobody to trade him out, so I'm not quite sure what the idea was or whether Shiwi fell back. I don't know if there was miscommunication or whatnot, but Shiwi does have the Rolling Thunder available. He needs to find this pick. Rossi is going to be. Oh my lord!
Wow!
Yo!
Wow!
Chill out.
Nah,
that's just nasty. Yeah, bro. Nah, listen to me. I've seen some nasty shots. It's not a lot of times when, as a caster, as a commentator, you're at a loss of words. But that was dirty. That was so dirty. Well, regardless, Hellranger is going to be spamming through the sky smoke towards heaven. We have Sensei all alone in this 1 versus 3, trying to pull it off. But why does he have the showstopper? Never mind, he's going to use the showstopper. Finds one, couldn't find the second. Will get traded out by Hellranger really quickly, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be one more round going God Squad's way. So I'm not quite sure what the idea was with the showstopper over there, but regardless, Marcel gets the first one. I'm not quite sure why he peeked alone over there, so that was a bit concerning. But Rossi, what in the world was that shot? That was incredible. And then you saw Sensei, of course, trying his best with the showstopper. Scoreline 5-2 in God Squad's favor. No tactical timeouts from Lethal Esports the way they've been playing. But yeah, no, it's just been rather surprising to see. Or maybe not so surprising.
Oh, we're waiting for when SK Rossi is going to pick up that rifle. But okay, A-Shorts become a point of mayhem as both the teams get even frags out there. And there's SK Rossi running in with the judge again. And he finds Lucia towards U-Haul. Now he's closing up towards... Oh, there's a judge on the other side, but Marzel doesn't expect that there is going to be a player on the left side. The focus is on the right. And now there's one man left. Rossi, the other one. And he gets taken out by Kappa.
Okay, let me tell you the difference between the two. I think one is Ganesh and one is Kiran.
I know.
So, yeah. So I still remember the very first time I saw both of these guys play on the same roster. I believe it was Blaze back in the day.
Oh yeah.
I used to get confused between the two, so I remember calling SK Rossi Kiran a lot of times, even though he happens to be Ganesh. And I think it took me a whole month to realize that's not his correct name.
Well, as confusing as both of these players' names might be, in their close call relations. Their skill so far also is keeping. Okay, now. Okay. That's.
I bet.
What?
I really try to go play by play when something as exciting as this is happening, but he's just shooting bursts down. You remember that Bloodhunt game back in the day, right?
Yeah.
On one of those consoles I used to play up against a CRT TV. That's exactly what happened over there.
Oh, well, that was quite an interesting display of anime skills from SK Rossi. The judge is working in its favor, but this guy clearly, he's hiding his skills of the rifle playing, as we just saw a couple of rounds ago. again, he's not letting go of that judge, is he? They love this weapon, and that's exactly why they're 7-2 up, by the way, if you've not noticed already. It's been really fun so far. It's been entertaining, but it's also been a little bit, problematic for Lito facing this judge.
That it has. I mean, the amount of judge kills that Rossi's managed to get this time around is it's quite a sight to behold, but Skills is, he's going to use the rolling thunder. The Boobot just walks right past him. Skills knows exactly where he is. He's going to be able to find the pick. Yes, indeed, he will.
Oh, wait.
Pick it on. He couldn't find it.
I don't know what just happened there. Skill should have gotten that kill. That was free for him. Hellranger, though, will get one back instead. Lucia drops in. Marzel's brought it down to a 1v2. Hellranger still has health about him. He is going to pick up the spike on the other end of the A site. Spike is in the control of Sensei at the moment, and he comes out of the smoke. He spots him out, and he gets just about enough vision to spam him down. 7-3.
I don't think he had vision. I'll be honest. I don't think he had vision. You could see it on.
Spotted him. I think he just spotted him just about. Yeah, you can see right here.
Nah.
Oh, never mind. I think
you can see it on his face, right? He was smiling so hard. He knew as well that was a shot and a half that he hit.
What the hell did I see then? Because I could see him. I saw Hellranger's agent form right in front of me right before that smoke dropped.
Were you watching it in game, or are you watching it on
probably
outside?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Maybe that's why. Who knows? But regardless, Chewy is going to try and push it along with Lucia, and he will find the first pick. So I like the aggression. I like the change of pace that Lethal Esports has, and they will find the first pick, which was very bomb. But the orbital strike, can he fall back? Yes, he can.
Well, Hellranger needs to try and work things out for his team out. Otherwise, he's going to get his opponents come a little too close. Lightning fast. He gets one, and he's zinked the second as well. Marzel's not going to be escaping from this angle. But Lightning fast is going to let him get away for the moment. Sensei's made his way towards the A side to support him, but instantly there's going to be a teleporter coming through, and Kappa will fall down. That's the spike inside the teleporter. Lightning Fast will be able to pick it up, but he's got unknown entities on the other side, and he gets almost every single aspect of the A side cleared up for himself. He needs support in the form of Eskerasi, who, by the way, is carrying an operator. He's coming in from the B side really slow, and Sensei's expecting this, but he's not expecting that Rossi's going to be faster than him. And now it's up to Shivy. He has got the aftershock if he can use it. No, Lightning Fast is just too fast for him. What a round. How is Lightning Fast going to just dry peek out towards A short, find 2 kills for free, 1 towards Showers as well? He was on the ace. If he'd killed Marzel, this would have been the ace for him if SK Rossi wouldn't have gotten that one either.
Well, honestly, there's a lot happening, and I can't make any sense of it. But look at Lightning Fast, 18 kills in what is 11 rounds. That's quite a few kills, along with 6 assists. So potential 24 kills. I don't even know what's happening at this point on. But Chewy is going to be playing with Sensei, has the fault line to work with, and this time around he's going to try and not stun his teammate, but Rossi has been spotted, and he's in a very awkward spot with the judge. He can't push in with that one, doesn't even have his blade storm available, so he can't go in. Absolutely just cannot go in.
Oh, look at this spot. Lightning Fast is in such a good spot, but no, Sensei, he sees him, takes him out. There's a lot of utility being dumped on to God Squad by side of one. They're getting out of it. SK Rossi's still alive. He gets one. Will he get more is the question. Rossi's playing around with him, and SK Rossi, he takes him out. 1v2. Picks up the Vandal, but it's not good enough to take Marzel's angle as quickly as he would hope to. 4-8. And somehow Lito will suffice this with a 4-round deficit going into the attack.
Well, 4-round deficit. I don't think it's good enough for Lethal Esports. But once again, if they get some early momentum the pistol round, the first buy round, and maybe the second as well, then they might have an actual chance with the rolling momentum they might have. But that's a lot of ifs and a lot of buts. So it's not going to be easy regardless, even though it's also not their pick. We need to remember that. But I guess we'll find out if they'll be able to create any sort of impact for themselves in the second half.
Yeah, well, this tag timeout should give them a little bit of an idea as to how to approach this. They do have double initiator in the form of a breach and fade. They've got a single duelist, so let's see how that works out for them. As the chamber, Sensei, forgive me, Rossi, will look to maybe exploit a couple of lurks because there is no sentinel on the other side, right? So they'll be hoping that Rossi can actually make some creepy little movements towards the B side when the A is being pressured upon and get some free kills. The sentinel lineup could prove to be useful for the side of Lito, but it only depends on the timing. They're able to exploit the timing.
If they're able to, then. But then again, right? Here's the thing. It's a lot of ifs. And with the sort of aggression that God Squad has shown, I feel like they'll keep up with it. They don't want to. They don't want to give it up. With Jet and Raze, there's so much room to work with, right? Jet can go up aggressive, can fall back.
Yeah.
Raze with the boombot, paint shells can force you back. You also have the Fade Seas and paintball combo that you could use, which of course Lethal Esports also had, but it's very situational. You can't use it every single round, but you could use it for map control.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Well, the game has begun. We will be heading into the pistol second half with God Squad in a heavy lead going into the defense. They're hoping to finish this off as quickly as possible as they prepare for lethal attack to come in. Looks like it is going to be a B split mostly, with the spike going that direction as well, as they wait for God Squad's aggression, which is a lot, by the way, towards the hookah region. They spotted out multiple players here. They're going to have their aggression stripped away from them, as Marzel, he's got just one haunt to work with, and the rest is his aim. Let's see how he fares well with that. Eskerasi is in an unconventional position.
He is in an unconventional position for the first one, especially with a Sheriff. I mean, a Shoddy, understandable, but with a Sheriff is a tricky position to be in. But regardless, Marzel is just going to wait it out. He knows he doesn't need to aggress. He could be the one lurking around towards A, but they're waiting for early contact, which isn't happening, so they will start falling back towards B. But this is where God Squad will show their experience. I'm sure Fade will get some information towards B main, and now they will start rotating. And this is exactly what I was talking about. This is experience. This is understanding. And oh my lord, look at that, Rossi. Understanding there's nobody towards B main, B long. He just a little bit and gets one more.
Okay, he's just sitting on top of this hut and getting free kills. I'm pretty sure that they realized that he was on top of hut, right?
Yep.
And then he got the second kill with the person not even checking him, which was, I believe, Sensei. Yeah, he just, I think he was focused on lightning fast.
More than that, I feel like he didn't realize that he was exposed enough from that angle, or he would have expected Rossi to just jump down because he had been spotted, right? It makes no sense to just stay there back all the way up. And whatever it was, it just worked out in his favor. And that's one more round going God Squad's way. First round in the second half, they managed to pull it off, and Rossi creating so much impact with that Sheriff. And Lightning Fast once again just getting the first pick. Rossi is going to be there to back him up. And Skills just casually holding hookah with that baseball bat. But look at no respect whatsoever. Oh
all right, okay. Yeah.
Spike down A.
Yeah, all right, Golu. We know, we know.
One enemy
Well, he's enjoying it, and Hellranger finds Marcel as well. One man left, Rossi. He's not going to be able to get anything either, just a tag onto SK Rossi, as there is definitely one Rossi who's going to be going through today.
Well, looks like Lightning Fast is clearly speedrunning this one, because, I mean, the first push, understandable, you want to get the first pick, but the second time around, he just went in with the statue, like, you know what,
The judge is back.
Oh, the judge.
And they're pushing in again.
And it's judgment day for the attackers, because it is their first buy round. If they end up losing this, yeah, I don't think they have a chance.
I think they're expecting this push, Lito. They're playing pretty passively, really passively, actually. As they're going in from a double direction push, and oh, there comes the kill. Smoke comes down. Now there is a lot of pressure towards every single side of the map. And SK Rossi with 2 HP. He's trying to get away with that Vandal so that he can probably give it to his teammates. But look at the amount of control that God Squad have been able to, garner here, Mamba. It's insane. Just a small little push towards A short, and towards the teleporter side, and they get control, but Marzo hits back instantly, and Lightning Fast could be looking for a little bit more, but he's covered by two different
One
angles.
enemy remaining.
And with that, Lethal, oh, they get back the round in their hands, which actually could have been so much on in the other direction if Lightning Fast would have gotten one more kill towards that lower B mid position.
True, but I feel like the idea for God Squad was there because they knew they don't have a lot of. So all they were playing was on a bonus round, right? So they didn't have the best weapons to work with. So it was pretty good, pretty brilliant that they wanted to push in and take that fight proactively. It's just unfortunate. Rossi got taken down towards A short, and then of course I believe it was Lightning Fast who was playing towards Hooker, who got taken down as well. And those two picks were really crucial because they were the ones building pressure on Lethal Esports and not allowing them to leak out and spread out. So once that happened, it was Lethal Esports' round. But regardless, here we are. One more round, and this time around, God Squad has better weapons to work with.
Yeah, most certainly. There's a full buy across every single person on the server right now. And SK Rossi makes the first blood come through by the body of Rossi. It's like these two have got their own individual duel going on. I don't know how many times. And we're going to have to look at the match performance later on to see who's got the better stats in between each other. And Sensei jumping straight in to take out his counterpart. And oh, what? Okay, the run and gun clearly works out for him. And Rossi shuts him down, though. 3v3, flank goes down, and it is a retake for God Squad.
But now Skills is trying to creep up, has two players right in front of him, gets the first one, needs to find the second as well, has luck available, but gets it's caught off guard. Rossi coming in, won't be able to find that pick. Shitwee is standing tall towards elbow, all alone. Fade, the 1 versus 2, can Kappa pull it off? He has Aftershock available, but it's not going to be good enough. I don't think so. Kappa is still trying to go in for the defuse. Does she realize that has the fall line available as well, but won't need it because he's going to shut down Kappa and secure one more round and keep the hopes alive for Lethal Esports.
Well, that was a much-needed, desperate round for the side of Lethal. If they hadn't won this one, it might have just been good night for them. But Shivy, he somehow clutches it out. And now we've got a 10-6 scoreline, potential 10-7, given that the eco side of God Squad is probably not going to wield as much value as they would have hoped to. I think that you really have to consider the fact that these guys have... Okay, I think there's a little bit of a technical issue going on as we are heading into the next round. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's happening, but we are going to continue the round as God Squad on the defense have got a couple of weapons to work with, but as I'm hearing it, I think we will have a rollback of the round here.
I'm not quite sure why, but anyway, if there's a rollback, there's a rollback. I guess we'll just wait for an update from the admins. But in the meantime, Marcel is standing there, waiting it out. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but Hellranger, he wants to go on with it. So that's the safest thing to do, right? If you're not sure if the round's being rolled back, just keep playing, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But I feel like if you just got an update, the round is going to be rolled back for whatever reason.
Yep.
But look, God Squad's been looking in pristine touch right now with the way they've been playing. So much confidence. It's almost cocky that you see within them.
Well, I would say that God Squad really have this confidence just because of the fact that they've got SK Rossi on the jet, and I think I wouldn't say it's overconfidence at cocky at this point, but I think it's more about how they want to allow these two duelists to work, right? Because they want them to be going straight in for duels. They want them to go and take fights because that is their playstyle. They cannot allow the opponents to come in as a duelist combo and let them play passively because they want to try and probably outmaneuver the fact that they've got no sentinels, right? Lito probably want to do that, but with a double duelist, you need to stop that from happening. And I wish I could tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the chaos that's going on in my ear right now with that I can hear with all the players because I can see what's happening in game. Trust me.
I'm
It is
lucky.
funny.
I'm happy I'm not in there because it's pretty jarring when you're trying to have a conversation, especially while you're casting, right? But you know what you can do? Just mute the game. That's okay. Just mute all the players. You're talking to me. You could possibly do that, but I know for a fact you're enjoying that conversation, aren't you?
I mean, there's a bit of screaming, there's a bit of shouting, there's a bit of Rossi calling out Rossi, going out.
It's all
going
friendly
out.
banter, though. We got to
Yeah,
point that
yeah,
out. It's all friendly
exactly.
banter.
They're all teammates, been teammates. They're all friends, so they all know each other pretty closely, of course, and they're from the same state as well. So they all pretty know each other pretty closely. And we will be rolling back the round, ladies and gentlemen. That round is going to be replayed. Small little technical issue came in. I think it was just unintentional. So we will be replaying that round, which is the scoreline is going to be restored to 6-10 as we will be heading back into the game in just about a second. But Mamba, what do you think that is going to transpire towards the rest of the game? There is an eco right now on the hands of God Squad, and we will be seeing 10-7. But can Lito make a total comeback like how God Squad did in the previous map?
Oh, it will be an irony of the ironies when a round gets replayed and then you see momentum shift in the other team's favor. It's not something that has not happened in the past. It certainly has, but God Squad and the fans would be hoping for this. And hey, it doesn't happen this time around.
Yeah, well, let's find out if or not this comeback is going to come through as we will be starting off the game. And the amount of stuff I can hear right now, because I cannot go back in there and mute, right? I'm right now just waiting for everything to start as we should be beginning the game in just about a couple of seconds. And, well, I'm just looking forward to what's happening in game. I wish you guys could hear what's happening. Trust me, I wish you guys could hear what's going on in game. But for your safety, we're going to let that slide.
And our job security.
Yeah, exactly.
We won't be repeating what's happening in there, but bottom line is, the round will get replayed. We do have an eco for God Squad and Lethal Esports. Are they going to be able to put it back in their favor or not? I guess only time will tell, but for now, Lethal Esports are in a commanding position.
Well, let's see if this position is going to be wielding them a little bit more of command now that they've got Esquirozzi on the knives and they're pushing it so heavily towards this Shara's position. And Marzel, he's ready for it all. He takes him down, and you can see the frustration on Lightning Fast. He doesn't like what just happened there. And my God, what a shutdown. They had such a good game plan ready. 4 players taking control of Showers from the side of God Squad, and that's left Kappa alone with a judge that he's gonna save. Probably not. I don't think it's the best of options. He's looking for probably an exit kill, but there's a long time that's happened. As now Lito would like to probably go on the hunt after the plant's gone down.
Spike planted.
Well, it's going to be Kappa all alone in a 1 versus 5, which I don't think is going to work out. I don't remember this, honestly. Before the round got replayed, which team had the round?
I think it was Lito. Yeah, it was Lito. That's exactly why you've got God Squad on the eco, right? It was 10-5, then it became 10-6.
No, like I meant the round that got replayed. I think we'll just figure it out. I'll rewind on the stream and figure it out. But if the scoreline has actually changed from what it was before, it would be pretty unfortunate.
Well, okay, that's nah. Losing players, giving up your economy, not the best of choices. Kappa does enough to get with 2 with the judge as he will get taken down, and that is 7-10 now.
So I just checked the scoreline. It made no difference. It was just the round that was being played is going to get
that
got replayed.
yeah,
I was under the impression that the previous round was being rolled back, and I was very puzzled because usually the rule is if damage has been inflicted, right? Or at least that was the rule as far as I'm aware. Once damage has been inflicted, you cannot roll back the round, and that's why I was so puzzled throughout the process. But regardless, this isn't going to change the outcome of the game. That round being replayed, and that's good. That's great.
Yep. It is great. Lightning Fast holding a pretty good angle, but he's got to jump upon him, and Rossi expecting that just swings out wide and takes him out. Great kill, and especially a kill with one person who's been on top of things in this game, and of course has a pretty strong ultimate on his hands. Now, they've got Kappa with that Nightfall, which is going to be really important for them. But it comes through from the other side. A Breach and Fade Ultimate both combined together as Hellranger is stuck in his own smokes. He's trying to keep himself relevant and alive. There's so much damage being done here. He's somehow keeping himself relevant and he still gets a kill. There comes the counter Nightfall. There's a ultimate. One more. Sensei goes down. What is happening? Lethal. One man is trying to get you all down, and Marcel will trade back in form of 2. Shivy gets another. My word, somehow this chaos is pretending to be order, and it is the side of Lethal who are taking the most advantage of that order.
Well, Kappa is going to try and back him, maybe try and find a pick on a sheep, but I'm not quite sure if he has enough time. He's going to get spotted. We have Marcel available, but gets the first pick. Needs to find the second as well. Kappa wants to go in, but I don't think so he will be able to because Marcel is waiting around the corner. Kappa does find the pick, but that's not enough time. He needs to fall back. Unfortunate for him, but he played it like an absolute champion.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we can go into this game expecting a lot more of a closer fight than what we were seeing in the first half. 8 and 10, and yet again the side of God Squad are on a semi-eco. They've got a hero Vandal on Kappa, and they've got a Judge on Eskerasi. There are 2 ultimates available as well, so they might just be putting all their fruits into one basket in this round, if at all they try to go for that heavy execute.
Well,
Bring them down.
Marcel in the meantime is going to try and take shot control, get some information with the Prowler, but I like the heavy setup from the defenders on B because that gives them so much more information to work with, but Rossi in the meantime is going to try and go in. The pain shell's coming in, and Hellranger once again using the Sky Smokes to slow them down, but he has an Orbital Strike available as well, so if they try to push in, he can use it to throw them off, or maybe use it for the post while they're trying to plant as well.
They're running straight in. That fault line is so good, and Hellranger finds value out of it. He's alive as well, so that's all they need. Skills gets another. Khan will not find him. The Han just gets away about by an inch as the ultimate comes in from the Brimstone. Now Lito might be expecting to teleport away, but Eskerasi, he's keeping them close. He's keeping them in the dead zone, and somehow this Thrifty works out for them. What a hold.
Yeah. That was actually incredible with the utility they used, the way they used it as well, especially. Hellranger having that orbital strike, the fault line being absolutely on point onto A short, slowing them down just enough for them to peek out, have that timing on the opposition, and now Rossi is on the operator. Finally, we're going to see an op in his hands and not a judge, but God Squad looking in absolute control, and Lethal Esports are struggling right now because they don't have a lot of cash to work with.
Going to be held in the hands of Rossi, which is the tour de force, as they prepare for the A attack yet again. Lightning Fast has got that big bad ultimate, which I think he's going to be putting to use, and there it comes right at the perfect time. Gets 1 kill. There's 1 more to be worried about as he gets the satchel. The showstopper did about enough damage to get that kill from the satchel. And Hellranger might have been taken down, but he's probably done just about enough. Lightning Fast, he's just absolutely pounding this A site. And match point comes up for the side of God Squad.
And Lightning Fast picking up that Champions Phantom just to show off, because it glows if you're the top fragger in the server, right?
26-13. He's on 2 KD right now.
Yeah, pretty insane. When 20 rounds, he has 26 frags. You have Rossi with 22. So both these duelists absolutely pounding the opposition, and Lethal, well, they can take quite a pounding. 4 more rounds to go for them to push it to overtime. God Squad, all they need is 1 more round for match point. Are they going to find it? We'll find out. But the Boombot will get taken out of the equation, and the Veil coming in as well, along with the Aftershock to try and slow them down. But is it going to be enough? The Prowler, he needs to fall back. Rossi still holding B long. Will connect the shot, but not enough. We actually connect the shot onto both of them.
Okay, nobody watching Hookah for them as they all drop down, but they all drop dead. Oh my god, Hellranger comes about clutch in just the right time.
Fully smoked.
They lost the 2 players towards long from that, 1 player from long towards that judge, but they somehow make it back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, say goodnight, Lethal. It is the end. of this series. 13-8 as God Squad head into the final of Group B.
Shame. I love explosives.
Defenders win.
Well, the fact that Skill survived that long, right, is a miracle in itself. But this was God Squad in absolute control of the match. There was probably a round or two where Lethal might have looked in control and maybe it felt like they might be able to make a comeback. But as you rightly mentioned, right, God Squad and Bind is just a force to be reckoned with. You can't take them on head on, and they've gone on to show that with Raze and Jed both fragging out. By the way, it's not easy to stop them because Raze with the satchel, so much freedom of movement. Jed can be super aggressive with the judge, and that's exactly what you saw with the updrafts and whatnot when they tried to take B as well. The judge was being a menace while they were holding up close and personal. It was a menace. Rossi in the first round of the second half with the Sheriff on top of A Shars managed to find 3 frags, which shouldn't have happened in the first place. But then again, that's just God Squad being super confident and understanding what teams would play like on Bind.
Well, they did take it upon themselves to go absolutely on the front foot and not let the side of Lethal have any sort of, breathing space. They made sure that on every moment, on every corner of the map, they always shifted up their attacks. They went B long a couple of times. They went hookah a couple of times. They went towards A short with the breach as well. Everywhere there was that breach causing them that annoying, fault line to push them off their angle, to keep them from attacking in the side. And it was done so well by Skills. He did such a great job. And I was a little concerned about this role swap between Skills and Hell Ranger, but clearly it worked out pretty well.
It did work out really, really well. It wasn't just that, right? I feel like the entire team stepped up when they had to. But let's have a look at the map MVP, which I believe is not going to be any surprise whatsoever. It is going to be lightning fast with 27 kills, 4 first bloods, and 389 ACS. Are you kidding me?
Wow, that is insanely good. He was on top of one of his best performances, I would say, so far, at least, that he's given in the last couple of matches that he's played. Insane stuff from him. He's got a 2.2 KD ratio, I believe. 2.1. He's got 27 kills, 13 deaths. That's about it. That 2.1 KD ratio, somewhere close to that. But 389 ACS. The impact that this guy's had. He's got more assists than anybody on the server except for the 2 breaches who are there. He's got 11 assists.
Well, that means he's not just been getting those kills, he's been using his utility really, really well because the paint shell, the showstopper, the satchel, the boom bot, as a matter of fact, can dish out so much damage. But yeah, no, 389 ACS in a professional match is absolutely incredible. But Marcel, once again, being the team MVP, I'm sure Lethal is going to feel... they're going to feel the void when Marcel actually steps down from the team and plays. You mentioned it was supposed to be his last rodeo, right, with the team?
Yeah.
So Lethal will have a lot of work to do with the new player, but good luck to Marcel to whichever team that he goes to or chooses to go to. Wonderful player, a lot of potential. Of course, even now, right, he has definitely lived up to a lot of it. But it's still one of those players in the country that I believe can evolve into a much more impactful player. Apart from that, God Squad just absolutely dominating their opposition. There's nothing more to analyze over here.
Yeah, true. They just took it by storm. It almost looked like they actually weren't really, trying too hard. They were having fun playing this game. They're jumping around SK Rossi and lightning fast. They're taking control with judges. They're just absolutely on top of things. It did not feel like they were, having too much of a troublesome time, even though Lito put up 8 rounds. It didn't look like they were having trouble even in that sort of situation. And that exactly is translated through their kills. 27 for Lightning Fast and 22 for the Duelists as they do all of the heavy lifting for their team. And they will see themselves through to the Group B finals, where they will play either one of God's Reign or Reckoning, which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, happening at 4 p.m. IST. In just about an hour and a half from now, we're going to have that game come up as well. But Mamba, do you have any thoughts before we go head on to the next game?
Clapped. That's it. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mamba's got his final thoughts. He's got one word, and I think that summarizes the entire game, as Lito will now bow out of the competition, and God Squad will now await their opponent for the 8 p.m. game. But until then, we will be taking a short little break until we see God's Reign and Reckoning come onto the server. We'll see you all in just a bit. And until then, go have some lunch, grab some great, drinks. It is Saturday afternoon after all. And we'll be back with the Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racer.
tell you, you blow my mind. I don't know if you know yet. No, I've realized, and I'm dying to tell you, you blow my mind. I don't know if you know yet. I've tried some time, and I'm dying to tell you, you blow my mind. I don't know if you know yet. No, I've realized. you yet. I've realized, and I'm dying to tell you.
Hey guys, welcome back again to the GXR Valorant Invitational for VCT Off-Season Qualifiers 2. My name is Asarai, with me now is Universe, and we're going to be deep diving into the next series again with God's Reign up against Reckoning Esports, if I am not mistaken. Yes, finally, I got it right, man. And I'm excited to see how this happens, because we could be looking at a battle between gods if this works in the favor of God's Reign, just to put it out there for our viewers.
Well, I do have to agree that, both these teams have got a pretty interesting history. God's Reign, of course, being a brand new team with a couple of, players from really different, backgrounds coming in together. We've got this team now fighting against Reckoning, who again have gone through their own roster changes to battle it out and take their spot against God Squad, who are already in the final of this group's proceedings, and they will be waiting the winner of this matchup. Now, God's Reign, a team that I believe is really interesting because of the team members that they have. They've got Vibor, they've got Psy, Knight Rider, Hoax, and Ember. 5 players from really 5 different places, and honestly, you wouldn't know it, but the way that these guys have been together, they've actually never really played together. I think this 5 is a really strong 5 that they've got. Hoax coming from a different background, Ember coming from All right, so let me give you a little bit of backstory, right?
Yeah.
So you got Sai there, who has been a part of multiple different teams, right?
Mhm.
He's recently coming from Two Rippers. Vibor, he's played for Orangutan, he's played for Velocity, right? Night Riders played for God Particles, and his most recent team was RNT Revenant. And
Mhm.
Ember, again, another player from Orangutan. And Hoax is a player who's played for Team Valor. So 5 different members who've come from 5 different places. Ember and Vibor were recently only teammates Orangutan. So it's like a really distinctively different squad, which has come
Yeah.
together. And now they're under the banner of God's Reign.
Mm. I do fondly remember hearing Vibhor's name from time to time, even though, I've been casting Southeast Asia scene for a while. It could be because, again, as you mentioned, he came from Orangutan Esports,
Yeah.
if remember it correctly, and that was again alongside Tesseract, if I am
Yeah,
not mistaken.
it was alongside Tesseract
Yeah.
and I believe Aduka. It was alongside Aduka and
Ah,
Tesseract.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I fondly do remember his Omen. So this is definitely a team that has, I think, a lot of star power. It's kind of the same story with one of the teams that I've seen before, where they haven't had much success. Right, they came from different backgrounds in terms of the organizations they played with. They're extremely talented players, and coming together for this one, this could be the time for them to, well, not akin to their opponent's name, for their reckoning. And speaking of which, here we're going to be looking at Reckoning Esports, a team that I really enjoyed the last time that I casted them last week. I think it was really Fishball that that left his impression on me the most. But this team has also shown to be incredibly, incredibly talented. I think what also another map that they looked fantastic on has got to be Haven. So if they can bring that out in this series, it could be something that can net them this series victory.
Yeah, and I believe that this is going to be depending on the map veto as we head on to that screen. I think that Reckoning will have Breeze. Okay, that's interesting. They got Breeze in the mix over here. We're starting off with Bind, which is from God's Reign, and we will be ending up on Ascent if at all it does go that far. Now, I am concerned about Breeze. I'm not quite sure if God's Reign, we're expecting that to come into the mix. But Bind, of course, is a map where both of these teams are actually pretty, conveniently structured. God's Reign, especially, they've got 3 players, I believe, Hoax, Ember, and Vibor, who are really good on this map. They love the map of Bind. Even in their past teams, they've got this really good, coordination on this map, no matter which team that they've played with. So I am looking forward to Bind being a little bit more competitive, but I am completely unaware how Breeze is actually going to transpire.
Honestly, like from what we've seen from yesterday, I can't really tell you how much impact the maps have really become, because each and everything that we've seen here has just shown how very resilient they are to all of our analysis and all of that stuff. They really go above and beyond just to try to do the very best to stay in this tournament, and it has turned such a amazing set of Valorant matches that we have seen. I mean, we saw Revenant Esports yesterday just blew past Velocity Gaming, so we could be seeing the same thing happen today with God's Reign and Reckoning. But to be honest, this is another matchup that again, with what I'm seeing from my perspective, just absolutely stacked rosters. Of course, we'll just see how well they synergize with each other, but in terms of the talent that they have, they are definitely not short on it.
Yeah, well, let's get into the game as we've got the agents look come up pretty quick. We're not wasting any time for this one, ladies and gentlemen. No, there had been a little bit of delay, but now we're heading straight into the game, and we've got a Sky and Fade combo. No breach, it seems, across both teams. They're going more for the flashy control than map control in terms of the way that they want to play this one out. Knight Rider could be going for that Sage, which is throwing me back a little in terms of what we've seen the agents being picked on this map. But I think every single time that these guys have played, that Knight Rider has played on the map of Bind, he's either been on the Sage or the Chamber. But now that I think they're not going for that Chamber, they've got a different situation going on here, which do you think that the Sage would be a good pick right now?
I think the Sage, I don't want to say the word crutch at certain, because she's still a really incredible, strong agent, but I will say it in the fact that the wall just makes it so much easier for you to be able to plant the spike. You remember how if you're going to be on the attacking side, when you're pushing on A side, it's incredibly difficult from time to time for teams to do the two-pronged approach, one coming in from short, one coming in from showers. At least if you do have that Sage Wall as a plug on short side, you can just focus all your efforts on short, get control on U-Haul, and just back away. I think it makes it easier to address that kind of attack. Of course, the other utilities is still amazing. The slow orb is great at congesting angles, so defenders can't really push out of it, maybe unless you're super risky with how you play. It's really, really strong. And of course, you cannot take out of the equation the ability that Sage gives, which is that sustainability, the heal, as well as that resurrection. If it's going to be Knight Rider maybe popping off, becoming that Battle Sage, it's a really strong tool that will be well utilized, I think, if it works here for Knight Rider.
Yeah, but the other side of the same equation is the man playing the Chamber, Harsh, who I know you remember pretty cleanly. That guy was, such a pivotal point on that Chamber. Knight Rider, again, is a Chamber player himself. So I think that operator facility that he brings into the team, of course, Knight Rider, is going to be a little bit more less useful on the Sage because he's not going to be able to run away. If at all, there's going to be a double swing on certain angles, but if he's going to make up for that by playing a couple of really ratty angles, but with the wall, getting the judge, especially towards hookah, won't be disappointing. But I would want to see a little bit more action coming in from Knight Rider himself, who I believe is a really great player on the duelist role. On the Sage, I know he's played this before, but I think I personally prefer him to play the Chamber a lot more. But hey, we'll see how it transpires down as the game begins. But these are two really evenly matched teams, I would say, and I really wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I think this is going to end up in Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to go back again to what you mentioned. I think it just makes sense that all of us would prefer Knight Rider to be on that Chamber, because I think Chamber right now is the most, if not the strongest. How do you say this? Stable sentinel out there, because he just provides so much control for the in the table. That trademark is really good at getting that zone control, while also, of course, giving away difficulty with a Sage here that I can really see for God's Reign is that it doesn't really provide any anti-lurks, right? And that's also always a thing that can happen in Bind when your opponents know that you don't have, again, the KJ, the Chamber, basically any other sentinel that isn't the Sage. So there is a threat that Reckoning can wrap around, and God's Reign have to be very much aware of this. If not, it could
this by taking out just one. Arce is getting pushed upon, and he's still able to deliver a little bit of damage. Vibor will take him up. Good wall towards elbow to cut him off, I believe. As, now they can worry about only one angle. 3 versus 3. Retake coming in, and Size making it a little bit easier for his team. Before it goes in, but that frenzy's not going to work. The double peek, no! Somehow, Rio gets it back to a 1v1. And it's left between the Fades to fight it out. Seize was not going to work, and Sai is up against the IGL of the other team. Both the IGL is going to fight it. Both the Fade's going to fight it. It's going to be Sai to get a blinded kill. He makes it work.
That's a slap in the face. Prowler for the Haunt out in the open. I mean, you can blind your opponent, but you also have to respect that it still takes a bit of time. There's that lag before the Prowler actually hits you. So technically, he was still very much visible to Rio here, as you can see right then and there, or rather to Side Dreams. I mean, really, really strong start for God's Reign. Wonder what's going to be an adjustment here for Reckoning once they do get their bearings in a little bit. The 4-stack on B, though, but nobody from the attacker is going to be there to straight up shoot onto A main, and Hulk's not wasting any time to push right in. Can already use that utility, but find no defenders here, and that's going to give some bit of information for God's Reign that they might have actually gone for a massive I'll just stack onto the other side. Vibor has already spotted out the flank coming in from that Chamber. Hoke's still holding on you here, and he's going to be waiting. Spectre in hand, they can...
One enemy remaining.
Here.
All right, I believe we're back. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Again, pretty solid.
Of one of the players. So yeah, I think we should be good now. I think it's Ember who has disconnected. Not really sure what's happening, as we are waiting for players to reconnect. Speaking about the previous round, there was a lot of trouble that Godsrain had to go through. They remained only with two players, Knight Rider and Vipor, and that was an expensive round for them, and that's exactly why you can see that them having to reinvest into this round is not that easy. There are two players who actually, okay, they're actually letting the Vandal slip into Ember's hand, so they're playing a hero Vandal on his hand and full investment for him, while the rest of them are trying to stick to those Spectres, but there is a full buy on RGE, so I expect there to be an easy round for them. Whereas God's Reign, they prepare for a game plan on the bonus, which I believe should be heading towards U-Haul on a site with Hoax leading the charge if he, wants to pick up a Stinger or
Yeah.
a Judge, maybe? I'm not sure.
I'm assuming Fishball could be also a weak portion of Reckoning's defense here because he only has that half shield. Well, I mean, small shield? Wait, I can't remember. I just call it half shield. Anyways, if he does get caught, that really will hurt the defense of the A side. I think you'd see a Raze just be playing short because you can always use that TP to throw out your nades and everything. So if God's Reign reads that situation correctly, they could actually be able to traverse the difficulty of the slighter, the more weaker weapons that they do have. Even though we do see Ember having or attaching himself with that Vandal, it's not really going to have massive impact. So how they approach fast on a certain distance or a certain location would be, I think, the more pivotal thing here to watch out. Fortunately, we can't see that just yet because of that timeout, as you mentioned, or the technical timeout, as you mentioned. Ooh, defenders here. I do like the idea that they might be going for a more massive stack so that they can make sure that there's always that possibility of refrag rather than just leaving one player to hold on short and hope to dear life that he doesn't get swarmed by like 4 players from the other team.
Yeah, I know that on hey, on the map of Bind, you have this really good example of how you can use the teleporter to your advantage only when you've got that Yoru, right? Because you never know. But if you could see, I really thought we were gonna see a Yoru in the previous game, because Lethal, who fought off against the side of God Squad, they've had this past of playing the Yoru on Bind. So I was really excited, but coming here, I thought that we might see the same thing. Maybe, it's a far-fetched,
Yeah.
expectation, but I
Yeah.
do want to ask you, though, what do you think about, being a caster? Do you think that apart from Paper X, is there any team that can actually use the Euro that well? Do you think there's any team that you've seen particularly that could use?
Oh, PRX, Paper X for sure. Like Forsaken has already himself a
Yeah.
pretty capable Yoru. I think maybe also Team Secret because I've experienced firsthand how they use that particular agent. More so just on. I haven't seen them use that anywhere else.
Mhm.
But at least from my experience, that's only the 2 teams that have have kind of well utilized. I'm not sure if I talked about it with you yesterday or it was with Mamba, but I did mention is again that Yoru technically does have like 2 styles, distinct styles of play, right? It's super aggressive, very selfish Yoru, where you set up your utility for yourself. The other one where you kind of with your team and see how far or how well you can follow up on that. And the thing is, you can't really mix both because Yoru tends to either overextend away from his team because of his TP, unless maybe again your teammate you can your teammates, and again that goes to the other distinct style of play. But in any case, there is that fine line where Yoru can be extremely good and extremely bad both at the same time, because everything feels like a risk when you're trying to do plays with him. It's either you're not with your team, you flash and you blind your team. It's really that difficult, I think, to make Yoru work in competitive play. He can work on rank play because teams just don't know sometimes how to coordinate against it. But when you have somebody that knows how to just relay that information, Yoru tends to be not as strong. You'd think he is because of all the flash abilities, but at least from what I've seen, it's not as clear cut, and it's a very big risk.
Well, it definitely is a big risk, and I think I just saw a little bit of a copy paste that's happening on the screen. I'm not quite sure if the people can see it, but well, the players are having a bit of fun on their own in game as we prepare to head in, ladies and gentlemen. All the tech issues have been sorted, and here we go. The timer has been lifted. And after a lot of, honestly, I wish I could tell you guys how much vibing the two teams are, having right now in chat. Yeah, I mean, in-game chat. But trust me, it's the wrong kind of vibing. It's kind of sad, actually. They're talking about all their life problems.
My life problems right now are all about physical disabilities. I just have bad knees.
Oh.
If I try to stand up, it's difficult to walk up.
I see. Well, I hope you get your knees better.
That's why we play Valorant. That's why we play Valorant. Because at least the edges will walk for me.
Well, it looks like a couple of them are going to be flying in the air now that their knees are bad. And one of them probably includes the raise that we've seen towards the attacking side. Fishball's been constantly rotating between the two sides. He's keeping himself pretty active at the moment to make sure that both the sides have his support, but he's run out of all of his utility at the moment. So he's just waiting for the side of God's Reign to make a move, but they're actually not doing anything as such. They're just keeping themselves pretty composed, waiting for all the utility to be burnt out. And now, finally, they're heading towards B long. There's a big amount of utility being dumped, and here we go.
Ooh. You got a sniff about how the push is for Reckoning here, or how the rotation was for actually works in their favor. 8 bullets in chamber for Knight Rider not needing because of Vibhor. And did they know? Oh, now they know. Pixels is trapped. Small location there. Will have the molly to the back site, but I think it's a little bit too shallow. It doesn't really do too much. He should have dropped already because of that. Prime with the flash for Vibhor goes up. No, he's dead already. Jumping through. Look at the simultaneous push. Pixels hit the shot though, but Vibhor immediately gets that refrag quickly. And God's Reign with that risky back around to B still pays off in the end.
Yeah, it does. A bonus round win for the side of God's Reign as they keep it alive thanks to Vibhor clutching that one out. But RGE, the amount of utility they actually busted up by trying to take information was quite a lot in the first couple of seconds, wasn't it? They took almost a minute to try and understand what is happening. The minute they got that pressure coming into the B side, they almost had nothing to defend it with.
I guess what's kind of bad there for Reckoning was they just didn't really anticipate anything in terms of how quickly the push was from God's Reign. It's lack of that information, but now they just says, yeah, throw it behind there. We go aggressive with the push. Zeke already to follow through. God's Reign now to at least readdress the miss of what they just did. Have to pick up that spike, but Sidedream somehow manages to just push all the way through on spawn. And this creates a little bit of an awkward dynamic from either side where the defenders will be having on to Showers here. Pixels already finds 2. One more onto Sidedreams, but he's looking at short. Zeke have to plant the spike. Sidedream have the ultimate. And Zeke is trying to... He spots it. There he goes, gets it as well, and a thrifty. Really good calls for Reckoning here.
Yeah, indeed. We'll stabilize this eco, this thrifty that they got. The A-shot push was brilliant for particularly the one reason that they had 3 players going at it together. And that's exactly why they were able to win this. And Pixels with that 3K was amazing. It really, really impactful, getting them all the way around. And deservedly, they find their first.
Also, not sure if God's Reign expected that, but gamble did pay off for God's Reign. It still will not stop, or excuse me, for Reckoning here. God's Reign will not be stopped pushing in. Pixels has to use the ultimate, but he's trapped. Oh, he cannot get away. Pixels somehow still able to overwhelm one with the orbital strike. And this is going to make it a little bit difficult for Rio to just address the back of the site. That peek through. The smoke is just so well placed against God's Reign here. Unfortunately, that was from their own Brimstone. Rio using it against them. Now he's primed and ready with the Nightfall. Pushes them back. Vibor's going to have it, but can he really escape the situation as soon as 2 versus 2? But Emperor does have his own orbital. Activate it now, man, because it's already halfway there. They're going to have to live on a prayer for this. Harsh. Holding onto the corner.
Ooh.
Does not get it. And Rio's going to have to respect. Oh, the peekaboo. The double swing. And they get that in the end. God's Reign. And Sly Dreams just can't escape. All right. Around in the end, though.
Yeah, it's all right. All they need is a round. They've got economy. Not as great as they would expect, even though they're winning rounds. Because you can see that 2 of them still playing on half armor. 1 of them on a Spectre. Utility as well, you know, not in the entire bit of situation that they would have hoped it would be, but still works out for them eventually. They got the upper hand this time, though. I really hope they don't give it up again to Pistols. Oh boy, again, RG doing it again. They're going towards A short. This time, Knight Rider's ready for them. It seems like it, at least, as he's taken out 1. He's got 2 more there as B Long is being pressured with the spike.
1 more, getting closer and closer. Fish there. But as you mentioned, Knight Rider is just absolutely prepared. David Hasselhoff is going to be, you know, just very happy about Knight Rider getting all of that performance right in front of us. If you know, you know. Anyways, attackers already realized there's a little bit more resistance on Knight Rider. Give him the ace, maybe. He's already... Hoax just finishes off the round. They're like, we're not kidding around here. We just want to get this first game done and dusted, but looking really strong already with that 5-1.
Yeah, well, and that 5-1 needs to be reduced to a much lesser deficit. That's exactly why we've got this timeout coming in from the coach of RGE, Oliphant. And what is it that's going wrong for them? They're not able to keep control of these sites. They're letting God's Reign take that, you know, initial control. Only on the eco rounds are they actually pushing in, aren't they? 2 rounds on an eco, and both the rounds they went in towards A short. And that's when they pushed, and that's exactly when they got control a little bit. Second time didn't work out because Knight Rider was expecting it. But in the buy rounds, they're actually holding back by just throwing utility. And then when you know, the push comes to shove, they just let go of the site and play on a retake, which is exactly what God's Reign wants, because they've got post-line utility. They've got that Sage. They've got that Brimstone with the lineup. They've got a Hoax as well, along with, you know, Vibor's flashes. Yeah. So there's a lot of post-line utility that they've got, which they are absolutely not afraid to use because that's exactly what they're keeping it for.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned that, again, it's usually in the weak buys, the eco rounds, where Reckoning start to get try to get that map control. But usually what you'd see other teams, especially with the Sky and Chamber use, is they'd push actually really aggressive on B long just to see if anybody's gonna try to go for that portion of the map. It gives you a more clear-cut picture of where the attacker's going to be coming from. And now I think I really like this adjustment. His teammates, or his team, right, to start pushing in a little bit more aggressive, try to get that map control quicker now that they have the better weapons, and is actually slowly getting value here for Reckoning. God's Reign, though, of course, they have multiple prongs of attack. Pixels, not enough on that defense. Yeah, this is going to be a 3-3 on that retake.
Well, they do have an ultimate available on Fishball, who could be the winning factor of this round. As if only he gets to use it.
Last
Never
player
mind. Just as I
standing.
said, Sai! He just spams down 2 through the smoke like it's nothing, and he gets free kills. He's
find
hoping
you.
for the third as well. Harsh, he knows he's got his Vandal in his hand, so he's gonna try and save that. He's hoping for a complimentary kill if somebody pops right in. Does have the ultimate. There it goes. It's the tune of 1. Sai goes down. There's 2 more. Pretty sure that God's Reign shouldn't be losing out on a lot of players now. They've built up momentum and economy, and losing players constantly, it just appreciate that a little bit. Harsh will survive with the Vandal as he goes into the next round with having probably the only weaponry that's possibly... Never mind. As soon as I say it, we can already see a force coming from Pixels.
I love the two-pronged approach here from God's Reign, right? You're going to be a full commit onto A, but that's kind of the good thing with teams just understanding that you don't really have to push with 5 people because it's unoptimized. There's just so many players pushing in the one corner. You think it's going to be great. You only really need to do maybe a max of 3 to really check everything, and that's what they kind of utilize well, pushing in onto these sites already. Side Dreams just charging up on the box this year. That bit of map control. Rio's going to be pushed back because of the nade. Hoax baiting out a lot of utility here on Hookah. While the rest of God's Reign just waiting to see if someone's going to be pushing on B long through that smoke, if at all. Side Dreams is already creeping up as the lurker. And again, this goes back to the fact that some teams just willing to always go for aggressive map control. And I think this is really good from God's Reign because it's painting them a picture of where their opponents could be. Although Harsh could provide some damage here, but wow, he actually really respects the threat to come right after. Speaking of utility, Trailblazer coming through on showers here. Side Dream is already done. The attackers will be looking for B push.
Well,
Okay.
I think that it is going to be
B.
Harsh to try and stop this one. He will towards B long. Ember
enemy
still
remaining.
looking for a little bit more, and he will get it back. 1 versus 2. As it is
30
Ember
seconds
now
left.
left to pull it all off. He got the ultimate orb that he will be grabbing, and now there's a Seeker coming along him towards A short. So this should give him idea as to where these players are coming from. Taking the slow approach. Letting the Seeker first do its... Oh, I think Ember's... Oh, no. Ember's disconnected. He's gone.
Gun here.
And it looks like... No, everybody... Oh, man. I think everybody from God's Reign is disconnected. Oh. Looks like there is a big technical timeout from the side of God's Reign. As I think players are coming back slowly. Oh boy. I think that it is going to be an important round upcoming for RGE if they win this one. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to get this victory just because of the fact that their buy still seems a little scrappy. God's Reign have got money in the bank, so they will be able to buy in once they reconnect. 3 out of 4. 3 out of 5 have connected, make their 4 out of 5 size back as well. As I think they had a massive disconnect from the server, all 5 of them. And while we fix these technical issues, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we are going to be waiting to see whether or not God's Reign can make this work. Well, a lot of times these kind of situations, 2 and 6, turn out to be 6 and 6, given the stature of the teams that is trying to make it back. But RGE haven't had their main starring in the form of Fishball, pop out the way that he wants to. He's on 2 kills, 2-8 he is currently. I think that with him, it is the most important factor of being that, change bringer for the team. He's the one. He's the one who can turn it around, and he can make it work in situations where the team cannot see.
Okay, I think we're good to go. Hopefully, no more big hindrances there. Apologies for that, guys. I knew,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
maybe I think the chat would be appreciative that they don't hear us from time to time, but you know what? 2 to 3 minutes is too long of a break. So now we're back into things. I was able to hear some of the thoughts that you had with God's Reign. Again, going back to how just very ecstatic they were with how they've been pushing. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what's going to be the decision with that last round that we saw. I think they're still ironing things out. But
Mm-hmm.
from my experience, because of the round being that far in, usually, at least from from my experience, they don't do re-rolls or recalls of rounds. So it might just be something that Godra will have to take as an L. But I mean, they still have this pretty substantial lead, so I think they're still fine or clear in the water.
Yeah, and I think that with the way both these teams have been performing so far, clearly God's Reign have got control of the attacking half, and they're doing pretty good work on the post plan, and that's exactly what they're banking upon. And RG need to come up with a little bit of forceful naturing a defense so that they don't let them get that plan. They try to stop them in the tracks, or at least hold on to their utility so that they can work the post plan better and not just constantly keep dropping the ball against them, because those smokes that are there on the hands of the Brimstone, they expire pretty quickly towards that A site. They and God's Reign are doing that on purpose. They're getting them to do this. They're getting them to waste all of that time of the smokes. And as we head into the game now, ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that RGE, with the timeout that they got and with what's happening now, they get a little bit of a grip as to what they have to do on this map, because God's Reign might just run away with it if given another round.
I mean, all of these things, I think Reckoning just are getting caught one step behind God's Reign as of the moment. I think that's one of the biggest issues that they're kind of experiencing as of now. We'll see how this goes. As immediately Hoax comes in for the flank. Oh, this is really bad. They are just trapped. Rats inside a cage. Nades as well as Orbital to clear things up, and Bat is secured. But that Reckoning definitely trapped. Now, Line from Harsh, though, could provide some damage, which he does. Finds Vipor. Like, will get planted, but there still is so much post-plant. They find another. And Harsh and his teammate will be the one to remain, but I don't think they know that Rio will be popping out through showers here. But the ability for Godsrain just to get these quick little refrags is torture right now for Reckoning, who wants any bit of map control whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just not allowed to do anything at this point. They're taking control of showers. They're taking control of a short. Sometimes they let it go of it. They're coming a little bit around the circle. And that's exactly what's harming RGE. They're just not able to keep up with what the force of God's Rain is. And God's Rain are doing such a good job of turning the heat up and then absolutely cooling it right down in these couple of rounds, where we've seen them, waste the utility of the opponents, and then they just switch it up so quick, just like we saw in the previous round, that they don't care who's where. They just find it. Now they're running into B again, where they've got a shorty, and this shorty's been hurt.
Well, that shorty, is it going to get challenged? You don't really have to, but they still will. Now, look at this. This is the flexibility that at least the Sage Wall does bring to the table, right? When your teammates are going to just force rush themselves into the site, you can always plug up a certain portion of that with the wall just to make things much, much easier for them. Side Dream's going to be the guard of TP here. Nice little flick with the right click. Brimstone does deal some damage, but again, immediate refrags. This is what you call just being locked and loaded for God's Rain. The prime on that flash, and there is absolutely no chance for Harsh to even do anything in that particular battle. And again, God's Rain keep the rounds rolling in their favor.
Well, they are doing quite a good job of keeping Reckoning on keeping their backs against the wall. They're just not letting them get up from that position at all. And this is kind of actually limiting the potential of what we usually have seen from Fishball, right? He is the X factor of the team, and him going down to 2-10 is quite a disappointing sight to see. But this is actually God's Rain's doing that. They've stopped him this well.
They found my trap.
Face your
Now
fear.
they're able to stop that. Flashes being thrown, blinds, everything. Harsh just has no fun time whatsoever. Hoax, though, somehow gets through. There's going to be the nade, or the rocket, excuse me, that will take him down. Defenders, though, actually do have a nice little vice grip on the B site. We do see Knight Rider already in on it, although I think they're going to be abandoning this and start going for that TP.
Will not kill my ally.
No, they're actually going to readdress the attack. I do like this one very much because they're going to go to push on elbow rather than go on the side itself, knowing that there could be more players of RGE still somewhere there. They're making them guess. This cut of noise is making it so that I think Reckoning are second-guessing where the offenders are going to be at. Sai, though, there's a bit of damage, but we'll have to respect the operator in the hands of Harsh. And now we've gotten into the post-plan where B site is going to be the big battlefield.
Yeah, 4v4. Fishball needs to be the spearhead of this attack. Their spots on one. Pixels gets a free kill. Sai will trade back, though. And Fishball to hit back immediately. Harsh comes in from elbow to find the kill. And now it's on to one man only, and that's Knight Rider. He does have a spammable spot, which he is going to be exposing himself from. Now he's going to try and work it, but Zeke is just going to be seeking that defuse as safely as he possibly can. And Fishball will cover him up. Number 3 for the side of the defense as they recoup something from this half, getting that third round. And now we're on the final round of the first half, ladies and gentlemen, where the side of RGE seem to be at really a discomfort position. They're not able to stop these site takes. They're just, I don't know, what can you do at this point? Because you don't have a Sage, right? So you don't have the slow orbs. You don't have anything particular that can actually slow down the push. Unless, Harsh gets a kill from his tour de force or his trap slows them down. Everything else is actually in the hands of God's Rain.
Well, I think it really just banks on Harsh being able to find the pressure with his utility. I think that's just really where they have to bank on, and everything other than that is going to be forced for post-plant, right? Speaking of which, Harsh has gotten so much value already with those 2 initial frags. Now he's gotten access to that tour de force with the kills. Supplemented by that, he's going to be able to use the AoE slow to really hamper how God's Reign attacked this site. You can see already they've been thwarted so much. This wall giving them a bit of space, but not enough that they can safely plant the spike. And with the lesser numbers that they've had on the A site, they're going to have to look for the picks. But Reckoning, not really gonna give them that leeway, Universe. Look at this. Knight Rider is alone by himself. Vibhor's going to have to find an exit, but he's alone. He's going to get stumped up. And Reckoning finding themselves crucial rounds, very, very crucial rounds as we end this first half.
Oh yeah, these rounds have been really important for them. The last two that they've gotten, it was really required as well. You know, it's thanks to Harsh, I believe, who got the first kill with the operator, and the second one with the tour de force made it a lot more easier on his team. And for some reason, I don't know why God's Reign just did not choose to teleport out of there. They were stuck in that small little side cubby against the Sage wall that's in front of them, and then U-Haul that's right behind them. And they didn't have any map control whatsoever because RG were surrounding them like hounds, and they just, you know, completely shredded them. So do you think that they should have teleported right there, because they had a chance, because there was a flank as well?
Yeah, the thing with that is usually when you TP, especially when you don't have any teammates lurking on B long or maybe on right outside of hookah, right? You don't have that information.
Yeah.
It poses a big risk as well, because again, you're just rotating for the big risk that nobody's gonna be there to punish you. So I think staying on A was the right idea because they're still looking for picks. The problem with that is Reckoning just did a great job at just being patient and holding on for that lurk that it paid off for them. Unfortunately for God's Reign, they couldn't really coax their opponents to come out into open and try to go for those firefights because they already know that, or Reckoning already know that they had the numbers advantage. So I think that was what was going into the hands of God's Reign. And again, there's always that risk when you try to just run towards a teleporter that somebody somewhere with a clear shot at you can just shoot you before you get into that. So it's a risk that God's Reign weren't really willing to take. And because, of course, not everybody from God's Reign can TP altogether. So if like two of them TP and Reckoning still knows that there's like still one on the site, you're almost always guaranteed that person will not escape or survive. So you're looking at maybe a 5 versus 2 if the round continues. And if they get onto the B site, I think Reckoning have that retake locked and loaded. So I think that's just what was going on the heads of God's Reign at that point of why they didn't go for the TP.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think you could have given any better of an explanation than that. But again, you know, it's a 50-50 risk at that point. So, yeah, well, you know, it depends on what the situation calls for. But what right now is the situation is that God's Reign have got the advantage. They're going into the pistol of the second half with a lot more in store in terms of defensive utility as well. So this pistol is probably going to be really important for RG to get it back into this game. And maybe, hopefully, give God's Reign a competition on their map pick.
Can always just plug up a certain location here with that wall, right? So, I mean, you can break it easy, but we'll see how Knight Rider utilizes this. He's actually looking at B long to make that a plug up, and cheeky. So he doesn't use the wall for B long, rather the entryway to Octa. And I think the reason for that is, again, because the wall has a drop time before he gets up to, I think it's like 1000 HP max, or maybe 800 HP. I'm not entirely sure.
It's
1,000. He just wanted 1,000. Perfect. He just wanted to get the full value of that, and they double up onto Hookah here. But they gotta respect lots of utility being thrown as well. They're still readdressing Hookah here. Look at that. They're actually still going to be peaking full confidence. Is it going to work out? Because Vibhor is blinded, but he gets back into cover.
Oh, Flash comes in before it's ready for this. Is he? No, the double peek comes through, the wall breaks down. And he's going to lose his life, but Hoax, he finds 2 back, and they've still kept the man advantage to their favor. Hoax is down to 9 HP, and there's a spike in front of him. He's going to make sure that B-Long is covered up with his boombot, which is currently not. They're struggling to take it down, but now the double peek is going to be really difficult for him to break. Let him take a bit of a breather as Rio comes to his support as well. Both of these players have pretty good amounts of health. But everything that the side of God's Reign can do with utility, they're trying to force them to not even get near the spike. And Sai, he's got a crossfire set up between him and Hoax, but he's going to lose his life first. And now it's about the time. Ember sitting on the back of side. All he needs to do is hide, wait, and make sure that this plant doesn't go down. And so that is also the purpose of Hoax as he goes down, gets the spike planter, but he does not get the follow-up. Hars takes him down, and a pistol scrappily comes in the hands of RG.
Oh man, they just had to perform there. Other than that, there was nothing else to actually really dissect about that play. They needed to hit their shots. They needed to start pushing back, and Harsh went so hard with hitting those lovely headhunter taps against Ember. And with that, they get themselves a lifeline, I would say, here in Universe, a very much needed round in the second half. And Pixel's not waiting, missing a beat, already equips himself with that Phantom. Harsh for the flank here. Will not get the kill, though. Good tag onto Sidri.
Oh, Vibor spending a lot of these bullets. Is getting a lot of pressure on him as well. Still got... Oh, he spots one up on top. Jumps down. Vibor somehow still alive. Still not getting a kill, though. So many bullets wasted. Oh, Sai, good shot from him. Knight Rider gets one more, and Harsh finds two.
Down B.
Come down to a 1v2, a really expensive anti-eco, as they have gotten the Phantom in their hands, and Hoax, all he's hoping for is to be able to drop this weapon. And he might just be running in the wrong direction. Oh, he spots him out, and Rio will take care of him. RGE, an expensive eco for them, anti-eco, forgive me, as
Yeah.
will now be forced to reinvest.
They could just decide to not really aggressively buy into this next round because they can always treat this as the bonus. Oh,
Never mind. It doesn't.
oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are still. Yeah, it's a half. It's a half and half. They can still be able to buy up into the next round. At least for Reckoning here. God's Reign on the other hand, though, even though they do have the weapons to follow through, Sidream and Vibor having those half shields, not really what you want to see. Knight Rider, cheeky little position. He might know that he's there, though, because of... Oh, attack. Oh, the shotgun, never mind. That haunt was just so dirty, giving so much information for Fishball just to push through. Ooh, the smoke on regular spots, so the trap from the chamber doesn't work out, but... Yeah, Reckoning, they already know. They're locked and loaded on this offense, though.
Well, they've got the flank doing a bit of work, and they've got the first kill. There's 3 people on the flank, by the way. That might just be a problem. Oh, they can see that the Caesar's caught one, and he's run into the U-Haul position. As Vibor is trying to clear out towards Showers, blinding himself in the process of it. Oaks is going to try and stick it half. Harsh takes out one, as the diffuser is going to be taken out, but Ember still alive, still kicking, but he's been detected and spammed, and he will be killed. 8 and 7. And that 4-round deficit has come down to 1, and it seems like it's going to be going down to 0 in this round.
Marvelous, marvelous comeback here for Reckoning Esports. Definitely showing to us their ability to have successful attacking side. Now, such a weak set of weapons for God's Reign here. Can they bounce back? They were so good on that offense. They have forms of a lockdown here, but it seems like again, just being on the attacking end is just so much better for our teams right now. The second win for Reckoning, already spotting out the aggression come through on B long. God's Reign, though, not stopping any of their offense, what come what may, excuse me. Sidreams hoping that maybe he could have caught somebody on mid there. Not really going to happen. Knight Rider, though, only good for once. That's going to immediately open up a site. They already know that the Brim, as well as that Raze, was last spotted on B. So their push onto A here should be with very little resistance. And that will happen. I'm not sure if Hoax was able to hear the plant on the spike, but it's not going to matter as Harsh finds him. Ember again alone to his devices in this 4 versus 1, only with that Sheriff equipped in his arsenal.
He's got a couple of bullets, of course, and he can hope for the best, at least get 1 kill. And he's also got 2 smokes, so he wants to go for that ninja defuse. I wouldn't be completely surprised, but I know that RG are not that easy to beat, especially when it comes to ninja defuses. Oh, the flash goes up towards heaven. It doesn't actually pop, so Ember,
Launching smoke.
a bit of time. He's still... Oh my god, actually, Pixels takes away a smoke to get away. That's actually so much respect being given to this Brimstone. dies to the spike. Oh, no. That should have been a free ultimate orb for Pixels.
That should have been. Also, calculated on the explosion of that spike.
Yeah, he knew exactly where that was gonna come. Sat right down, waited for it. But I didn't really, I'm actually surprised by the amount of respect they gave to Ember in a 1v4.
Mhm.
Pixels drops the smoke in front of him so that he can escape. That's actually insane. Just getting a smoke so that he can run away from a person who has a pistol.
I mean, how much is it? Like 150
Yeah.
for a brim smoke? So
Yeah. Well, still, economy is economy. You can never go wrong with too much of it, especially in this
that's
game.
true. In this economy.
In this economy.
Gotta save up.
Hey, if somebody
everything.
gave me $1 million and they say, all right, we're gonna give you more, I'm never gonna say no, right?
Yeah, of
I'll
course.
save all of it. I'll save all of it.
All right, yeah, of course. I mean, it's just it's common sense with with your finances. That's what reckoning is. They're very business minded. All right. Enough tomfoolery, man. We're up to the brass tacks with this one. Good nade to get things started. Hoax. Okay, he's gonna activate the showstopper quite immediately here.
Spike down.
As just tries to
A.
swing out onto Showers, and the push out from TP all the way outside of Showers nets them multiple kills. Fishball readdresses the attack.
Wow.
Pixels spotted by Ember, and now Ember, he did not forget. They left him to die to that spike, so now he will have his revenge. The 4K equipped on Ember here. And that's huge, because that's going to be the orbital strike readied for him to use in this coming round.
Yeah, if Pixels would have gotten that kill onto Ember the previous round, he would have had the orbital strike ready, and he would have been able to shut him down towards Showers when he was stuck in that right side corner. But then he died to the spike. And now he's got the orbital strike ready for another round, which is still good enough.
Let's play.
And RG actually pretty close to a couple of their ultimates. Fishball away by one, Zeke away by one. So they've got Seekers that they can utilize if they go and pick up that orb. It's actually Vibor who's picked it up for himself towards B-Long. As he spots out the operator and takes a bit of damage in process as well. Gets healed up by his Sage, so the double healer, not that bad of a combination, of course, to have.
Very true. Nobody's going to be re-peeking on B-Long here, but Vibhor, excuse me, just making sure that he can keep them honest with a couple of flashes. He has used basically all of his utility here already. Knight Rider, though, where he's positioned, I don't think he has used his wall just yet. Oh, no, Vibhor. Okay, there you go. Gets a bit more flash. Slow here on Knight Rider. Will be holding on Hookah because of that slow orb, giving him a bit more control for the moment. The ultimate, nothing used yet. He's keeping them at bay for as long as he can.
Oh, this actually gives him quite a bit of damage, and Rio gets it from Lung. That's actually so calculated that they waited to execute that perfectly. And now it's up to Vibor to try and stop this. He's got a good positioning. He gets one. And there comes the ultimate. There comes the support as well. Everybody from God's Reign chimes in for this defense as they completely shut down RGE. Harsh is there towards Long, and he's the only man left standing. The spike is at the ledge of that window, and he is at the ledge of his life. 10 and 8. God's Reign take the lead by another step forward.
Even though that looked pretty fancy and actually strong utility that flushed out Knight Rider, it really didn't flinch or move the rest of the defenders where they were. So even though it looked good at the start, it really didn't have too much impact on the side itself because there was still so much, again, defensive capabilities there for God's Reign. Unfortunately for Harsh, I thought he was going to be able to hit that wall bang on his tour de force because he had an opponent just, I believe it was the Fade right in front of him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it did not work.
I think that I was gonna say Hunter's Fury, the orbital strike, which came through to the defense's hand, Ember. He was the factor to keep actually the rest of the team calm, because the minute they try to flush out Knight Rider from Hookah and got him killed by Rio from B-Long, the instant minute that happened, there was a ultimate that went down towards Hookah to stop their push because they had their eyes towards B long, so they stopped them, right? So they had total control, and if that orbital strike wouldn't have gone down, then I think would have been a problem. Then I think the team would have been phased. But thanks to the Brimstone canceling out each other's ultimates, they were able to hold it down, God's Reign, and now they sit with their ultimates being recharged. Knight Rider's the only one close enough to get something if he gets a kill, that is. Let's see if he does.
I think it's a great thing to actually point out, right? Is they already know that they do have such strong post-plant ultimates to utilize. So just have Knight Rider be first contact. If he dies, he dies. But at least he is able to stall well enough. He gets kills, even better, right? So come what may, whatever happens, I think God's Reign definitely had a set plan there. And if it was the B site, it would have been a plan that works much better for them. If Reckoning went to A, maybe we could have seen a different outcome altogether. But of course, I mean, Reckoning didn't know that, so they just wanted to go for that contact, especially that they got that first kill on Knight Rider, who has been such a thorn, I think, on their side, especially on that first half. So having him down and dusted already was, I think, such a big call for them to just keep pushing B. But anyways, coming into this round, lots of utility being thrown by Side Dreams. Seekers are already here, but Knight Rider with the Fly Swatter. Hoax. Oh, he had a Seeker, or rather a showstopper of his own, but he's going to back away. Although Zeke gets away, gets the plant, gets back. 5 versus 4 as the round continues, and Knight Rider has an ultimate for that res. So whoever gets picked off here will still be alive. Pop shots through U-Haul. They're going to have to deal with Zeke first. It works out. And look at this two-pronged approach from Short and U-Haul. That's gonna be, that's just gonna stop them coming in through APC there. But all Harsh and Rio though fights back. It's still working. Ember holding the fort. No chance for Rio to get back and stop that defuse. God's Reign raining it back on that 11th round for themselves.
Oh, that was quite a round from God's Reign. The damage that was given by Hoax with his grenade onto Zeke was planning down. I think that was really important because otherwise I think Zeke would have had a fighting chance towards U-Haul, and he would have actually pushed on the back of that flash that he delivered to the two players who were there. That would have been a whole different scenario. So that grenade was really important. And of course, the Seekers that were employed by Zeke, while it gave them value, it didn't give them control. It just gave them information. Because the rest of it that was actually done by Hoax, sitting with that grenade in his hands.
Yeah, and I think he just respected that he might have been in danger if he stayed longer on top of the boost spot and showers there. Now, this is arguably the final round for Reckoning, because if you saw how much money they had after their first purchase for this one, it's looking pretty low. They're gonna be in a broken buy if they can't excuse me, if they can't bring this back right now. It's gonna be the approach for them as they slowly creep up onto B.
This 5v5 is at the moment at the mercy of one man, and that's Harsh, who will get the one person who probably could have made it back to a 5v5 if they lost a player. Knight Rider falls, and now it's up to Ember. Oh my god, the flick and a half. And that's the A side opened up for business. Harsh is going to be playing this close to U-Haul as God's Reign completely dismantled by one man.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Harsh here just repositions. Ooh, the double up. Hoax did not know where to look. In his front, on his side. Vib Hordo and Side Dreams coming in for the flank around Zeke. No way, that misses. That is a huge no-no. Still, though, 2 versus 1. They do have the Seekers if they want to use it, but they might not have the time to do so. So they could just be going around on this one, maybe for that lurk. Yeah, I think they're just going to go for the exit frags. Look at the positioning already of how far the sky is here. Fishball already very much aware of it. Vibhor, though, will not find that first contact. Oh, there it is. That's the contact they were looking for. Pretty expensive round for Reckoning here, but they still managed to hold on from that one heroic play.
Oh, here we go. There is a timeout coming in from God's Reign. Right about on time as well. It is a round that I'm pretty sure that they were expecting to win, but a couple of small little mistakes giving out free picks almost. That one little flick towards U-Haul onto Ember from Harsh. My God, it opened up so many avenues to exploit. And now God's Reign are just slowly considering what exactly is their game plan. What can they do on this defense? Do they want to go aggressive? They have 2 ultimates available. And Rio himself, not that far away from that Nightfall.
There.
He can make that work as well as an attacking win condition. But again, that's only for an execute. It doesn't seem like it's going to slow them down if at all they get to the post plan. So, depends honestly on how they work their entry. Who, by the way, Fishbowl is having a really difficult time with it. Mostly been Harsh who's actually getting the entries, isn't it? Again, this man's on top of the server.
Definitely true, even as a chamber, right? So there's so much pressure on his shoulders to convert his, I guess, his lurks into things that Reckoning can utilize. But I feel like 3 rounds to push us into 12 or maybe even 4 might be too tall of a task for him. So they definitely need the other players, as I mentioned, like Fishball, to really, really bring things back up. Speaking of which, Fishball just got swatted away. Ember is so low. How did he get knocked out? Everybody was actually just pushing so aggressive already.
They spammed through the front wall of U-Haul. That's exactly how it's spammable.
Yeah.
Right side corner. Yeah, that's exactly how. Knight Rider, though, he's got a good flank on him. 3 versus 3, and he's got the jump on Harsh, the most important player that they have to take out. They're slowly crawling in towards U-Haul. They know that there's players back of sight. Oh, this is gonna be big. This is gonna be big. Oh, no way, he did what? He didn't see the planter. Knight Rider. Oh my God, that's tunnel vision right there.
Last player standing.
They haven't planted the spike yet, though. The TP back. Oh, Harsh is using that audio cue. He's not going to know about this. What a flank, or rather, what a lure coming in from Harsh. And Reckoning definitely bringing it back. I talked about how Fishbowl really needed to get something there. That initial damage, I think, was on Ember was just so crucial so that, as you mentioned, they could go for that massive wallbang just so that they can push up onto the side itself. And now the tables have definitely turned. It's God's Reign that's struggling to keep the ball in their court, especially now that they're weaker on the buys. Sidedream and Vibhor are the only ones to really occupy with these weapons, but it still couldn't be too bad. They do get a kill or so, a bit of map control. If they trade, there still is going to be that resurrection. Vibhor is so good. Like 3 people right in front of him, but no follow through. They have the rip out of the weapon, or the draw and the weapon just a bit slower right now after you use that pop shot of or pop flash of a guiding light.
Well, Knight Rider going to try and re-aggress where Rapport failed. I don't know why both of these players actually decided to go in 1 by 1. They could have gone in together. Vibhor with that flash could have actually helped Knight Rider maybe get 1 kill. As RG take control of the B site, and the Fishball's going to find a little bit more confidence for himself. And he sits towards the spawn region, waits for Ember's arrival. That should give him a little bit more to work with, as RGE up to 11-11. Looking at the first half, you wouldn't think this would have come this far, huh?
I honestly wouldn't have, but Reckoning just second wind, just much more cohesive plays that they're able to employ on their attacking side. Again, the pressure that Harsh gives Fishball, even though he hasn't really seen that much success with kills whatsoever, right? The pressure and the follow through that Reckoning give him is enough that they can convert that into site takes. They can convert that into round wins. And even though it looked a little bit scary 2 to 3 rounds back, now they've brought it all the way into their favor. Yes, it's 11-11, as you mentioned, but the momentum definitely is in the hands of Reckoning as they're getting a much better grasp altogether. Now looking at the defenders, God's Reign, though. Double stack onto Hookah. They haven't done this before. And the triple stack onto A short here. They're really playing this close quarter. Fishball trying to get back into the cover of the TP. He actually gets in. This could be a cheeky little play. Ember's going to be forced out. Unfortunately, no follow through will come. There's the TP once again, but the nade actually makes it horrible for Vibhor. Still somehow manages to make it work. Okay,
Oh
he's going to be
my
holding the
God.
fort here, hitting some nasty yet beautiful shots. While the 3 remaining players of Reckoning will have to go wrap all the way around onto B Long, and Zeke finds it. Harsh finds another one. We're only down to the last player. That is going to be can't see his name. Side Dreams, yeah, Sam,
Yeah.
excuse me, thank you.
30 seconds
And they
left.
know that he's trapped on teleporter, so they can just plant that spike and again force Side Dreams to pick out of teleporter, and he can't really do too much other than just peek, just push through there and hope to the best that he can manage the 1 versus 3.
Oh, it turned around so much. They had it under control. Hoax came out with the ultimate as well, but Harsh shut him down right in the middle of the air. Now we've got a 1v3 for the IGL side to try and get something out of this, but it looks like he's probably going to be saving this one. There's no other option. He's going to have to fight for the overtime. They don't really have money. None of them do, actually. This is a really difficult situation. Having led the game so far along, only for them to fall short on the last round. Oh, man. Why do I think I've seen this happen before?
Well, it is definitely a possibility here. I think this just got a little bit too messy for Godstrain. They got the first few picks, but they also got hit a Nightfall through on Hookah, so all 3 of them were kind of deafened. They didn't really have any information as to how close the players on B-Long were already pushed up onto the site. They got pushed up themselves, and of course, Nightfall does lower your HP significantly at the first instances of that ultimate, and it really just kind of ruined it there for Godstrain. I thought they really had in the bag to push this into their match point, but not looking too hot in that respect. Believe Knight Rider also did use his ultimate, but now at least Godstrain do have an orbital strike on their own end. Some weapons to be purchased because of the lost bonus. And they hear the utility, they see the smokes. It should be a commitment here for Reckoning right now. And Vibhor is going to have to retreat and maybe give up U-Ball for now because they can always force that post plant. That's kind of awkward, but still manages to actually get a pick through the obscurity of the ultimate. That's not where Reckoning are. They're actually going to the back of B, but Godstrain is actually willing and prepared to go for the swing. Knight Rider is stuck in the back of the side, still has bullets inside his weapon. There it is. We're now down to Harsh. 1 versus 4. It's done miracles, but this might be too much for him to handle.
Might just be Harsh. He's got an operator, but he has been efficient at it. Doesn't matter, though. You cannot face off 4 players, not if they're crawling behind and in front of him. Overtime, ladies and gentlemen, on the cards. And that 1 ultimate from the Brim kind of did the work for them. Pushed them off towards the B side where Knight Rider's waiting for them. And he found a double. And that's all he needed to do. Himself alive. And further on, pushed to a 3rd. And it was Harsh to fall last. 12 and 12. Now nothing really matters. All you need is 1 defensive and 1 offensive round, and that's it.
Well, at least the good thing about overtime, right, is they always reset the economy, so now they can keep buying whatever they want per round. Harsh, though, I like the idea that he's going to be equipped with the operator now. Unfortunately, this is going to be the naked op. I don't know how you call it. Glass cannon,
Glass
I guess.
cannon, yeah.
Cannon, yeah. The other, yeah. I think the other term is just kind of awkward. Anyways, it's gonna be a risk, but Harsh is always is someone that at least has proven that in this particular game can convert those sniper kills into huge impact plays for Reckoning. So I think the purchase is very much merited.
Yeah, it most certainly is. He has been getting so much value out of it, right? He's on 26-15. You're not going to tell a guy who's been giving you those numbers that, okay, you know what, maybe take the shield and Vandal. You're going to give him the operator and tell him that go do whatever you can. Find as many kills as you possibly want, as you possibly can. Get the ace if need be. We just need to win this one. That's about it. Whereas on the other side, Sai has been doing a lot of the heavy chunk for his team, heavy work. He's on 22 himself, 22, 16, and 8 as the fade. Whereas Hoax, with the Rays, has been rather on the receiving end. He's died 21 times out of the 24 rounds that we've had so far.
Uh, well, I mean, his job is just to kind of suck it up, right? Just take
Yeah.
the brunt of the abuse and pave a way for his team. Sometimes people forget that that is what duelists do. You do have those incredible strong duelists as well. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Oh, they got into the web of deceit there with the push. Another push coming into the GP here for RGE. Reckoning are wrecking God's Reign. We're now down to Vibhor by himself. He's going to be able to push onto B Long, but Spike not in his hands. Is actually stuck onto Hookah. Can he find Rio, who does have control of there? I don't think Rio knows that his opponent's just right to the left of him, but his Prowler gives away the location. He's not blinded, so he should still be able to fight. It's now turned into the 2 versus 1. Look at this crossfire setup for him. This is going to be so difficult, and there it is. Even though he finds the first, can't really manage to get the second. And already Reckoning just showing strong arming their way to some of these spectacular starting round and overtime.
Well, now then, we've got Reckoning in the lead once again. I believe that this should be an attacking half for them that they will think potentially win. I think this is going to end right here. I think RGE will make Fishball run into the side yet again and have the rest of them follow behind it and get the value of trade kills. Vibhor is going to keep them busy towards B Long. Got information, and both the Skies currently jumping about to find each other's information, whilst Harsh is holding down towards Showers outside of a smoke. Pretty default setup for the moment from the side of RGE. Not really keen on doing too much, as Vibhor, he is exhausting a lot of his utility at the moment. Double peek. Oh.
Yeah. Exhausting is definitely the right statement there. Excuse me, right word there, as he really committed so much of that. And now, as RGE kind of bait all of the flashes, they're not really going to be afraid anymore to push onto the A side. Yes, there's going to be a haunt. Yes, there may be a couple of smokes, but they can always just explode on this one. You still have less than a minute to keep things rolling, and that flash is huge. Oh, the C's, though, as retaliation. They don't know the size onto the corner here. He might be able to do massive damage. He kind of sort of did in terms of HP, but Harsh, as he goes in for the pinch, come through on Showers, makes it such a strong case for Reckoning here. Knight Rider, though, if he pushes on U-Haul here, he's not going to find anybody. Reckoning have tucked themselves quite well in these corners.
No.
Vibhor doesn't even find one. This is looking more terrible for God's Reign right now. Hook's holding on. This is strong. No walls to stop them. Knight Rider finds one. 2 versus 2. Make that 2 versus 1. The defuse. Hook's is alone. He needs to hit the shots, but that is a thing of beauty. Synchronized peeking. If you've heard synchronized swimming, we also have synchronized peeking here in Valorant, and that is going to secure the first game for Reckoning.
Oh my god, what a comeback to be made here. They let it slip almost in the final round there when they had to fight for the win, but it came down to overtime, and in overtime they just took it through. That's exactly what I expected. Reckoning, once they took the defensive side, I knew that the attack is not going to be a problem for them. They did have a lot more success on the attacking side than they did on the defense, so we will be expecting them to get a lot of confidence on the back of this, taking it so far ahead and winning it out 14-12. And God's Reign, man, this is a disappointing loss given that they had such a good stature going into the second half. 8-4 they were leading, and then it just got cut into 0 when it came down to 8-8. Eventually they did put up a little bit of resistance, but this wasn't enough.
Yeah. The map control and the way that Reckoning was kind of just free flowing from their own side of the map was incredibly marvelous for them, especially on that attacking side. I think that really was what gave them the opportunity to go for the comeback. Now we're looking at Harsh. I think he's been the absolute pivot point here for Reckoning, because I think Reckoning were, even though I did mention how they got such a nice flow rolling for them, some of the rounds they looked a little bit lost, and without Harsh's ability to get those entry lurk kills onto sites, they might have actually have lost in regulation. But thankfully to him, they got themselves to overtime, and he's bagged himself a really good metric here with, as you can see, 30 kills, ACS of 315, first blood of 3, and those 3 first bloods were really, I think, the pivot point again in terms of rounds for Reckoning to bring things back in this first game.
Yeah, I think that it is one of the best performances that we've seen from him so far as the overall scoreboard comes through. It is the difference is insane. You can see that he alone is such a strong hero force for his team. 30 kills, but honestly, he couldn't have done it without Pixels and Rio chipping into the way they did. Fishball might have had a rather quiet game. He didn't really have things working his way, but the amount of times that he's jumped into the side and they've traded him off, even though he's died, was really important. The trade kill potential from Reckoning was spotted time and time again in this game. Whereas on the other side of things, I don't know what exactly happened. They had everything under control in the first half. They were doing so good on attack, but this is a defensive comp. You've got a Sage, you've got a Raze, you've got a Brimstone, Sky, and a Fade. You've got so much utility, but they still just couldn't, hold on, because Reckoning were doing exactly what God's Reign did to them. They were wasting their utility. They were forcing them to put it out every single time. And by the time that Reckoning actually went to the attack, again, they didn't really have that much left to defend with except for their aim.
Yeah. Honestly, I love how you pointed that out, because of that, they didn't have what's the word here? Aside from them wasting their own utility, it felt like God's Reign never really wanted to get the follow up on that, right? Because they were once they started using Vidpor's flashes, they were starting to barrel through on B long. They wanted to get some value, but I think they played into the hands of Reckoning, where Reckoning was able to just read where they actually wanted to push and played away from that. And again, in turn, also wasting the utility. Anyways, all that being said, we are going to go on a break. I know, guys, I'm 160p Aserai right now. My man here is like 1080p. I'll try to fix things on my end, but we'll see you come next on game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to our Valorant Ninja Invitational in the VCT offseason. My name is Asarai. Finally, I'm back to being 1080p now with Universe. And again, we have just witnessed the first game between God's Reign and Reckoning, where Bind, we definitely really saw a switch of the pace there, where Reckoning
True.
were struggling the first half, but definitely came back come second half.
Yeah, well, they took it all upon themselves to try and make sure that they did exactly what God's Reign did to them, which was, abide by all of their utility, try to get the post plan, and then play on the attack, right? So as long as they did that, it worked out perfectly. And now we head into Breeze, which, by the way, I'm not entirely convinced that it is one of the better maps of God's Reign. Even though they've let it come into the map pool, I'm pretty sure that they weren't expecting. They probably thought that, okay, you know what, maybe they're gonna pick Ascent, maybe they're gonna go for a I don't know, something random like, I don't know, Haven. But Breeze, maybe they didn't see it coming, and now they've gone ahead and picked attack as well on Breeze as RGE start on defense. So I am gonna be a little bit concerned about God's Reign, because a couple of their players are some who actually never really pick Breeze when they've been in previous competitions. Like Sai, he's not been that much of a fan. He's played the map before. He doesn't have a problem, but I think particularly he wouldn't go for the map. And on the other end, I think it's also going to be, I think it might be Oaks, who again is a person who's played the Cypher on this map before. Right? He's also a Cypher
Yeah.
guy, but that was way back in the day when Cypher was still in Valorant. But now we've got an amazing lineup of players on RGE who love this map of Breeze, and they're going up against a couple of people who are so and so on Breeze, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
really expecting RGE to be in control of this game. This could end at 2-0, and that only depended on the fact that if they got Bind, they got Bind. Now here we are.
Yeah, I wonder though how true of a statement that is, because I'm just looking at the older matches of Reckoning here for Breeze, and it seems like they actually have struggled against certain teams to make this work. At least from the official tournaments that they played, they only have like a 27% win rate, and their last match was against Velocity, and they got stomped, dude, like 13-7. So even though they might be favoring Breeze as a map against God's Reign, maybe also, coming into this particular tournament, they've definitely got themselves locked and loaded. At least the match history doesn't really match up fair for them. So I wonder how far they've come from 27% to coming into this tournament right now. But from what we saw, they're definitely a team that isn't shy to readdress their issues, and again, their on-the-fly ability to read opponents on attacking side has been just phenomenal on Bind. So can they use that? Can they translate that come into Breeze, which I think is going to be such a pivotal point right now for Reckoning?
Sure, I think it is going to be really important for them on the defense to try and make things work in a way that God's Reign don't expect, which I believe is going to be a little bit more aggressive. I think the composition that Reckoning would be going for is going to be Fishbowl on that Jet, which, by the way, something we've seen before. He is pretty ecstatically, charged when he's playing on that Jet, which I think should be lifting up his spirits a little bit going into this game. But if you have a player like Harsh on your team and you couple that with a Fishbowl who, well, as ridiculous as his name sounds, is just as skilled, but these two players can change the tide of the game based on their performances. Because the last time I saw Harsh get something below 20 or maybe 15 was, I don't even know, because I think the last week when we saw his game, he was just as good. When I casted his games, even before this, in the last month, he was just as good. This guy's consistency level on that chamber has been absolutely amazing. And I believe that on Breeze, he's going to have a lot more of an easier time, because this is a chambers, playground. The big spaces, the operator plays. This is his playground. So let's see how they fare off against this side of Reckoning, because clearly the operator on Harsh makes a big.
I wonder how well that can bring strong rounds here for Reckoning for sure. I definitely agree with you on the fact that he's just been so phenomenal with actually multiple aspects of being the backline carry player, right? The lurks, the ability to use operators when his team needs it. So there's a lot of types of threat that he can bring to the table that Reckoning have well utilized. Again, come that bind map. So looking at Breeze, it is going to be something just to kind of behold on how he utilizes again. What I am kind of wondering though is now looking at God's Reign, how comfortable are they in getting that mid control? I think we've seen some teams, in this tournament as well, do struggle to get mid control started, and usually that's where they kind of see results midway and they're like, oh, we should have done this like a few rounds earlier because it actually works for us, and it's something that we can utilize against some teams. We've seen teams live and die by just pushing through B main and A main, and it didn't work out super well for them. So we'll see again how much mid variance are we going to see from either side. So I think that's also one thing to just watch out here.
Yeah, I think the mid control comes mainly from two agents. One is way back when we had Cypher alive, and when now it's the Viper, right? Because the Viper needs to stay away from that KO, because every time that knife comes through, that Viper is going to lose her walls, right? And she's going to lose her utility. So staying away from that Viper, staying away from that KO is going to be most important. And just for that, if the Viper is lurking in mid, she can stay away from the range of not just the knife, but also from the ultimate as well, right? That's a really important thing. And then that Viper can act as the lurk for the team, while the Chamber is going to be, somebody who charges with the team so that they have the full force right there. And we just saw the mirror lineups for both of these teams. They've got the KO, they've got the Sova. It's a double initiator, one duelist, one sentinel, and one controller combo. Nothing differentiating in terms of flashy agents being picked up here. But what do you think, Azrai? What do you think can transpire? Do you think RGE have got this in the bag thanks to the way that Harsh has been performing, and he will continue, hopefully, or are we going to see Ascent come down?
Honestly, I feel like we could be looking still at Ascent. I think God's Reign have proven that they do have what it takes to put teams to the limit. And even though Bind was a map that just wasn't really theirs to claim, they still have that ability to again to come into this second map. I mean, you can again look at their particular players. We saw Knight Rider just be so fantastic with the Sage at the very start of that game. So if you can bring that and then translate that farther into the map more than just the beginning, it's gonna be a very, very crucial thing here. We also saw Vibhor, who was creating a lot of space alongside Knight Rider. Unfortunately, it didn't really work at the last dredge of rounds in Bind. Maybe here in Breeze, it's gonna be a whole lot better, because lurking, I feel like on Breeze is just a little bit more not as straightforward on Bind. Bind is all about the timing. Breeze, you can be as creative as you want with whatever timing you want, and it's going to work. So maybe with that kind of ability to do in the map, it could give them some leeway here. Of course, I'm just spitballing some ideas that we could be looking at, but I feel like they still do have the players that can make that happen here. So definitely looking at the Ascent to be a possibility, but of course, still have to get through the hurdle of winning game number 2.
Yeah, well, let's find out if they're going to be able to get this one victory and move on to Ascent, which is going to be ground zero for any sort of a finishing map. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a small little tech pause come in. Although the timer had just started and it's just been stopped. It is a slight bit of issue, but we are finishing up small little set up for your best experience of this stream. So just bear with us a little bit, as the players also are getting a slight bit of time to understand each other. And I think that the side of God's Reign on the attack, they're going to hope for one man to make the difference. And I think that's going to be Sai, who, by the way, has been a Jet player for quite a while. Right? He played Jet in his early days of competitive Valorant, and then he switched up his role to become a initiator. He played a controller, then he switched to a sentinel, and now he's back on the Jet here.
Well, I I am very much excited to see that as well, because usually that's how it works, right? If you're a duelist in your previous team, if for example they deem that the other, maybe the younger player or the more cracked player turns into the duelist, you get that secondary duelist role, which is the initiator. So I'm very much looking forward to see how he actually peers into the sights first, now that he's gonna be put on the helm of that jet once again. Now, taking timeout is over. We're gonna start the pistol. And looky here, man. It seems like God's Reign gonna be equipping themselves with 5 ghosts at the very start. Already looking for this long-range fight. It's a little bit light on the utilities, but not really needed when it's going to be a full force fling onto the A site. Zeke, though, already looking through the walls here. And these shock darts, dude. Hoke's not really respecting it, and he got obliterated. They do get the plant in the end, though, but the damage has been done. And at the end of the day, it's Ember to remain. It's going to be stuck on bricks. Does deal some damage, but will get flattened away by that wall. If he pushes through, there's already 3 looking in his general direction. And yeah, expect what would have come out of that one, as again, RGE coming into this one blistering with the defense.
Amazing stuff. That shock dart was the most important one. The stopped the plant instantly, and then they had to go back for it again. And at the same point, Sai decided to just peek out of that smoke with absolutely no information about where these players could be. He knew that the Sova was going to be towards yellow, so he just directly peeked out and looked towards that general direction, but not expecting anybody to be anywhere close by was a mistake, and he got taken out. And with that, it is RGE winning a really comfortable pistol, to be honest. And I think that decision of taking 5 ghosts might have been a slight bit of a mistake with, sacrificing utility in that place.
Well, fortunate now they're going to have to just live with the consequences here. Rio's already spotted out one, excuse me. Oh, harsh!
Okay.
Ooh, I thought he was in danger, but he fast, man. He fast. People got to remember that Chambers' Headhunter, the flip out speed of it is faster. Also, his Tour de Force is actually faster than
One enemy remaining.
whipping out an operator. In any case, it's only going to be just the one to remain. That's going to be Knight Rider. Well, this time there's no more Ks. It's Knight Rider. On to the next round.
Well, Harsh, this shot was insane. My God, he was ready. It seemed like he wasn't for a second, but then he made such a good micro adjustment to get that kill. This guy is on a roll, dude. He's so good, honestly. Amazing player to watch. Individual skill of the highest order that we've seen so far by a Chamber. Is now RGE on an eco, on the bonus, are looking to aggress towards the site. The A site's actually been given up for free here. They're playing on a retake, which is good because they have utility to stop this. Unfortunately, this time it's not going to be happening. And Sai is not going to be aggressing against this wall. He's going to hold it down as it's a 5v5 retake.
I am swimming inside that snake bite. Gotta have to respect his. He's still taking some damage, but he's holding on. Defense comes in for the flag. Good stuff. On the backstab right now. Fishball finally shut down already, and Hoax holding on 10 HP. He is... Oh, he was almost incapacitated there, but look at that. Still able to win the fight. That is interesting, though. An operator on attack. You know what? We'll take it.
Well, the operator, of course, is one of Fishball's, attacking maneuvers that he's shown before in this map itself. Let's find out if he's going to be able to make the magic work. I'm pretty sure that he's feeling the action. Sai, forgive me, Knight Rider is going to be challenging him, but it's on the other side of the A site.
Toxins going up.
For that recon. Nobody's actually putting it there. Not really wasting as much utility in the beginning. And Pixels is going to find Sai thanks to that. Because that recon doesn't detect him. Knight Rider, though, going to take him out and instantly dip. As the A site is now being surrounded by the backstab as well. They've got no place of rotation. Now they're stuck here, God's Reign. And they're not even being given a place to enter into the site. This is going to be a troublesome problem, but they look like they're outmaneuvering it by going into halls. Okay.
True enough, but as long as that chamber for Reckoning is alive, there still is that trap. So either they push through halls here, or they want to readdress by attacking and opening switch, which seems to be the case. RGE are at least far back enough that they should be able to retract this one. There it is. That's going to be the push. There's the smoke for the cross. I like this. They're going to be able to go for the pinch. They got one already. The drop down. That's going to be huge. And because the chamber on God's Reign side this time is still alive, they couldn't really push through for the flag. Maybe if they do have the cloud burst from Fishball here, but they doesn't have anything anymore. Both of them just going to try to crawl their way up on double doors. Can see this 3-prong crossfire. I think got 2-prong right now. 2 on Ivy and God and no, serious, not God, but not right. Knight Rider from God's Reign is making it work. Did he just barely miss himself? Yeah, he's not gonna repeat that. Knight Rider's already gotten the approach angle here, so he's gonna save the weapon. But who knew? Operator and attack in the hands of Knight Rider is looking incredibly potent.
Well, it looks like the side of RG are susceptible to a little bit of improvisation that has come into side of God's Reign. A really good call, really interesting call to not actually rotate away, but go into halls, and as a triple man push, they take down the players towards spawn. They get towards bridge. I love that technique. I love that, instant improvisation. Don't rotate away. Take the A side, but just we've got another avenue to execute. Why don't we go there? They find the success that they required, and now God's Reign are 2-2.
Fishball, fortunately, does save the operator, so he will have a bit of threat, but he is going to be on halls here. No contact there whatsoever. Pixels does hear a lot of kerfuffle, a lot of commotion on mid, and that's going to divert the attention right now of Reckoning on towards mid. I like the boost spot here from Harsh, even though he is very much exposed on B main. He does have a double up with the Sova right underneath him. That does give him a little bit of vision as he peeks through on tunnel here. Pixel, though, slowly creeps up, but if Hoax does find him, this is going to be massive damage. Oh, he's going to back away, but Vivor's already there. Still, they do take one. The wall's set up. He's going to see the information. They're going to be able to push through. Fishball does not know one's coming through on double doors here. This is going to be bad for him, and he does not get it. Zeke, though, thankfully does get the refrag in the end. But can they make this work now, especially with the Viper Spit being such a thorn in their side? Huge flash, though, to get the entryway as they push right in.
He's waiting to get this peek. There's the spot coming through. There's a recon. He gives them a warning shot, Knight Rider, but he gets away instantly. Ember blind dead, but he still gets the kill. Zeke does not expect him in that corner. Now it's a 2 versus 3. They might as well save these 2 weapons that they've got in their hands because there is no money on them. Rio's already on the run, but Harsh, he's gonna wait until he gets another kill to run away. Might find third towards mid. No, he's gone for a double. He's gonna keep himself safe and tucked as God's Reign take the lead.
Vixus is backed away. Just didn't think that anybody else is gonna be here. Look at that, just running unaware. And Ember, my goodness, man, how did he find that flick onto his opponent? The timing and everything, that would just ruin my day. Zeke's gotta be gobsmacked about what just happened against him. But now Reckoning do have the weapons, and they keep saving this operator, but it hasn't gotten the value that I think they were kind of expecting.
Oh, here we go towards A yet again. The attack attention of God's Reign as they've got the operator right now situated towards halls, and they've instantly slowed down their approach as they run away from this A site where there is a triple stack. But look at Harsh. No, that is unfortunate. Try to get up a little bit aggressive, went to an off angle, but caught off guard too quickly. He didn't expect them to rotate back so fast. Now, as a result, The defense is spreading thin on A. We've only got one member of their team standing there towards mid door, and Sai is pretty up and close to him. Zeke has got the knife, has got the ultimate as well. Does he utilize it? Do they check this corner? Do they spam it? Oh, the timing of Ember just walking past him. Ember's gone up high mid, and he's in tunnels now. He might just have an opening for himself. But God's Reign are all running in
30
towards
seconds left.
A.
This is gonna be sticky.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, that's gonna call the rotation to come in, but they've left a big chunk of the map so exposed. Zeke, though, finally finds one coming through here. It's gonna be one down. He denies it, goes back.
10 seconds left.
Ibhor denies him as well. And Pixel's coming in for the big flank. This has
Spike
turned...
planted.
Okay, Spike's gonna get planted, though. But are they gonna hit the lurk coming in from Pixels here? Oh, that was a fast flick. Excuse me. 2 versus 2. Fishball gravitating some attention right now. Cloudburst first.
Remaining.
Finds another. What a flick. And he finds one more on Ivy. It's going to be Vibhor against Pixels here. 1 versus 1. But Pixels got HP advantage. He's now going to try to use the smoke. Vibhor, he has time. He should be able to make this happen.
No.
But Pixels finds him and also tracks him back onto Ivy. Gets the round. But gotta say, Fishball definitely saved them on that one with the 180 against the flank and that shot through the smoke.
Yeah, he was aware. The flick of the wrist was perfect. And now, Reckoning are going to be thanking him. I don't know. Vibhor probably thought he's going to be close on Waters. And that's exactly why he was coming in, you know, swinging on that angle. But he was pretty low. So I think he should have played it, like you said, he had time. So he could have played that a little bit more, you know, hide and seek, run around, catch me if you can.
Yeah.
Hey, what's happened. And now it's a 3-on-3 situation as yet again God's Reign with their Viper wall towards the A site. This time they got to worry about Fishball being up close towards Pyramid. It's a recon going in, which does not detect him. Fishball's actually got a free reign here. Is he going to be exploiting it? No, he will not. Side gets him. And with that, the plant goes down pretty easily, actually.
Spike planted.
5v3 instantly. Ain't that a 4v3? Rio will at least get back 1 kill. Halls is still left unattended.
Oh, now they know. Do they? I mean, they are, so they gotta be pushing forward into this one. Rio, dry peek mayhaps. The pop shots through the wall. Very good damage. Although Hoax is getting overwhelmed by the fragment. Here comes Night Rider from the flank as well. Was tagged by the blade, but they couldn't really do anything against him, so he could just keep pushing forward as the rest of the defenders was very much preoccupied with what happened on the site. What a flick from Psydream to just track that one. Rio completely shut him down, but I mean, at that point, they just had no map control whatsoever. So this struggle to get that retake, just very difficult for Reckoning.
Yeah, most certainly. They had... I'm pretty sure Fishball could have made something that round if somebody would have broken that recon for him. I think he would have been able to peek out, get the first kill, and dash away, but it just wasn't meant to be. The recon pushed him back, and behind the wall once he went, Side took control of the aggressive angle. And here we are at 3 and 4 with God's Reign in control. Harsh going pretty aggressive. I like this movement from him. He's catching them on the timing, and there is Fishball coming as well, and Harsh actually finds one. He's given damage to Vibhor as well, so Fishball's attacks now will be easier to make if at all there are more people being harmed. Soften them up. Hoax is holding on towards mid where his knife is going to be regenerated just about a couple of seconds. Pixels holding on to that wall for a retake, I believe, as they wait for Fishball to hopefully make short work, but he's too far away at the moment. The B side's been taken control of. Plant will go down as it is a 4v4 retake.
Iskeo still hearing the rotation, right? Oh, he wasn't able to find it. Okay, Hunter's
that's
Fury
good.
used. Sai
great.
can't get back. Oh, and Pixel's flank finds Hoax already. Even though they're supposed to thrifty, the damage is being done so well in Fishball. Oh, yeah, this guy is meant to be the Jet player. Huge impact plays. But, of course, all of that was started from that aggressive cave push from Harsh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They pushed him back from the A site, even though they, you know, it would have been a whole different story if the Sova would have actually gone in from that A main site and he would have probably fought Harsh. It would have been a completely different story, but they ran away and Harsh found the timing. And then Fishball, he played so patient. I really thought Fishball would be a lot more aggressive. I thought he would push, but then he was so patient, waiting for his teammates to make the move. And the minute that Chaos came in from the Hunter's Fury, he found his timing to run straight back on the flank. He found the 2 kills that was the most important towards the end.
Play.
Absolutely. Honestly, I mean, we have the overview, right? So we knew that if he pushed that, he would have had so much value, but also the more calm approach also worked out in the end. Now, look at this attack that they're going to try to do as of now. Fishbowl is actually playing alongside Harsh here. Will get spotted by the recon, but also I think he was able to get through or get by with those cloud bursts. Harsh finally gets one in turn, but they've already lost control of the site once again. Unfortunately, the ability for God's Reign just to pinch into the site is unmatched. The wall, will it come out, or Ember is going to tuck himself here first, as Harsh does have his angle on Ivy. 3 players remaining onto the A site. Harsh is now spotted on A main, but not really tagged. And here comes the rest of the defenders. They're going to try to push him out, but he does have his wall right back up once again. This is going to be perfect. And Ember is not backing away. Look at the damage. Harsh is going to be forced to do something here. Can't really see anything over this this smoke. All going to be down to the push. Pixels needs another.
Oh, wow.
There he is.
2.
There's a chance. There's a chance.
There is a big chance. Out comes the headhunter, but Sai just spams him right down through the Viper's pit to find the kill onto the diffuser. Knight Rider almost lost his life there. I think if Knight Rider would have died, I think this would have been a whole different story. But the timeout comes in from the side of Reckoning as they are now left to wonder, why is their map pick and their favored half of defense such a difficult one? 4 and 5. Their economy is still in the works. Both these teams are having economy going through a pretty standard approach. They've got money almost every single round, don't they? Because the plan's going down.
Yeah.
They're killing most of the players. It's coming down to the last 2 or last 1 player, right? So they're having money almost every single time, and it's going blow for blow so far. There's no difference between these 2 teams except for the 1 round that just went by.
Yeah, and I'm so confused for Reckoning here that they're so adamant at just having one person always playing at Ivy. And
Yeah.
right? Because, I mean, I like the idea that there was Harsh and Fishbowl that was positioned there. And then because Harsh left, Fishbowl was like, I still got to fight this, which I don't really understand too much because they can always play for that postman. They have postman utility. They have smokes. As long as Pixel is still alive, they can force the weird, awkward split as long as they have that smoke. So I'm not really sure what's happening here, but it hasn't really gone the favor of Reckoning. And even though Fishbowl, you know, he had that one glorious round with the blades, altogether, when he has the weapons and when God's Reign have a set plan, it just has not worked at all.
Well, good positioning from Fishbowl. Usually you see the chamber up there. Looks like you just decided to switch it up a bit. Back down from top of the pyramids as the attack is really far spread out at the moment. Halls is where that spike currently is traveling, as Knight Rider is hoping for a lurk kill towards B. Somebody that can make a difference. Rio spotted out that orb coming on active towards Halls, which means that the door is probably going to be reopened again, if at all. It does come to it. Knight Rider will be forced back from Pixels. Snakebite for safety measure as God's Reign regroup again towards the A site.
Harsh is pretty pushed forward here.
No!
I mean, at least he gets away, but
30 seconds
that
left.
was such a big missed opportunity. They're going to deal with the switch person first, which is going to be Hoax. He's used basically all of his utility right now, and his delay tactic is sublime. Look at that. Such a great stall tactic from Hoax there. I thought he was already going to be eliminated, but it worked out in Pixels. Oh no. No. Sai already knows where Pixel is.
Oh, no.
Remaining.
He's out in the open. Pixels is alone,
Looks like I was
and he's not gonna last for long.
Well, Sai will get the timing on both of them. It almost came a little too close. Sai firing that weapon prematurely, but he will make up for it by getting both those players. And now, RGE on an eco, 6-4. It was doomed to be whoever lost 2 rounds in a row was going to be ending up on an eco, and here it is. It is the defense to do so. Let's see how they recoup from this. Not really seen too much of a flashy play from anybody here, and look at Sai, such a passive angle he's holding literally in his spawn. But the rest of his teammates, they're making short work of every single person on the server. Vapor finds 2 towards halls. And Pixels, oh, no.
remaining.
That his one way works against him. Why is he standing in that orb when he knows that the door's opening?
I guess he thought they couldn't see his feet. But unfortunately, you know what? People like to see the feet.
Last round
There you go.
in the half.
That's
Okay. On one ways. Yeah. That's how one way works.
For
right?
a second there, I was like, okay, Azrai, that's yeah. Looking at feet, okay.
Through one ways, all
Through
right?
one ways, yeah.
Yeah, exactly,
Make-
exactly.
Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Well, let's see if this final round has got any more of these crazy tactics, as Harsh immediately shuts down Sai towards the B side, goes for an aggressive peek, gets rewarded for it, and the rest of RGE pushing it towards mid, and they will be finding a free kill, I believe, towards spawn. Oh, the board sees one back though, but Pixel is too quick on the trigger. Now,
Welcome to
7 and
my
5,
world.
looking more likely, unless that Viper Spit turns out to be pain in the back for the side of
Planted.
RGE. 3 versus 5,
Oh.
2 versus 5,
One enemy remaining.
and make that 1 versus 5. Last man standing is coming in from A main, and even he's been double fishball. Suddenly woken up as 7 and 5 comes in without even taking an inch of damage. Nobody from the side of RGE took a single point of damage this round.
Yeah, God's Reign just lost all mantle of control there, just purely from Harsh hitting that first initial shot with the operator. Sometimes just that's all you need, right? Well, what's kind of awkward there was, I guess, the chamber trap for God's Reign. It usually when you kind of place it outside of A main, it doesn't only stop the flank from players coming in from A main, but it also does it vice versa. So he was just able to go in for the flank, that dash in not really getting punished, and I'm pretty sure Fishbowl was already so far, or rather was at a distance where his tailwind would not have been heard by those 2 players of God's Reign placed on A. So he had all the positioning just to help out his team get that nice little pinch. So yeah, everything working in the favor of Reckoning in that final round, huh?
Yeah, most certainly. The cleanest of clean rounds that we've seen. Taking that B aggression, finding the kill on the back of it, and instantly they're like, okay, you know what? This is our moment to just push in and get a little bit more control. Get mid, take out Vapor, then it becomes 3v5 instantly. And then Viper Spit, I don't know why God's Reign decided, both the players, both the Viper and the Chamber. The Chamber kind of makes sense because I think that at that point, Knight Rider had an operator in his hands, wants to go out and peek, but Ember should have stayed in that pit, kept himself alive until Hoax came to help him.
Now, it's still actually fairly close, right? Like, I thought that God's Reign had such a handle in this game, but looking at the scoreboard, it's still 7-5. So there's something that Reckoning have been doing in some of these rounds that have definitely worked on them. Whether, again, we talk about how their A-site hold is a little bit too hard-headed, that nobody would yield Ivy unless somebody gets knocked away from Reckoning. It still somehow works. 5-7 really isn't a huge margin here. but I'm now curious how God's Reign will keep that lead in their own pocket, as this halftime pause is just giving them some bit of breathing time to figure things out and see how this works.
Yep. And now we shall be resuming the game, ladies and gentlemen. The pistol round going to be really important for the attack here, as RGE now switching up sides are actually going for the same sort of setup. They've got 4 ghosts on them, and they're heading in towards mid-heavy with the KO and Jet. The Viper is the only one who's picked up all of our utility, so that's at least a good thing. And I think it's the same on the other side as well. Might have not gotten 1 snake bite. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
And the wall's already set up for the defense. So let's see how this fares out for them. A heavy commitment from RG. Could actually find the Psy in a bit of a difficult situation. Oh, never mind. He just... Why is nobody looking towards door? Both of them looking towards the left side.
Not sure. Miscommunication, but that's done some massive damage. 1 3/4 of a player have taken the brunt of that ghost. This does force Reckoning to call back. Oh, this shot could actually deal so much. Ooh. They push through. They're still tagged by the smoke. So Ember's right clicks with those classics just deal so much damage. Yeah, I don't know why they're just frantically pushing through that smoke. I mean, they haven't really lost anything. But Rio does have a fighting chance. This big flank throw from his teammate, I don't think Rio knows anything about it. Now he does. Spots it out. Could go all the way around, ring around the Rosie. They're on the chase. And look at this. Knight Rider has synced up with Vibhor to double up. And yeah, no chance for Rio to get back into cover.
8-5, and Reckoning kind of made a bit of a mess of this pistol round. Could have been so much better than it actually was looking like. That mid push discoordinated, nobody looking towards the door side, both of them looking towards the same direction, maybe distracted by the recon that came through. But at the same time, that push towards A main as well, all of them pushing through that smoke, not the best of choices, because you know it's poisonous, it's damaging.
Yeah.
Takes out your life, and that classic is going to be problematic for you on the end of it.
I wonder what the reason for that was. Anyways, Reckoning, 4 push on mid. Knight Rider's already here to anticipate, as well as give them the nice little welcome party. Another shot to come in, and God's Reign, they know what's up. They're starting to push in. They're starting to corral. Can they hold on? Any damage whatsoever? Not even a single bit. Harsh, though. 1 tag. Host coming in from the back for the flank. And Knight Rider picks up a nice little 4K. That gives him halfway to the Tour de Force.
Well, the sooner he gets it, the more confident he's going to feel. Plus, he is the leading charge of the server. 13-5. He's on at the moment. Amazing stuff from the side of God's Reign these 2 rounds. But now RG's got their first buy round coming in. And by the looks of Breeze, might as well head into Ascent. A lot of things going their way at the moment, God's Reign. See if it is going to be reigning victory on this particular map.
This is still very stressful for Reckoning, because even though they do have the better weapons, they still have to respect that. I mean, bonus round on Breeze is not easy at all. Oh, both of them actually got tagged. I wonder if they're not going to decide to actually push through on this, but they have called reinforcements. As you can see, the Jet is now rotated all the way through B site here. RGE wanting to push forward. But with all these delay tactics, it might be a little bit difficult for them to do. And Psydreams actually has bought an operator. I did not see this come in from him, but it's now getting so much value back into the dash. And even though he misses that third, the threat level is there, and he is just challenging left and right, but finally gets shut down by Harsh, although the damage be done. 3 versus 4 as the round ensues.
Too many repeats, and now there's another operator player who's coming to the mix. Knight Rider, he's picked it up, and he is on the back side, and I'm pretty sure they expect this. Out he comes, gets the kill, and he's tagged up the previous one as well. 1 HP, I believe, the Viper is on at the moment. So was Knight Rider though.
One
That's
enemy
all that's
remaining.
needed, and it is delivered
down
to
B.
Rio. As Pixel's blinded as he is, still finds that kill, and the shock dart will finish things off. 5 and 10. And it seems like God's Reign are looking to find that silver lining of taking your opponent's map pick in this series, as yet again RGE need a timeout to try and turn things around.
This is so messy for Reckoning. They just can't find any value whatsoever. And there you go. Oliphant already calling the timeout. Maybe a little bit too late in the second half. Could have called that maybe on their gun round already to anticipate some shenanigans to come through from God's Reign. But you know what? At least he has called for it. And you can already see Reckoning there. Straight faces, not looking too happy about the outcome of these rounds. Hasn't really gone into their favor. And what's the adjustment here? How can they beat this solid line of defense that Godbrain has, especially now that that operator seemingly is quite unstoppable already in the hands of either Sai or Hoax or Harsh, excuse me.
Oh.
Sorry, Hope. Sorry, I bring that back. It's Knight Rider.
I've
I've been mixing. I know I have been mixing their names. I am so bad. I'm so sorry, guys. That is on me. That is on me.
It's all right. Now we are heading into a round where RGE have a desperate need to win, even though they've got just pistols. At Recon, okay, that was weird. He bounced right back towards them, as the side of the attack now have lost their talisman, who hasn't been really shining this game as much. 8 and 13. Harsh is on now, as RGE now run back towards B. Everybody's here. One towards elbow, and there's only one man to actually defend this side, and that's Knight Rider, who will not be spotted by the recon, I believe. Yeah, he will take out one before he teleports away back of sight, and he's gonna find a second as well, keeping himself alive, hale and healthy. And the last two members remaining on the side of RGE. There's only so much they can do, because God's Reign are feeling the confidence oozing through their bodies right now.
I don't like this wall too much, because the thing is with this kind of wall, you actually give cover for the defenders at the back of the site. So unless you can plant the spike and just run away, get back onto B main, right, and start playing that post plant, this usually doesn't work as well as you would want it. That's why typically you see the wall for the Viper be placed on Broken Wall towards McDonald's. So yeah, but I mean, it was a quick attempt because they wanted to get that flank coming in from Pixels. Unfortunately, just did not work. God's Reign, so much more honed in, come into this second map, and you can really see the struggles right now for Reckoning here. They just have not really found any value. Just they had some glorious ones at the first half, but other than that, they've come to a screeching halt in this one, Universe.
Yeah, most certainly. First half seemed, the minute they dropped the ball against that, 7 and I think it was 6. Yeah, they were 6 and 4 down. Then it became 7 and 4, and they got the fifth. Second half, haven't been able to put up a single round. They should have done that long ago. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Reckoning are at the scare of having to go to Ascent.
At this point, I think that's not such a bad idea. It feels like they just have no grasp at how to beat God's Reign's breeze, right? They're at the mercy of God's Reign right now. Everything that GR has tried to do has worked out so well for them. And unfortunately, again, you're kind of seeing, excuse me, the hesitation for Reckoning to get any more map control other than just trying to push through on main. And I think this was also a talking point for us, right? Before Breeze started, is which one of these teams would be the the more apprehensive one in trying to get that mid control because of the threat that God's Reign does give. And again, you could argue that, I mean, God's Reign does have good mid control already, so why not just focus on A main or B main for Reckoning here? The problem is the counter to that is the utility that God's Reign employed, so they gotta, I don't know, they gotta hedge their bets a little bit, look for risky positions. I think they could be trying to go through mid here via elbow, so this could be a good catch against Knight Rider, but he has his TP. Oh, but that's huge. All right, that's the start. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, RG running into the side. There is a flank coming in, but look at Vapor holding his ground strong, and he's going to keep himself stuck to the back of side. He's not giving it up at all. While there is a fight going on with the KOs towards the broken wall, Oaks is going to win that fight, and Vapor still alive, still giving tipping damage. Keeping himself so relevant, and he gets another somehow. This guy is just absolutely tearing it through. Pixels is gonna come in and give his head right to him, and my god, what the hell is happening? Vibor just cancels out the entire team, sitting in one position.
Yeah, they're very disjointed on that offense, even though they did get that pick from Knight Rider, right? Like Vibor, he's laid anchor on the back of B. Like, he just was immovable in what his positioning was, and Pixels was like, I'm gonna slow peek this, but then that doesn't work, and then Vapor is just like, yeah, another nice little ender there. That gives him, bumps him all the way up to 17. And God's Reign, man, such a... We were talking about how Reckoning looked to have a second wind on Bind. God's Reign have a second win on this series in this particular map, so we could be looking again at just a straight shot onto Ascent. But we'll see how this goes. Oh, Fishball still unwilling, wanting to showcase that he is still a very capable and very, very respectable Jet there. Finds a pick already. Hoax somehow manages to just traverse all the way. They're not gonna know. That's okay. This is gonna be bad. Oh, harsh though. I lurk your lurk. Okay, I like it.
The recon's gonna be huge. Does it detect? Yes, it does. It. He gets two. Ember takes out the Viper, and that might just be it, ladies and gentlemen. Could be the end of this map of Freeze pretty quickly, as well as it finishes 13 and 5. The defuse comes through. The kill from Knight Rider finishes it all off. We are going to Ascent.
Man, there's just a big disjoint for Reckoning there, right? Because look at this. Again, it feels like they have a grasp of what they want to do, but they're tunnel visioning, in certain aspects of their play. And these are very crucial aspects that we saw, you know, just being able to be aware of utility, playing inside your own teammates' ultimate, holding the flank, little bits of pieces like that is what God's Reign have been prodding and poking for the entire duration of the second map. And it seems like every single time that they do that, Reckoning have crumbled to the pressure. So unfortunately, that is going to be that for the second map. But as you mentioned, we are going to be going for Ascent for game number 3.
Yeah, we most certainly are. And now this series has blown up to be something that I really did not expect. I thought that Reckoning are going to find this map of Breeze. It's going to be a 2-0, but God's Reign have kept it close to the competition that they would have expected to do. And now we are heading into Ascent with a lot more of rigorous competition, given that now this is a glorified best of one. Let's have a look at the map MVP, though, who exactly takes it all away. It is going to be Knight Rider with 19 kills. And I think he's done a pretty great job along with the rest of his teammates, who Vibor, by the way, Vibor and Ember did an amazing job. 19, 17, 15. That's how the order goes. And all three of these players absolutely showed up immensely for their team.
Absolutely. We just saw them explode, especially Knight Rider here. Never put him on the Sage, always on the Chamber. No, I'm kidding. But as you mentioned, you really do see the impact that Knight Rider has really put. And this is where it kind of gets dangerous, right, for Reckoning, because God's Reign have proven that they have two very capable players that can handle sniper weapons. And when you don't really have good utility to force those snipers out of their vantage point, it is so difficult to even pierce the site without you taking any casualties. And we've seen that in so many rounds. For God's Reign here, Knight Rider playing on B with his sniper, as well as Sai also playing elsewhere with a sniper. I mean, granted, he was only like 11 kills, but again, he didn't really need to explode as much, especially come the second half. Now, that poses the question, Reckoning, have they been rattled, or will they bounce back? They have struggled. We're seeing the players that were exploding so well on buying Fishbowl and Harsh just struggle to find any form of good performance in this particular game. So definitely, and also it's 13-5, so that's not close at all. Bind was much closer as we saw that overtime happen.
Of course we did. And now with Breeze going the way that it did, RG need to go back to the drawing board, get a couple of strategies into what they will expect is going to happen on Ascent, as we will have a small little break come in, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. The last map of this game is going to come in on Ascent as we finish it on Ground Zero. And one of these teams will qualify for the final for the 8 p.m. game, where they will be facing off against God Squad. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
God's Reign. Massive performance on that second game. Definite one up from what we've seen on Bind. And because of that, we're going to go to game number 3 here on Ascent. Once again, my name is Asarai. With me now is Universe, and we'll be your casters to see what happens, to see this through at the final stretch of this series.
Yeah, and this has been quite a interesting 2 games that we've seen so far. One of which was absolutely, nail-biting, neck-and-neck competition on the map of Bind, where we finished it off on overtime, 14-12, and the next one ended up in the opposite direction of 13-5. A dominating second half victory from the side of God's Reign, who did not give a single round to the side of RG in the entirety of their second half of play. And now we head into Ascent, where both of these teams have got. Well, I'm not quite sure who actually is going to take this. I think both of them are evenly distributed in the way that they play this. I'm just waiting to see their composition.
I remember, just going back to the Breeze one, I talked about how, Reckoning do have a low percentage win rate in that particular map. And we kind of saw the struggle as the reason to why their attacking side was just very much atrocious. And speaking of attacking side, that's going to be the side that they start here on Ascent. Again, provided this is going to be a different map, were they shaken there by how well God's Reign's control handle on their defense? Would that affect how they approach Ascent? Was 7 minutes enough of a reset? I don't know what's going to happen here, but definitely Reckoning has to bring things back up. They seem to be so lost in that Breeze that maybe Ascent could be their salvation here.
Well, let's find out whether or not it is going to be their salvation. It is a map where a lot of teams have, their base set strategy. This is the map that they always go to if required, to finish things off. And both these teams could be choosing to do that, as we will be hitting into the game as soon as possible. But what I am concerned about is the fact that Reckoning, are they going to go for a duelist pick here? Is it going to be the Raze or the Jet is my question, because clearly on this map you can have both. You can play with both. You can have Raze as the pseudo initiator slash duelist who plays with the boombot and of course the grenade, all of the damaging utility, and to combine that with the other initiators who play makes it a lot more easier in terms of information and of course damage, right? But if you have the Jet, it's somebody who is good with the operator. You can have somebody who can work around that. But at the same time, we've seen no duelist comps as well from the likes of RNT, from the likes of God Squad. Is that going to be the direction that we see? We'll find out in just a bit. What do you think, Asarai, how this might end up? Do you think Reckoning take this, or is it going to be God's Reign?
I don't know anymore, because honestly, it feels like this series has already proven that both teams have what it takes to get the one up against each other. So I think it's going to still be incredibly close. And you were mentioning how we could be looking at certain no duelist compositions here. Actually, looking at the previous history in terms of agent selection for both teams, we could be looking at a somewhat similar yet contrasting compositions, where one of them would be relying on the Sova as their initiator. That possibly will be God's Reign, while the other one will be looking towards the Fade.
Yeah.
You also mentioned about, the Raze and the Jet. So we could be looking again at the similar comp, but with just different agents that they tally in between. So we'll see how they kind of translate that. But honestly, again, going back to the other thing that you just asked me, I really do feel that this is going to go to the absolute breakneck limit. And I don't really know which player is going to perform now, because it seems like throughout this entire series, we've seen different players be just so good. We saw Harsh, we saw Hoax, we saw Sai. Everybody has just been one-upping each other when they get the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think that we will find out all of these questions answered about who's going to be playing the best as we head into the game. The agent select is coming up now, and let's have a look at what we've got in store. Oh, Fishball has picked up that raise, and we've got Rio on the fade. There is an Astra across both sides, and the contrasting Jet. Okay, we have a Sage. All right. That's interesting. They're not going for the chamber. Instead, they're going to allow Knight Rider to be in that free roaming Jet role. And to combine that with a Sova, okay, these are two really contrasting sides here. One which is going to be playing a little bit heavy on the defense with the Sage, which I'm actually not too comfortable with. I think that the Sage is, she's good, but not in the current meta. I don't think it's going to work out for them the way that Harsh is going to be playing that chamber.
Yeah.
There is.
I guess that's the reason why they have the double. Yeah, I know. Okay. That's why they do still have the double initiator, especially with the Sova on. Because you know how if you have a Killjoy, that at least with the turret gives you information from far away, and also you do have that stalling utility.
Yeah.
So Killjoy kind of got split into two, where you have the Sage and the Sova having to do both of the same thing. Of course, you do have other utilities that will make it a lot better for you. But I really am so puzzled about this, same as you, because again, Sage can be strong, but honestly, her walls on Ascent feel a little bit, what's the word here, off-putting, because you think it's going to be strong at the start, right? You can use the wall to plug up a certain portion of the site, maybe two players peek out. But the thing about that is you can always just wait or break it, right? That's one of the weirdest things. Maybe if your opponents aggressively push towards a main, you can get the slow in. Somebody looks for your opponents pushing in and gets kills. But that is a very ideal and probably not always going to happen thing for Hoax here. So I wonder how this is gonna pan out for God's Reign. What's the thought process for it?
I think they're gonna try and focus him more towards that A short and B main position. I think those are the two places that they're gonna use that wall extensively, just because A short is such a small corner, right? So they can put it vertically. They can put it vertically right across the plane, or they could put a passive wall right in towards A short itself. But all of that is for us to find out as the game begins, ladies and gentlemen. I am really, really not personally not digging that Sage. I think that if they had Knight Rider on that chamber, I think it would have been working out a lot better. But let's find out how this ends up transpiring, as Hoax on the Sage is going to be probably either the winning or the losing factor of this entire game.
Yeah. You know what? He's a duelist by heart, so this is definitely going to be a battle Sage. With this aim, it could be something to use. Oh, okay. I like that he used the wall rather on B main to actually be put on Speedway, because they're going to have to be forced to push just here on stairs, where they're going to be, as what I call it, the meat grinder. And already you're seeing some value of that come into this one. Huge flags altogether. And already we're seeing value here. Okay. All right. I'm eating my words a little bit. First round, I can already hear God's Reign. So smart with the Sage Wall. But the follow-through is really what made it work for them.
Okay. Well, the knife has come through, and yeah, that's in the first round as well. That is disrespect straight up. And of course, it had to be Sai to do that. It had to be him. I'm pretty sure everybody in chat is probably enjoying this the minute this is seen. Let's see where exactly this is going to be ending up yet again. Oh my god, Harsh.
Wait, that was the KO Blade from Reckoning side. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering how Harsh TP'd away from that. Okay. But yeah, Madman. Although the double push out from B main here, Zeke has done some damage. That is not the best weapon for long range. Ooh, ouch. Yeah, all right. Okay. Bit more. Finding some picks here. Actually, more than just picks. Just basically annihilating the offense of RGE. Ember's already chasing down the last kill, which is going to be Zeke, and he is dancing on his grave. Beautifully done here from Vibhor. I thought that was going to just be worse and worse for God's Reign, but At least they managed to pick it back up with Vibhor's amazing performance.
Well, they did make it a little bit expensive for the side of the defense, but they've actually been able to afford an operator, so they're going all into this. Knight Rider's got money even to buy up in the next round if at all that this does not pan in his direction. As that operator is going to be probably the most important weapon in this game for this round. A recon's going to come through to allow him a little bit more information outside the B site. Oh, that actually misses. And Knight Rider is going to be crawling in. He knows that this B set actually empty. He's gone towards mid. RGE have got no clue about this at the moment. They've got nothing to hold back Knight Rider. This could be problematic now that the A side is going to be attacked. Everybody from God's Reign is focusing their crosshairs towards that particular region.
Man, if Knight Rider just pushed this a little bit more. There we go. Should spot one already. Yep, there it is. Side Dream and Knight Rider finds two. Immediately retreating back into the site. Ember still holding on A main here. And Reckoning, they wanted to compress their offensive as they try to go for that short push. Unfortunately, they've left B main wide open for the operator to get that value. And mention how it's such a...
Oh no!
Oh, no. How did he miss that? I was about to say, very expensive,
30
but
seconds left.
impact-heavy purchase. They're still going to look now to challenge all the way through short here. Sidej's going to be on the first contact. No more delay tactics for him. Going to try to run away through onto Heaven. He still hasn't spotted Ember. And there he is. He's going to get an upgrade here. Can they save the operator? Absolutely they can. And God's Reign swiftly taking round by round.
Well, here we go. God's Reign have got the bonus in their hands, and they played it really well. I don't know why RGE were taking it so slow, to be honest. That almost seemed like it was overly slowed down at a point. They're taking mid control, right? But they're not really going anywhere from there. They're not able to... They didn't take B. B was taken over by Knight Rider. He took that initial control, and that's it. And after that, they weren't able to split in towards A short either until the very last minute. Now, you've got the side of God Squad. Forgive me, God's Reign. Kind of similar name. Oh, wait, Knight Rider's actually let Harsh slip by. This is... Oh, Harsh. He could be hoisted upon the wall. Oh, just about misses it. Nobody's on top there, but Knight Rider's found one towards B main. As there is one to follow up from side. There's a double to follow up from side.
Spike down,
Spike's
B.
fallen down as well. There's two men remaining, Harsh and Pixels, who, yeah, looks like they're going to be able to get much out of this.
Yikes. That wall's going to get closed up on them, so opportunity to be sneaky has all but been shut. Hoax. He's really not going to challenge this long-range fight with that Stinger. It is going to be Harsh on the first contact, but at least he does have a little bit of leeway now. Knows about the information, but Harsh can always convert. Unfortunately, his conversion is on A main.
30
Mike is
seconds
dropped
left.
at B. They're hearing the footsteps. Tries to get closer.
What?
Could have given it to Harsh though with the operator, to be honest, and the other guy, you know, with the full, with the more HP with the rifle.
Yeah.
I wonder what that was for.
I mean, I did see that, but I'm more focused upon what the Stinger is able to do in one spray with that amount of fire rate. Just
It's still
shreds.
ridiculous.
950 credits, by the way, that gun. Works almost to the range of a Vandal. Almost.
Yeah. And people think that that's the strongest part of the Stinger. Not actually. It's the ADS burst that it has.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Face your fear.
That's where you really have to fear that damage of that annoying utility. Knight Rider here. Oh, yeah. That's why you want to see the Astra on the defense. Gravity well. Everything was thrown there, too. The Nightfall used. But, again, a simple star, a simple gravity well denies the big commitment. Huge resources used by RGE here, but they're still going to be peeking. I wonder if Knight Rider's position has been exposed, as The barrel of that operator could be peeking out. No more dashes too. So he has to use the blades. All right, I like the idea here, but the readdress of the angle from Reckoning could be good.
Oh, no.
There's like 4 bajillion players for him to choose, and none of them connecting, or none of them getting picks.
There was so much happening towards that A main. He pulled up knives, and I really thought that his patience should have been rewarded there. But Knight Rider is taken out.
Oh, no.
Sai will make up for last member, and he goes right in. He's on for the ace here. Sai, he will get ripped away from his ace, but it doesn't matter because his team's getting the rounds put on top of the board. They are 5-0 up, by the way. And Sai himself alone is 10-1 currently.
I almost like that idea from Reckoning to double up, but why shoot through the wall, or rather the door? I mean, granted you wanted to surprise your opponent with a sneak attack, right? But there's like 2 of them peeking, and they're like, you're not gonna be able to escape this. We're gonna break that door and follow up on you, and then all hopes of A site control for Reckoning here was just like turned over their heads from that one interaction.
Oh my god. I just saw Ember's face up close.
Yeah.
I did for a second. I was looking at my screen. I was like really close to my screen, and I just saw Ember's face, and I just got scared for a second. I'm like, whoa, okay, that's way too close. Oh my god, okay, that's. Yo, that's
Well, I mean, up close and personal, you know?
yeah, no, I'm not that. No.
Oh, you haven't been in like a video call with anybody and just like, oh, you know, I want to see your face up close and personal.
Yeah, that's no. I don't
Maybe
think
he had a
I don't
date,
think anybody
you know?
wants to see me like that. So
Okay, I was just thinking maybe he had a date before, you know? He wanted to look all nice and zoomed in, and yeah, it happens. I haven't experienced it though, because I'm not a I don't got that pull. You know what I mean? But we'll see. All right, you know who has pull? It's the Astro on fast lane. Knight Rider though, switched in a flick. It's gonna be Side Dreams alongside Vibhor to be holding on B here, but Rio and Pixel dismantle it, and Reckoning might have found the opportunity here. All 4 players now tucked in onto B. They're going to start moving around, finding some cheeky little corners to position themselves at, as they do have that numbers advantage, but they can never really be too complacent, especially against Hoax and Ember. Hoax playing closer and closer to fast lane here. Smokes giving them a little bit of leeway. I wonder if they're just going to plug up and make it expensive for RGE, but they're going to try to at least do for the fight. But yeah, unfortunately, it's going to be the timing. Hoax is alone. He still hasn't cleared up B main. Now he does. Ooh. Really misses, and he's probably just gonna go for the save, as everybody from RGE is exiting all the way through A, or rather from defender spawn.
yeah, Hoax is gonna be holding on to this Vandal, keeping himself alive. He does have 2 more orbs to go for his ultimate. Could have actually chosen to maybe go for a little bit of an aggressive fight. Maybe get a couple of exit frags, but 2 on the complete opposite direction. Either way, now we've got an operator on Knight Rider yet again, because they've got a lot of money putting up those 5 rounds that they did. And thanks to that, we're going to still have the confidence towards B main. A double push. I think there's going to be a slow orb push with the operator as he's waiting for the recon to come through. Oh, Knight Rider doesn't know there's a person towards the right. Now he does. He gets the kill. That's all he needs. That is all he needs. Doesn't care about getting beaten by the Prowler. He's got support in big numbers here. And they've lost Harsh. That is a big loss to take in, as RGE now find different avenues to exploit.
That wall just plugs up market, so it forces the attackers to go on spawn. It's a nice little idea, but they exactly know where he is. Of course, they can always muddle through. Great initial pick. Knight Rider is still holding here on spawn. Not Flash, but will get taken down. Vibhor,
Nah.
not able to get any value. What is happening here? Everybody's just whiffing on God's Reign. Last player to remain is Side Dreams. All the way on short, but again, any control of the map has just been lost. And maybe try to pick the operator all the way through B main, but Zeke is there, everyone else
30
is
seconds
there.
left.
And again, I thought it was such a great defensive hold, but it slipped through the fingers of God's Reign straight from just losing firefights.
This is not working out for God's Reign. The amount of aggression that came in towards mid give them control. That B aggression did work out for them, but then nobody was there to cover up for that mid push. They put a lot of their balls into that first net. Forgot that there's another one coming through. And no, Azure, no, I know what you're thinking. Don't. Just don't.
I'm sorry. All right. I won't.
We gotta
Later.
keep it family friendly, yeah. So
Yes, exactly. Shooting games, family friendly. I'm kidding. Other games make it happen, right?
well, sure. And given the stature that God's Reign are going at right now, these 2 rounds have been really let's say difficult for them to hold on to the pushes. Even though RGE lost their first member, they were able to make up for it almost immediately going towards mid. So this is going to be a good timeout to stop that momentum from snowballing into effect, as we should be waiting and thinking about what it is that Sai is actually telling his team to do at the moment.
I can't unsee it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Ember
just-
just keeps doing like different poses too. So
I don't know if he realizes the camera is actually that close to him, or the angle is that up close and personal.
production, show us Ember again, please.
Yeah,
if you
he's
can
gonna
hear us.
come on the screen, isn't he? He's gonna come. Yeah. Oh my god, that guy is such. Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah, my god, it's like I can read exactly what he's saying. Ember is
feels like
such a
a
humble
Titan-
guy. I've met him.
Yeah, sorry.
I've met him a couple of times. He's such a nice and humble guy, you know. But oh man, this is just the camera angle so close.
Is this what a villager feels like in Attack on Titan when the Titan's like right in front of him? Oh one, no.
You had to go to Attack on Titan.
Oh yeah. What up, my anime enthusiasts in the chat?
Oh, Sai, he's an enthusiast of taking a fight towards mid. Does eat a couple of bullets though before he retreats away. 86 HP, stripped off of his armor. As RG are actually taking a little bit of a slow approach this time. They've got their control towards B main, not exactly completely, and towards A main. They're keeping it slow and then a little bit close. Oh, but look at this read. I'm not sure if they actually are expecting this Nightfall to come in towards short. That's exactly why they've left it open. But it comes through, and it's not going to be detecting anybody. And the A side is actually pretty much widely defended by multiple players. Are they going to be able to hold this off is the question, though. That grenade is amazing. Pushes off Knight Rider. And RGE are just having a shooting gallery on top of heaven right now. And they just eliminate everybody with ease.
Great control. Hoax alone. Not even needing to really use anything other than just that. Very optimized from Reckoning here. And God's Reign, the reign of terror after those 5 straight rounds, seemingly over here. How are they always able to equip Knight Rider
With an
operator?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's almost as if he doesn't pick up any other weapon apart from that. No, it's either a save or operator. You know, he's just going for that tactic. Let's see if this is going to be working in his favor, though. Good recon to the back of sight, but not quite sure if it's going to run around. The wall not being utilized. He's actually putting it a little bit more passive, so lane's been cut off. That's one way that they don't have to worry about right now, as RG are flushing into this B side as hard as they possibly can.
Yeah, but with this wall, they really only have one entryway onto the site itself, and Hoax is going to redeem himself with a bit of a firefight here. Vibhor lines it up, and look at that push. They're coming into the meat grinder. It seems like they've been just absolutely destroyed on this one. Love the use on that Astra wall, but unfortunately, didn't really do anything against the true wall expert that is the Sage. Harsh gonna have to back away. Very expensive round for Reckoning. And I don't think he's gonna have the chance to really find anything here. Unfortunately, he's looking for the flank, but everybody else is just hunkered down to the four corners of B site. Excuse me. So Harsh, what's the idea? He could actually get the flank onto Knight Rider, but
30 seconds.
he hasn't exposed his position. Now he's gonna make a lot of noise onto A short. Knight Rider's gonna hear this, and they should know where he's coming through. 20 seconds left. Look at where Ember's already placed his crosshair. Peek out, and here I am.
Finally, a little bit of that hold comes to play. They played a little bit more safer. They cut off that lane push with that wall thanks to Hoax. And now the Sage is being utilized perfectly. Vapor and him double up in this fight, and it's helped by Psy to make sure that they don't get any sort of entrance into this B site. It's almost as if they had no other option. They couldn't even break the wall because that would take so much of their bullets and, time that they would probably get killed by somebody spamming in from spawn. Good stuff from God's Reign to, adapt to the situation. Shut down their avenue. Let them take control, yeah, but shut down one of their avenues completely. Now, though, what are they going to do?
Taking that back.
Well, it's the aggressive push through mid, but Malcolm has been utilized. Nice lurk from Pixels there. This opens up the entirety of the A site, but Ember has yet to be spotted. He's still holding on. Unfortunately, his life was forfeited right then and there. Sidedream thought they could get a flash in. It's not going to work. God's Reign back to square one. How are they going to be able to retake this? Fortunately, they do have Hoax there holding on to a res, but they're just going to decide to back away for this time. Save it for the next round. Great flank, though, from Pixels to hit the shot on Knight Rider. That was just absolutely huge there. I think the plan was just to make a lot of noise and get that lurk rolling for them.
Where
This save yet again is going to bring up 6 and 4. They couldn't even go for a little bit of that hold that they would have expected. That A main push, though, I really hope they're going to be careful about it from next time, because it's going to be problematic if they're going to let somebody run around like that without any sort of, repercussions. At least some support needs to be given. Either way now, we are 6 and 4 into the game. 10 rounds have gone by. We've got 14 more to go potentially. If not, a couple of more. And so far, it's looked like the first half has been evenly spread out. But you wouldn't say that looking at the first 5 rounds. Again, it was a 5-0, and they've come up this far.
True. Look at that. Knight Rider, as you mentioned, I don't know what's happening, but he's super allergic to anything other than the operator. Oh, I'm a connoisseur of amazing weapons, so I'm always going to just use the operator or the blades. You know what? If he can produce kills like that, why not? Never give him a Vandal, never give him a Phantom. Always a one-shot, one kill. No luck, all skill.
Well, couldn't have put it better myself. Now it's a 5v4 with the defense having mid control given away at the moment. They're actually going to be able to slip through here. Vibor needs to be careful. Are they going to break this door down is the question. They're waiting. Yeah, they're going to break it down, and they're hoping their teammates to come in and cause damage towards B main, as the site has been held down at the moment by 2 players. They're pushing in towards spawn, which is a problem. Fishball gives away his life for almost no reason. Pixels, hello? Jumping into that smoke like it's nothing, and these 2 players on the back of site are just absolutely holding it down, gunning it down to perfection. God's Reign win it with the final bullet of Hoax's magazine to make it 7 and 4. Okay, Tell me that you knew what RG were doing that round. Pixels
No.
jumping into the smoke like that, fishball going into her spawn and out peeking out of the smoke like that. Well,
That was
that
their own smoke, by the way.
yeah, which kind of just busted their own ass.
I got the reason why that was there,
Yeah,
but the thing is, it's a good smoke. It looked like it was bad because RGE went too hard to actually peek in through that, right? But the idea there is if you smoke like that, you don't really have to push all the way through backside to chase. You could just have 50% of the site to you, start planting the spike, and since you already got control of Switch, you can let the rest of your teammates just play then and there, and then as soon as you secure stuff, you can start doing things for yourself. Anyways, a quick skirmish happens all the way through a site. Hoax has been like holding on to that res of his, and okay, they're gonna just double push so that they do have the numbers advantage. I do like that Pixels is already pushed up onto Heaven here, but Hoax was very much well aware of it.
Concealment.
Oh, Pixels, he's giving away a lot of sound cues while taking control of Heaven. So they're gonna just let him stay aside as they triple push towards the site where Rio's waiting for them. And now it's a 1v3. Actually, that's an amazing decision from the side of God's Reign. They knew that Heaven's been taken control of, so they just let him be. They're like, you know what? Just leave him. Let him take the Heaven. We just run into the site and take care of the guy who is sitting with the spike. And then they make it easier on them. Make it a 1v3 and then finish it up 8-4.
Massive hold from Ember there. The Blade suppressed him, but not before he basically just poured all of his abilities on a main. So again, Reckoning kind of get into this messy loop where sometimes they use their utility and they get very much forced to just follow through on that, even though it might actually be a bad idea, especially when again a gravity well from the opposing side gets thrown into the mix, and you kind of saw that be well punished by Ember from God's Reign. So really strong start, 8-4. But of course, as you mentioned, it was a back and forth endeavor all throughout. It didn't really feel like it was only God's Reign, only that 5 straight rounds. But Reckoning have been doing so well in at least bringing some modicum of control back into their hands.
Yeah, but it hasn't, come the way that they really expected it to. They were 6-4, right? So they were probably hoping a 7-5, not losing both the rounds in the end over there. But God's Reign kept a really strong control of what they knew was going to be happening. They understood the game well. They read Reckoning Esports pretty well. Let them take control of a couple of regions of the map, and then instantly when they into the site, they made it a lot more easier for the retake because not much utility had gone by them. And now, after this halftime pause is going to be ending, we're going to end up on the same scoreline that we saw Bind end, by the way, the first half. So, expect anything, I would say, at this point.
Absolutely. Again, Reckoning have proven that they can always bounce back. They have that knack to be able to make that happen. And probably this time, we're not going to see Knight Rider always go for no gun to only operator on attack, on Ascent. I don't think that's going to work too hard for them because they need somebody to push into the site. So there you have it. Because that was one of the things, I think the key things that RGE really had to respect that first half. Anyways, halftime is done. We're already counting down for this round to begin. Let's look at the buys real quick. Pretty standout all throughout, with just Knight Rider holding on to a frenzy. So they're looking for an explosive start with him having that machine pistol in hand.
Yep. Let's see if he's going to be able to make quick work of anybody with that frenzy. As it is a split approach at the moment from the side of the attack. God Reign have split towards mid and A. It looks like they're going to go for an A short attack. Harsh is going to be the one person who's going to be in trouble. Oh, that smoke actually is not... Oh, that's a gap. Oh, and he exploits it. What a shot from Harsh. Teleports away towards A short as well, so he's got more support to give on A, which is exactly where God's Reign are actually looking to go at the beginning. But now they've decided to run away. They've let Knight Rider do a little bit of a faking maneuver towards A short with just a couple of bullets being fired as Fishball. He's got a good grade up. Will damage just about a little bit of hoax as they get back their health, and now we'll be running straight into this piece. What? Okay, that was quite a nasty shot. Rio is still alive though, and he's keeping this B site in control from lane. Goes in for another attack. He's down to 10 HP. He's hoping for his teammates to come in and help him out. But God's Brain are keeping it under control with Knight Rider and Sai making so much work happen towards both of these lanes. They're peeking unnecessarily and they get almost everything for free. And Hoax, he still got a heal left on him. And Harsh has gone down to 22 HP.
Last enemy taken out.
Nice double swing. He's got to finish off the round, but I mean, I can't blame Reckoning for what they wanted to do with that jiggle that they went on spawn, because they technically have the numbers. Everybody was stuck on B side itself. It just somehow didn't go their way. Superior pistol play from God's Reign is just what reigned supreme, you know, pun not intended. So that's just it. Yeah, just great pistol play all throughout. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of that round. Harsh, though, yeah. Okay, quick blade diminishes any form of aggressive headhunter shenanigans on B main. And again, like to remind, I'll just yet to finish off, they have a Phantom on attack.
They are going in towards A short. Oh, that's a good haunt, but it's not going to give him any value, except for the fact that there is a couple of players towards mid. That's about it. They put down a smoke to cover themselves up, but there is a heavy A short stack here. Sorry, that could be a problem, which is going to be solved thanks to this drone and that grenade. The shock dart's going to be hitting. No, it's not going to be hitting Pixels. He's holding on with that shorty. The knife is going to protect him, but they're not going to go here. They know there's a huge stack on A short. Is already being dismissed and being sent towards the east site. Is actually on the opposite end of where God's Reign are gonna go.
Ember's slowly creeping up on mid here. Zeke is jumping for information. Oh no, if you die to this Ember. Alright, no, he doesn't. He's fine. He's safe, he's fine. Pixels. Yeah, okay, I dare you to shoot me. They do find Ember though, so they're gonna be able to pick up that scout, or excuse me, that Spectre in hand. But already, look at this swing that they're waiting for. Knight Rider has already, again, played this much close. All the rifles in the hand. Side Dreams. Don't lose any of those rifles. But again, it's a dynamic duo. Harsh alone on A short here. And immediately refragged again by Hoax. God's Reign are honed in.
Yeah, they've got total control. They understand exactly where these players of RGE are playing from. They're making sure that even when they take control, they're taking it together. That's exactly why you've got Knight Rider on Heaven as well, along with Sai, who both have gotten a lot of value out of this. 10 and 4 now. And it is the side of RGE now to make a movement. They need to make it work. See if their first buy round is going to make that way, you know, make their message go through for round number 5.
All right. The offense on mid, just so that it gravitates the attention of the defenders here. Zeke's been spotted out already, but he's throwing the fragment. At least backs away God's Reign for the moment here. But they're readdressing the fight on to mid once again. So I like how they're just dipping in and dipping out. They have so much options to try to work with this thing. And look at that. Fishwell's going to be forced to maybe throw some utility on short here. And since they didn't get the takedown on this Astra, the heal will come through. And again, they're just waiting. They already found their picks first. That flash could force Harsh away, but not really. And he still has such a vice grip onto B main. But this attack on mid, I love this. This is incredibly fluid that they can actually go multiple directions if they do decide to do so. The nade to delay. Vibhor with the shock darts. This is hitting Zeke.
Oh, that is
and
good.
Zeke.
That is so good.
Oh, ouch. You got to feel for him.
The awareness is amazing, but Fishball with 10 HP can only do so much. 11-4, and I think this might just be game over for the side of Reckoning. They're gonna have to force into this if they want to try and keep it on 11. But no, they're gonna play on the pistols, and I'm actually surprised that the timeout has still not come through for the side of Reckoning, because come across every single map so far. And they need to break this momentum of God's Reign. It's gonna be match point in just about a couple of more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2 to be precise. If it does go the way of God's Reign in this round.
I just gotta say.
Oops.
Oh no. Yeah, that after that first shot whiff, you already know he's not gonna be able to recuperate that miss of shot. I was just gonna say that last round, God's Reign so honed in. They just such a smart play on bonus. They knew exactly where the opponents were with not really needing anything to connect. Very expensive for Harsh there. He had to unload the entire magazine of that Headhunter alongside a gravity well. Knight Riders just snuck on through on B. He can recall his teammates now back here. Not that there's nothing really left for Reckoning on mid side itself. Fishball though. Okay, that could recall him back to A main once again. Yeah,
They're going towards A. Yeah, this double triple fake is. Oh wait, never mind. They're going towards A short, where there's still a player live. The fact that they've given away RGE 2 weapons, and both those weapons are towards A.
30 seconds left.
Forgive me, B. Pixels. He's gonna have somebody shoot him in the back. Oh no, the timing! He went into his astral form in just the exact millisecond they entered short.
Oh no. And they read it that, oh, they're gonna push B, so let's play back of sight. So that is the farthest destination away from the opposite side, and they're making a lot of noise already on Heaven. So this means that there's like 2 players here. The bounce flash, but nobody's going to reciprocate, and it's all down to Zeke, man. And Zeke, yeah, unfortunately, no chance in heck he's going to be able to push through with him just being underpowered and undermanned at that point. Ouch, that miss.
Yeah, this was so much utility you dumped on to just one guy. They had so much happening towards that mid region, and to kill Sai, they took a lot of utility. And I think now it might just be the end of times for RG, unless they can stick on for another couple of rounds, which they're trying to by going aggressive towards A. Sai will get one. He's still alive towards that copy region. He's not being checked. He's been allowed to survive. And Rio's going to try and get some of that action towards his team as he gets another kill. But instantly, that kill's been brought back out of his feet. He's alive and hale and healthy. Knight Rider now looking to charge up again with his knives as RGE, they're against the wall. They're at the world's end now. And Pixels needs to try and find an avenue on this flank to get them out of this pickle.
He does find it though. Pixel does have got A main control now. Every other attacker is going to be stuck on the A side itself. So this is the perfect time for them to start making matters, taking matters into their own hands. That haunt is going to be huge. Gets the first ping. Now they have a clear picture of where the players are. Harsh, patient, gets the first headshot. There's the sun at the back of the site. Both of them stuck on hell, but they're holding on. They're holding on. They're hitting shots. And it's now down to Pixels, who can hit the beat. Now does. But Hoax gets the refrag swift and clean. And God's Reign is going to be going head-to-head against God Squad. It's going to be the battle of the Immortals come into the second or the next series.
Well, amazing stuff. That was honestly insane from the side of God's Reign. And would you believe it or not, out of the entire game that we've seen so far, Hoax has only died 4 times. He's 15-4, 6 assists. I was skeptical about the Sage, but if played this way, I don't mind, man. I love to be proved wrong when players, are going to turn things up and do stuff like this. I love it. Really amazing performance from every single player on the side of God's Reign as they take down RGE after what I thought was going to be actually a lot more competitive Ascent map. But
Mm-hmm.
here we are with RGE not really being able to show up on both their own map pick of Breeze and Ascent.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the biggest hurdle there for Reckoning was the mid-round reads of their opponents, right? How many times have you seen them just misread the situation and God's Reign being able to fool them more times than not? And you saw that with the double stack rotation from Reckoning, where they place themselves on B, but it wasn't really that. It's the reattack of God's Reign onto short. We've seen that so many times that I think it really put Reckoning in a twist that they just could not get over. Unfortunately, for that point, it just went down into the basic of the basics. How well can they read God's Reign's rotation without knowing where God's Reign are, right? And usually that boils down to experience and how well you know your opponent. It seems like at least this time they were very much in the dark, especially on that third map.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch these players, hold down their ground on, especially on the back. It almost seemed like they were, gonna let this come way too close. But then they were 6-4 up, and since then they've only been winning these rounds. They've won, I believe, how many? 7 in a row? Yeah, they've won 7 in a row since 6-4. And I thought that RG was actually gonna be putting up a fight. Much more closer than we expected it to be. But nah, this ends up being Knight Rider, Psy, and Hoax's playground. Vibora and Ember might not have put in as many numbers as you could see the rest of them put up, but they've done enough. All of them having a positive KD ratio, and everybody contributing for their team. 7 assists for Ember, 6 for Vibora. They got those impact frags, especially that one thing I remember clearly is that one kill that Vibora got with the shock darts towards, I believe it was on Zeke, standing next to the switch on A main. It's the awareness of knowing that. He just shot in both of them, and he just got that kill for free.
Very, very nasty. Unfortunately for Reckoning, that's going to end their tournament run.
Yep.
Man, I really wanted to see Harsh pop off a lot more on this chamber, but it felt like every bit of utility that God's Reign threw, especially on B main, was just there to really piss off Zeke and just always flush him out of his own corner, right? So we never really see him get that value. They always waited for the KO blade to get the pulse in first before anything else. And unfortunately, that is, as I mentioned, going to end the run for them. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it is going to be the Battle of the Gods for the next series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
to tell you. You've blown my mind. I don't know if you know yet. I've tried some time, and I'm dying to tell you. You've blown my mind. I don't know if you know yet. No, I've realized, and I'm dying to tell you. You've blown my mind. I don't know if you know yet. I've tried some time, and I'm dying to tell you. You've blown my mind. I don't know if you know yet. No, I've realized.
All right, guys, apologies for the extended delays as we were making sure that everything was up and running. You know, we run a tight ship here. Anyways, my name is Asare. With me now is Mamba, and we're back again for the Valorant Invitational by GXR. We're now looking, I believe, at the grand finals or the finals already for qualifiers 2, which is going to be God's Reign up against God Squad. So we were talking about this before we were in the break, or we were during when we were in the break. It's the battle of the gods. Yeah.
It is a battle of the gods. I mean, we talked about quite a few things. So it's going to be a lot of recalling, a lot of recalibration in terms of what's going to happen right now, at least. But
Yeah.
God Squad, God's Reign, both these teams are looking pretty promising. God's Reign, though, first map went to overtime. The last two maps, they were pretty dominant. So, you know, I feel like they might be coming in hot in this one, especially confident, right?
Yeah.
And if you talk about
Yeah.
the lineups as well, for example, you have Wibo Versailles, Ember, Knight Rider, Hawks. All these players are super experienced. But on the other side, of course, you have God Squad, right? So there
Yeah.
you have an, I wouldn't even call it unstoppable force versus an immovable object, because look, with the amount of experience that God Squad has, the sort of skill that they carry, of course, they are the hot favorites coming in. But God's Reign is not a team you can look away from.
Oh yeah, and we saw how well they played their final game when I was casting with Universe on Ascent. Just absolutely intelligent plays. You know, I will say this day has been the most confusing day of casting, I think, for all of us, because God Squad went against Lethal Esports a while ago. They had SK Rossi and Rossi, and now it's God Squad versus God's Reign. There is gonna be a lot of confusion in this one, so we gotta find our anchor for our viewers here. In any case, just to clear things up, as well as we're showcasing the roster of God's Reign, this is the grand finals already for Group B. So whoever wins this will already be qualified. And tomorrow, we're just going to see who is the overall finalist. But we already have our first qualified team from Qualifiers 2, which is Revenant. And then whoever wins this will also be qualified into the main event, I believe.
Oh yeah. But we have the Veto out of hands, Ascent, Pearl, Icebox. My favorite map, by the way, is Ascent. I feel like it's pretty well balanced, pretty colorful as well. It's not just one shade of blue or one shade of red. But yeah, we'll have Ascent, Pearl being picked by God Squad, and Decider. We'll have God Squad start on defense. I feel like this has to be a 2-1 at the most in favor of God Squad, because look, God's Reign could possibly pull Ascent, but I'm not quite sure if they'll be able to pull Pearl, because we saw the amount of resilience that God Squad has in the morning when they were playing up against Lethal Esports, who was looking so strong on Pearl.
Well, I will say Pearl has turned into my most favorite map right now. The structure of it is incredibly fun and is amazing for a team that knows how to create a flow state on each and every round. And by that I mean it's not just a one shot. You know, if you're on the attacking side, we just go straight for B, have a setup there. They know when to approach. They know when to reapproach and attack here. And I feel like God's Rain might have God Squad beat on that particular factor. So definitely looking in on this, even though this is a pick for God Squad, they still have to, I feel, to respect that God's Rain is definitely a team that can match this one. Of course, everybody still has their eyes set on SK Rossi and Hellranger, I think being, again, one of the, or two of the most popular players in India. But God's Rain have really proven, I think, that they are a team to not be messed with.
Oh yeah, But I just realized if you look at God's Rain, right, you have KO as the sole flasher. Sure, you have two initiators, no doubt about that. But there's only one flasher. That's it. Which again is not the easiest to use, especially for a side to go and use that underhand throw after the nerf, right? It's not going to be easy. So they'll have to be pretty tactful with it. But on the other hand, if Hellranger decides to go in with the Omen, they'll have a good paranoia to work with. And Skills, I'm assuming, will want to go for one more initiator while Kappa goes in for the Soa, which is never really a surprise. Lightning Fast, on the other hand, with the Rays, we've seen how strong he is. It was incredible today on Bind. But we have KO and Fade. Is it going to be Fade? Interesting. All right,
Select
so KO,
your
Fade,
agent.
and potential Omen. So that's two flashers. And Fade, of course, is super strong as well. But then again, at the same time, I feel like Omen is slowly getting a little obsolete in terms of smoking because of how impactful something like an Astra or a Brim can be.
Yeah, I like the adjustment here for God Squad. I think they understood that they need a little bit more powwow with their duelists. So looking at Lightning Fast picking up the Rays isn't really a bad idea, because if you think about it, if they're going to be dealing with Hoax who will play on that Sage on the offense, you know, bringing up the walls and everything, it is going to be, I think, quite useless to have a duelist Jet that will basically not be able to break all of that hard utility. So at least if you have like a pain shield that you can throw over that, it could be used to delay the plant on the spike, which is at least going to give them some breathing space so that they won't get too constricted by the heavy utilities here. Now, I like also how you mentioned that they only really do have the KO for that flash, but I think what the big factor here is, I think the flash is going to be, of course, just supplementary and stuff like that. What the bigger thing is the combination of the Sova and the KO, and that's really going to put a lot of emphasis on the chamber player of God Squad here, which is SK Rossi, and him being, you know, spotted by the drone, flushed out, the suppressed by the KO blade. I think it's going to be a huge factor here as to why they've went for this particular double initiator combination for God's Rain.
I guess honestly, because look, Ascent, again, one of those maps where you could potentially play without a flash, but it's always better to have one, right? It definitely helps, makes your life easier. Especially imagine you have an Omen with a paranoia. If you're trying to hit A, you have the Gen paranoia going in, or maybe towards A short, or even from high mid to A short, aggressive A short. So a lot of things can be done, but I guess we'll find out in the game what happens. First round coming up, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds in, God Squad is going to start off as the attackers, and we have God Squad is going to start off as the defenders, and God's Rain is going to start as the attackers. And this is exactly what I was talking about before we went live. It's going to be confusing. It is going to be very, very confusing because God Squad is already a different name than what we know these players as.
Yeah, GS or GR, I guess, is the abbreviation that'll make it less confusing.
I'm just going to give up on it. Listen, man, we'll just be like, hey, Hellranger or Rossi and friends, and be like Vibora and friends.
Rossi and friends. Well, you know what? There's another God title that I like. God's Plan. And I wish it. You know? All right, anyways. Already, straight up firefights. Scattered through the rest of the map. Huge nade. Stops the push from that spike. Okay, looking into this one, Mamba. Only 2 players remaining, but Vibho and Hoax finding somehow a thread to the needle, equalizing the numbers from 4-2 to 2-2. Wall plugging up on Heaven here. Lightning Fast. Oh, wow, that is not well placed. Look at how he sneaks already right in front. Hoax! Almost had maybe an opportunity there to sneak one in. Will spot out Vibhor here. And now both know each other. That nade is going to flush out Vibhor. He has to respect that, and he can actually have this right now. Vibhor's going to be running in. Lightning Fast perfectly reads the situation. Vibhor re-challenging. Going back into cover is perfect for Lightning Fast here. It's a dance to the death. And it seems like, excuse me, Vibhor is playing this perfectly, even though, again, that thing is already halved. Yeah, there it is. Absolutely played perfect.
I feel like Vibhor is one of those players who you can depend upon absolutely in any situation. Right? He's not the flashiest of players, but he's so calm, he's so composed, and he's so damn confident in every single time he's put in a spot where he does not need to be or is difficult to deal with, right? So he's always delivered whenever his teams needed him, regardless of whatever lineup he's played for. But yeah, it's just great to see that he came in clutch when his team needed him the most with a 3K. But that Sage wall was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Oh, by the way, there's a fun fact that I didn't know. By the way, it's something Vibhor told me the last time we met at LAN. Was that apparently him and I, we shared a team in 2016 when he used to play under a different name.
Really?
Yeah.
Who was this again? Excuse me?
Vibhor. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know you were that strong to be in a team with him. Nice.
Well, times have changed. I've become old.
But at least, right? Back in my day, I was able to play with Well, right now, today is the present. That's why it's a gift. And it seems like the gift that keeps on giving is gonna be the push here from God's Reign, pushing hard onto A short. Lightning Fast gonna be holding on to Tree there. Unfortunately, we'll get dealt upon. SK Rossi here with the classic. Can't really stop the automatic weapon that is Hoax. We're down to Kappa, and terrible thing here is he's holding a shorty, so unless they get up close and personal to him, or maybe he strafe jumps into the site, he might be able to get some value here, but now the Hoax spots him out. I don't think that's going to be a possibility anymore. He tries to still do it, though. I love it, but not going to happen.
Not gonna happen for sure. I like how you just randomly quoted Master Ugu right in the middle of the round. Oh well. I think that's one movie that all of us loved as children, as kids. But you know what? Actually, I kind of watch it once in a while, every couple of years. Just be like, you know what? I feel like it. Look, that movie might have been meant for kids, but it's damn entertaining even as an adult. It's just fun to watch.
Animation is for everybody. All right. Also, I do believe that Kung Fu Panda 4 will be happening. It's been announced. So if you're a fan, yeah, I know, right? So
same.
Yeah, perfect. SK Rossi. Never dry jiggle this man.
Lock in sight.
Okay, the rotation. Okay, you go for it. You go for this one.
Oh, that's right. Fragment going in, trying to delay the push onto A short. Skills will fall back. We have Hell Ranger, who might just be able to get the drop, but Lightning Fast is going to be on alert. He might just be able to find the drop on that, but Skills drops down, does not connect the shot. Side team's watching the backstab, and Rossi being so aggressive. Misses the shot, gets taken down by Ember. That is so unfortunate, but Side coming in will not be able to do any damage whatsoever. That is unfortunate. It all comes down to Kappa once again, I believe. He's going to try his best to bring this back to his team, but it's not going to be easy. The Haunt coming in. Is he going to push through? The Nebula. Quite sure he does. As a matter of fact, he finds the first one. He needs to find the second. Cannot do it. Ember gets a quick trade onto him, and that is the third round for God's Reign.
Smart for Ember to actually plant out in the open. Because the thing with that is, even if Ember gets knocked out, you know, with a shoot through the smoke, right? His teammate can always just pop shot back into that, and vice versa. So even if his teammate gets knocked out, he can always play for that trade. So rather than playing it safe and planning it for a more default spot, that was the correct decision for God's Reign there. SK Rossi, though, very, very expensive endeavor to have used that operator. Only really good for the one pick, and unfortunately, because his opponent was so heavily tucked into that pocket, even though it looked like that op shot should have connected, it was such an awkward angle that I don't think he really found the value that he was looking for. Fortunately, cannot get the orb for this peak, though, but he is aggressively pushing. And he could get a second one here, but Hoax, where did you come from?
Yeah, that was quite something to push. But here we have the Resurrection coming into the picture, reviving his teammate, and Hoax will try and fall back towards mid. But look at the amount of information they have towards A main with Hellranger just pushing in. The amount of information they have is crucial to holding off this push. And of course, one player being suppressed over there, but Kappa doesn't want to stop. He wants to go in with the classic.
How? Everybody was looking towards mid. How does Kappa get away with this and backs away straight onto site? The numbers advantage. Now for God Squad, they still don't really have the better weapons. And Vibhor, talk about this man making things
30
happen.
seconds left.
And based on your experience, an absolutely great frag altogether. One's going to be just tucked away at the back of the site. That is going to be lightning fast. Exposes
Last
himself,
player
but the
standing.
shot still wonderfully connects. And this is looking to be a thrifty round. Sai was trying to dethrone the king, but the king has returned. In the back of B, that's going to be, again, lightning fast. And these lurks just fighting so much value. It looked like God's Reign just did not know what was happening at all. Where are these kills coming from?
Well, the Jet did say get out of my way, but yeah, Kappa wasn't having any of that. He's like, no, sir, you will get out of my way, and we'll try and secure the first round, which they do. So it's interesting to see the amount of eco rounds they won throughout the day, even up against Lethal Esports, right? Lethal Esports, right? They managed to pull off, I believe, at least 3 eco rounds that they played, and it's incredible the sort of composure they have. And it's almost funny, right? Because I remember Universe mentioning something on the lines where on an eco round, it's like they play like completely different players, or at least without inhibition, which might also be the reason why they pull off those rounds.
I think you're right, man. This Godswad never really, or GS, not a team that really respects map control. So they know that they can keep aggressing and they have literally nothing to lose, right? Why not? And it works. God's Reign, well, they can use this technical timeout to, for lack of a better word, just rein things in. This has also been sort of their problem with Reckoning before as well, where sometimes you just forget those key simple things, the timings, as well as just opening that little bit of leeway for your opponents just to sneak one in because you don't have a trap there, you don't have anybody marking that particular spot. It has led to them losing some crucial rounds. Thankfully, it's still pretty early, and they do have that bit of round advantage. But again, they have to be able to address that quite quickly on, because God Squad is a team that we know that can always spiral out of control once they get their groove on. Fortunately, now it's not really happening. But coming back into the round itself, by round, SK Rossi back again with the operator, with the ultimate. And if they do challenge on mid, he's already looking. Oh, wait, that's perfect. Okay, at least he gets spotted one. I wonder if Vibhor is going to get out of this one with his life. Looks like he can. SK Rossi's already on out of there. Skill, though, still hovering towards mid. And where is the offense for God's Reign looking to try to push?
Well, for now, they're just going to hold it up. And I think one thing I've realized with God Squad, right? There's one thing I really need to point out and sort of commend them for, is the fact that their communication and map awareness is absolutely bang on point. The reason why they're able to get so much information, right, when you have one or the other players pushing out on the other side, is because, one, they have good map awareness, and second, they have wonderful communication to sort of pass the message to your team. But like, you know what, we have had a bit of presence here a while ago, but now we hear nothing. And that's when you start try and get some sort of information and not let your team starve, right? A lot of times what happens is when you're playing against a slow team,
30 seconds
it's
left.
easier to forget that you have no information and just wait in the side for the until the last 30 seconds, and then the team just explodes. God Squad is not letting that happen.
Spike down mid.
Dirty one-way smoke there from Hell Ranger. Somehow Vibhor finds an entry in. But here comes SK Rossi tucked in the back of the corner on Dice. And he rolls it. And it's good. Finds himself a triple kill there. An immediate shutdown to the defense, or for the offense here on the weak buy for God's Reign. But again, Hell Ranger, solid delay tactics to give SK Rossi plenty of time to deal with the offenders coming into the site.
Oh, yeah. But looks like God Squad, they're not going to let them have rounds that easy. And Rossi, once again, just stepping up when his team needs him the most. I still remember that it was the fourth round, right, with the headhunter that he pushed in, got the first pick, and just got so much information. But the null command coming out, this is going to be a problem for God Squad, because they won't be able to hold on to the site.
they're still trying to do that. Oh! Knight Rider riding into the sunset as he just dashes in, finds Hellranger, unfortunately. SK Rossi using that Nightfall for cover. It's getting closer and closer, but legs up with the wall and the Cosmic Divide. Lightning Fast, though, comes in with aggressive intent. The Showstopper hits too, and they are plugging it up. A 180, and that is going to be Lightning Fast picking up the 4K. Massive, massive round. They had the Cosmic Divide, but it felt like it did nothing to stop the retake from God Squad.
Lightning was giving a quick tutorial on how to make the casters swallow their own words, with that Showstopper getting 2 kills and the amount of damage that he dished out, right? And eventually getting that 4th one for himself. They just walked in, casually strolled in. Like, you know what? We're gonna have the retake. Thank you so much. And that's it. The scoreline is tied 3-3.
So quick. God's Reign back to the drawing board, back to just subpar weaponry. They haven't made this composition work for, as you mentioned, right, the past 3 rounds. The sustainability that Hulks brings to the table, I don't think it's as strong as we kind of hope it for. Knight Rider, though, primes himself, waits for it, but if he tries to dash into this, Null Command is always available for his teammate. Hellranger's holding the fort, but they've doubled up. It's resulted in them being taken away here. Well, if it doesn't work a 2nd time, a 3rd time, why not go for a 4th time, maybe a 5th, and keep banging your heads looking for a different outcome. But it's God's Reign that make that proverb a not true fact, making it work this time in the thrifty, aggressive round to boot.
Oh well. At this point, I'm too afraid to ask what's really happening over here, because the way you've seen these rounds go back and forth, right? And do we have a double operator? This is going to be interesting if we have a double op setup coming up for God Squad. Honestly, both these teams having similar name is still throwing me off after 7 rounds. I keep double guessing myself to like, hey, is it God Squad? Is it God's Reign? But regardless, Rossi is going to be stuck there because he has been suppressed. Go for it. Yes, he will, and will fall back as well. The amount of confidence that this man has is unbelievable.
Well, now doubled up with Lightning Fast, who is as equally confident as SK Rossi. This is really going to hurt them. You also got to give the ingenuity of God Squad just to mix up their buys. The threat level is big. The risk as well as great, but again, because of just how well these guys play, it is going to work out well for them. The dash in, re-peeking onto SK Rossi. The Knight Rider finally there, but yeah, that's hella awkward. I still know that Lightning Fast is here with the fight. The nade forces Hoax to push right in. There's the slow. Sees the Prowler. Actually find Kappa peeking in. If he hits his headshot, at least that gives him a fighting chance. Now he can try to plant that spike. Lightning Fast left with it in hand, and he gets found, by Hoax, who plays it absolutely perfectly, separating the two from trying and getting those 1v1s.
I feel like more than God Squad's round, more than God's Reign's round, it was God Squad's round to throw away, because they had the perfect opportunity to play this as a 2v1. You had a Haunt, which you didn't need to peek for, but Kappa, unfortunately, when he used the Prowler, the one angle that he forgot about was Jenny, and of course his teammate did pass information that, hey, the enemy has crossed onto the site, so be careful with that one. The Prowler does not spot anybody on site. It has to be Jenny, right? So
yeah,
it was unfortunate and probably lapsed to concentration. Wouldn't be too critical of that, but yeah, it wasn't God Squad's round to win. Sorry, it wasn't God's Reign round. God's Reign's round to win.
Well, tongue twister. Oh my God, no way. You bite your tongue, sir. He got tagged by the dart. He had the Odin in hand, but unfortunately, the blades were just faster. Who was it again? Jason Statham on Expendables that says, my knives are better than your gun. Anyways, it's only skills and Hellranger, but they're all the way on a site here, and skills, thankfully we'll be able to save that up.
Last player standing.
No. Take it away. All these expensive weapons. Take it away from us, Knight Rider. Oh.
I think the best
Mamba.
part about this round was Skills' reaction after he got taken down by Nitro. He was just scratching his head and like, yeah, well, how do you respond to that one? Oh Lord. But hey, God's Rain coming on top of this one once again. So yeah, no, they have 6 rounds. All they need is maybe two more to have a super dominant half. But if they don't get it, I still feel that it's a decent half for them.
Absolutely is. But I mean, there's still a whole chunk more rounds, like 3 more rounds in, and I'm honestly excited, curious, interested on how God Squad will make this work. Because again, I feel like this team, or how the dynamic of these two teams have been going on, is God's Reign is trying to create that control slowly but surely, right? But God Squad is on the other side of that spectrum, on the other side of that coin, where they always want to go full-blown ham. If they get like 2 kills at the start of the round, you know they've already won that round. They've been forced to take it slow since they don't really have the explosive weapons or that cheeky map control. In any case, look at where God's Reign is positioned, just hovering outside of B main. Now they're waiting for somebody to try to be cheeky and push through that.
But Captain knows that. He knows for a fact that there could be players waiting outside, so he's just waiting the moment he gets some information. He was going to try and take that fight, but unfortunately he can't. He had information that from mid, there is a lurk coming in with Kappa skills both being taken down. Lightfast is not having any of that. With the Bulldog gets 3 for himself. Ember finally gets a trade, but it is too late. The damage has already been done. And Sai, finally, after God knows how many rounds, shows up on the server, gets that crucial kill on the lurk. And now we have
30 seconds left.
as the sole player surviving, but I think a 2v1 in 2 different positions is not the best of ideas. Sai doing the right thing, falling back towards his teammate, to back him up, and of course get the trade in case he gets taken down.
Wow. That's a hard read, though. They knew that Hellranger was going to be B-side because of that ultimate. Since they knew, since it was pretty certain that God's Reign were going to push 100% on B, Hellranger's ultimate was there for him to just get in closer and closer. If he does get in closer here, there's going to be the gravity well. He does have nice cover through, but smokes don't block unless you're Harbor, but he's not here. It's only Omen, unfortunately.
That is true.
Yeah.
The Cove is going to be incredible to see in action. I feel it's so, from what I've read, right? It takes about 15 bullets for it to go down, or roughly 3 or 4 right clicks for it to go down, which I feel like is manageable. Like, it really comes down to one of those rounds, right, where you just lose on by a split second. You don't have enough cover to work with, or delaying the push. But I'm really excited to see him in professional matches, I'll be honest.
I have played with Harbors in ranked, in like Ascendant to Immortal, and it's not good as a solo controller, at least for now. I feel like people haven't downloaded his utility yet. It's very unique compared to anything else. Anyways, SK Rossi still holding the angle. That's not good. His Hoax has an ultimate, so he can bring that back to the 5 versus 4. They don't really have to dip in too hard into this. And Bibhor's already so aware that the timing on God Squad's flank is very much predicated already. Skills holding on to short right now, and again, there it is, the resurrection. I don't think there was any form of escape for SK Rossi, unfortunately, because of the blade. Speaking of which, there it is once again. Skills backing away first, priming up the flash. And it seems like they've all been abandoning this A push. It's all about mid control and readdressing B, especially that we are looking at this 5 versus 3.
Oh yeah, but we're gonna have a quick rotate coming in. Lightning Fast is gonna be following his teammate. Skills could possibly use the fragment to delay the push. He does use enough to get that information. And opts a flash up, but does he have enough? He does use the fragment to delay the push, but the showstopper will. Oh my lord! Still gets 2 perfect uses. Skills, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It all comes down to 1 versus 2, all down to side, but the door is closed. Unfortunately, it was supposed to be God's Reigns round, but now here's Sai all alone with 3 seconds left. There's not a lot he can do, and Skills will try and take the gun down. which he won't succeed in.
I literally looked away for like a couple of
Last
seconds, and now the turnaround, huge deals for God Squad here. Skills. Whew, that second fadeaway shot was a thing of beauty. Announcer said last round, before the swap, Knight Rider has brought out his own operator. Does he have a rifle in hand, or is he gonna stick with this sniper for the rest of it? We'll have to see. SK Rossi will have the tour de force, but half HP. So this goes. Quick little slow on B main, so the Kappa can't push in. SK Rossi still holding on to a main here. The rest of God's Reigns players will be starting to push on mid. Lightning Fast could be in trouble, though. Does get tagged, spotted up by 2. Do they have the ability to flush both of them out? Oh, Side Dreams open it up. What?
I feel like it's a tech issue.
Yeah, most probably.
Has to be,
'Cause
has
he was
to be.
just, yeah. Or maybe he's just looking at pizza because he's hungry. No.
But I'm not sure because you saw, yeah, it has to be a tech issue for sure. Look at the players just jumping around, which also is the last round. So I'm assuming they're gonna ask for the round to be replayed. Yeah.
Could be,
Player
but
standing.
it's pretty deep into the round already. Again, we'll have to see.
I'm not quite sure what the rules are on this one because I haven't read the rule book, which is unfortunate. But the reason I felt like he was timed out is because his teammate did not react to it. Right? Usually, if somebody gets taken down, you see players react on the map, but none of them did. So I'm assuming there was a problem to begin with, or maybe both the players lagged out. Who knows?
Well, we'll have to see. But yeah, let the tournament organizers handle that. We can only assume. We can only contemplate. We can only think about what happened.
True, but what we can do though is talk about our favorite animated movies without taking their names once again. But yeah, no, some of them have wonderful quotes. What's the one by Master Ulgo? Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift. That's what it's called. Present.
That's present. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, man, some of them get imprinted in your head.
Ah, all right. There you go. So we've gotten the updates already. So for those who are clamoring, guys, we need that rollback. You will have it, guys. So we'll be rolling back that last round of the first half. You know what? Again, you got to leave it to the tournament organizers. They know more than us. They know better than us. They are the gods in the background while we are looking at this match between God's Reign and God Squad.
True. It's so confusing even now, right? God Squad and God's Reign. God's Reign is Sai and friends. God Squad is Rossi and friends. Remember that. It's not easy. Look, man, if you... I can understand why they can't use a real actual name. Completely respectable. But at the same time, it's just a little confusing. But you know what's more confusing when you start seeing players have special characters in the name, and you're like, how do you pronounce that?
I don't know. Like at least from where I come from, the special characters that we had were like letters. So for example, like my name's Asteroid, right? Like when I was like maybe 10, 15 years ago, like small x, big X, dash, Asteroid dash, big X, small x, small x.
Oh yeah, I remember those ones. Yeah, 360 no scope, whatnot.
Oh my gosh, 360 no scope, 11-year-old God Kid, something like that.
Yeah,
That's literally what they put on their IGNs. Yes, how time flies by. Speaking of flying by, I'm looking to at least go quick onto mid once again. This time, Lightning Fast is moving, so we'll see if he's going to have the reaction time perfect for this one. Fading out or forcing dash away from Knight Rider here. But still, they're hovering towards Side Dreams, undeterred. Ooh. Always finding that entry frag, and Lightning Fast is angry. He is not done just yet. Hoax trying to just squeeze through all the way through short SK. Rossi now here as the guardsman of the angle. Lightning Fast double satcheling onto short, and SK Rossi finishing off the round with a cherry on top shot on that tour de force.
This is going to hurt God's Reign because they did manage to get the spike down. They did manage to get the opening before the round was replayed. So I'm not quite sure what their mental state is going to be like with regards to the end of the first half. But it is what it is, right? No, that's the rule of the game, and you have to abide by it. So 7-5 in the favor of God's Reign. They need that pistol round to keep up with the pressure, to push God Squad on a back foot. But God Squad, on the other hand, they won't have any of this. They're going to try and push back as hard as they can, and every single player on that team can step up when the team needs them to. And yeah, we'll see if God Squad can manage to mount a comeback from this, or is it going to be God's Reign walking away with the first one?
Still pretty early to see how that kind of unravels. But again, God Squad's so entertaining to always watch. Like human highlight reels. Valorant edition. Especially with Lightning Fast and SK Rossi at the helm. SK Rossi, I wonder how effective he is on the attacking chamber. I know that he's solid with it, but... And the reason why I point this out is it feels like Lightning Fast will have to go through a brick wall here just to aggress through each and every site, especially against that Astra that is, I think, one of the better counters against the Rays because of the gravity well when you're going to be relying again on those double satchels if you want to get into the site. Unless you want to go for the more traditional way, which is to push with your team. But even then, we'll have to see what the follow-through is for God Squad as of now.
I guess that's something only time can tell us. We'll have to wait and see how they approach this. But as far as Rossi is concerned with the attacking op or the tour de force, I feel like he's more than well equipped to be aggressive with that operator, even while attacking, right? He's proven himself time and time again, so I'm not too worried about that. What I'm worried about though is how God's Reign is going to approach this. Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to be passive? They can manage to buy some time, but I feel like what God Squad will have to do is bait out a lot of utility, especially that Sage wall and a couple of early stars from Astra. Without that, for them, it's going to be incredibly difficult to try and breach that defense. It's not going to be easy.
Definitely true. So, but again, they do have, like, as you mentioned, while we were talking about the KO, that's going to give them so much good control with the Blade. And there really is a quick two-pronged approach with this one. Blade and Han, and then you just get that super aggressive peak. Love how SK Rossi just doesn't care about using the headhunter straight up into the Sheriff, right? They don't really need the trademark here, so equipping him with a hand cannon is, I think, the best bet. Did he actually spot Hoax coming in through on the peak? Actually aggressively peeks out. Love how they double dip into this one, lightning fast. So many forms of approach of angles and side dreams almost making God Squad pay for that double push onto a short. Ember, unfortunately, a little bit too late to the party. Will not find any value just yet, although reapproaching A is going to be Knight Rider first on the contact. Does have the dash. Ember's been spotted. Knight Rider gets the pick in the end. Vibhor. Oh, that smoke is awkward. Like, it actually saved Vibhor. There's the push. One more to remain, and that's going to be Hellranger. And he's creeping his way all the way through A main, but now has been spotted.
Now he has, and Nitro is going to try and creep up with the Frenzy. Will walk straight into the Dark Core if he needs to. But I believe Hellranger has been spotted. Will get taken down as well by Nitro, and that is going to be the first round in the second half for God's Reign, which was so crucial for them to try and keep pushing God Squad on the back foot. But yeah, no, even though it's going to be an equal round, we did see them in the first half try and pull it off, and actually successfully pull it off. So if they manage to win this and the first buy round, I feel like God's Reign is pretty set on the path to victory.
I do agree with you on that fact. Feels like God's Reign is a team that's just especially equipped to stifle such aggressive teams like God Squad. It's not the most clear cut of pathing for them, as you can see with the 5 to 8, but you can see how well they can react to whatever God Squad wants to do. If at the first round it doesn't work, the second round they've already adjusted quickly for that. Hoax Yeah, he's plugged up A short here with his wall. The utility just to clear things, or just to make it even more difficult to push through there. But the thing about that is he only heard the one slashing away on that barrier orb. So where really is God Squad going to be pushing in? Oh, the timing on side dreams. This is sublime. That's going to spot nobody. Oh, this could be good though for God Squad.
Could be, but Rabor is going to be waiting all with the spectre. Nip finds first one, trying to find the second, which he does. Oh, peek out around the corner, aggressive enough, but lightning fast on the backstep, along with the Marshall dishing out so much damage to him, right? And once again, God Squad trying to go in for the retake, which they might just get. Night Rider with a 3K for himself and a pretty easy defuse. Even though it almost felt like God Squad might be able to walk away with this one, if only if they could have held on to the line for 2 more seconds, but they couldn't. But they also managed to get the spike down, which means extra cash for the entire team.
Oh yeah, Knight Rider is just somebody that knows exactly when to be aggressive if he needs to. He can also play very far back, and this fine line between knowing when to push and when not to I think is what makes him such an excellent player for God's Reign. And this is a player that we've seen just use the chamber at least the start of the day when I believe I was casting with Universe. Now, with you, man, he's shifted up to playing with the Jet. And my goodness, 17 kills already. And he's not slowing at all. Finally, God Squad do have that buy round of theirs, though.
You do have the buy round, but here's the thing. Knight Rider, all he needs is one orb to get the Blade Storm. All he needs is one kill, and he's going to be set for this buy round as well. But even though he might have an inferior weapon, he realizes that with one kill, he could turn the tide around. But look at him playing so close inside the Dark Cover alongside his teammate. Rossi has walked up close, but is he going to be able to find the kill? Rossi does get spotted. Knight Rider trying to find the kill, will not be able to. Rossi barely clinging onto his life, but oh my lord, Rabor tried his best. Rossi was like, not today, son. Lightning fast as well, getting one more kill. This is interesting, to say the least, the way God Squad managed to clean things up over here.
Clip it and ship it. That's one of the SK Rossi Twitter, Instagram clip specials. Especially that last interaction with Vibhor. Look at this. Just pop, pop, pop. And then just reacts to it. As well as just placing that crosshair so perfectly. Ah, yes. We're here once again, Mamba. Very nice.
Well, God's Reign finally did have a decent boy to work with. Hawks in the meantime.
Oh.
Getting a lot of information. Knight Rider with the operator straight up goes, and now he also has the Blade Storm available now for him. But I don't think he's going to need it. Hell Ranger finding a pick for himself towards long, but he's going to wait here. He's going to fall back. That is the question, because his teammate Kappa is still towards mid link. And I'm not sure if they're just waiting for a pick, because they don't have any information apart from the fact that there is Sage towards mid and potentially a Jet towards A short or mid link. Not mid link, but high mid.
Bit of an overheat there. This is still very much, I'd say, scary for God's Reign. That's why they're holding very far back, just making sure that no one can creep up. Do have a bit of control here on their own side of the map. This is a really good pinch play from both Hell Ranger and Kappa. Although, because of that haunt, you can already see Knight Rider very much waiting for the push to come through on short. Prowler will force him away. Backs up. Paranoid to follow through. But it's only really the operator that they've spotted. And look at that. That Paranoia clearing it out. Hoax, though, holding on. Hell Ranger TPs across. Finds a target. Hits the shot. 2 versus 1. There's just too much, too many to handle. And that's going to be God's Reign, able to keep the ball rolling, the rounds rolling on their end, 6-10.
Well, 6-10, that's exactly what I was talking about with the first buy round that came in. They did what had to be done. The operator is still going to find its way back onto Knight Rider's hand. He also has the Blade Storm available. Talking about ults, Hell Ranger has one. Skills could get one as well if he wants it towards B main, or even A. Could use an null command to try and execute onto the side. But are they going to commit for the null command, or is it going to be an easy walk towards B? regardless, they've managed to pull the orb from A main, and maybe we'll try and execute towards B, because that's what it looks like when you're looking at the minimap. You do see the KO and Omen rotate towards B.
There's a bit of show of presence on A. Ooh, lightning fast! Oh, what a shot from Ember! The headshot to stop the showstopper! That's kind of ironic. Showstopper being stopped. Oh no. And they plug it up with the wall. They can re-attack B, but no more quick satchel plays by Lightning Fast. How will God Squad bounce back from this? Ember did he use all of his stars already? Actually, he has placed the last 2 on A. Yep, he's gonna reclaim it, try to pressure it for B, but Hell Ranger able to just, again, sneak his way in. Ember, though, gonna be alone for a big fat of a couple seconds here. You know that he's there. Finds one first. He's gonna be trapped. Now knows that they drop onto the site. He's gonna wait for his teammate on the respect here. Kappa's coming into the corner. He's alone. Skills is kind of alive. And try to force him just to peek in. And it does work. He does force him in, but still not able to really find anything, especially in that 3 versus 1.
Yeah, but that's just Ember. So I remember speaking to Ember once, and he mentioned, so it's a new fad, right? Aim trainers and whatnot that a lot of these players have started using. Of course, most of them are up there, right, in the 1 percentile mechanically without the aim trainers regardless. But there are certain scenarios that help you replicate a lot of things that you see. And the one that you just saw right now is something that Ember has actually practiced quite a bit. It's called a popcorn scenario. And it's just great to see that, hey, you know, a lot of these things are actually being translated into the game.
Personally, I just use practice range because I play on such a weird resolution that aim trainer or like aim labs doesn't work on me because it doesn't follow the same res that I use. Anyways. Oh, they line up. Here it is. America's next top model. No, this is India's next top Hunter's Fury as they go in onto lane and line up beautifully for the damage. Hulk's waiting here on spawn to see if they're actually going to reposition. Hell Ranger, very, very sneaky. Able to thread through on short, maybe open things up. He's looking to try to get to peek right in. This forces a bit of movement onto God Squad. Very awkward as they do find Vib Horde to flash. Nothing onto Knight Rider. Finds one. Now he's just getting a little bit more information on where this other player is. Last player is actually. Does he know that Kappa actually got the root on the side? Absolutely not. Now it's turned into the 1 versus 1. Also has the Nightfall here. So he can at least use it as soon as he plants the spike. But no. He's just going to be aggressively peeking. Dry peek. It's the better of the 2. Awkward, but no. Hulk's actually got the headshot damage, but Kappa still won it in the end. 3 HP in a dream, and he makes the dream come true.
One thing I'll never understand is the unnecessary gun switching that you do while you're trying to rotate it, right? Did that make a difference? I don't know. I'll have to scrutinize the clip in slow motion, but is this one added step when you might get caught off guard? And I feel like that's what happened. But then again, Kappa just coming on top of that one. And did not use his Nightfall as well, which was brilliant. Now he has that available if he wants to execute.
Honestly, I do the same thing. It's like how your brain works to keep it stable. You know how when you're holding an angle, you do like a quick AD strafe just so that your aim's a lot more, what's the word, precise. It's something about the brain. I think that's also the same thing with, what you call this, with weapon switching. Because you're like, oh, if I weapon switch, my brain's going to be reset, you know, and I'm going to feel a lot more calmer. Stuff like that. Anyways, it's a bad practice, but if it works, it works, right?
I mean, if it works, it works. There's no doubt about that. But the Nightfall being used along with the statue.
Oh,
no, Lightning Mustang is best to go in. But will get taken down because of the wall being placed to perfection by Hulk. Buying so much time and rendering that Nightfall useless. But with the recon dart going in, they're going to have so much information to work with. Vibor trying his best to stay alive. Will be taken down. Will get shut down. And the Nalcomon. Ooh, what? Hellranger being shut down with the frenzy at that range has to hurt.
And they pick up weapons too. They've been armed. Oh no, this is bad. This is very, very bad. Knight Rider's holding on with the operator here onto the corner. Ember doesn't miss the beat and turn into the 2 versus 1. Kappa is alone at the back of the site because of that Cosmic Divide. It will go down though in just a couple of seconds. But he needs to be peeking into this one already. Anybody starting to defuse? He can't hear this. But they're just waiting for him to peek out. And they had plenty of time to bait him, to coax him in, to trying to be the hero for God Squad. It's still not over. But a thrifty round win into match point is a huge hit into the gut of God Squad.
Oh, yeah. Sure, Kappa couldn't have heard the defuse, but I feel like they still did the right thing, double peeking whatever they had to. Unless, of course, which if they didn't have time, that would have been a massive problem to work with. But just trying to make sure that they get the trade in case Kappa decides to peek out. So I feel like the idea was correct, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter because they won the round regardless, right? So 12-7, God's Reign looking so dominant on Ascent.
They've halted everything that God Squad was doing. And I think this is where I mentioned this, you know, before the series actually started, that God's Reign ability to dictate how the pace of Ascent went, especially that last match that they had against Reckoning, was just a thing of beauty. And I wondered how well it actually works against, you know, another super aggressive, hyper aggressive team such as God Squad. In any case, of course, God Squad's still not a team to be trifled with. Cheeky little double peek spray. Speaking of sprays, Vipor is whiffing a little bit here, has to back into cover. Needs to maybe get the help from his teammate, but never mind. Picks up 2. SK Rossi does get that Vandal, takes down Side Dream, and is trying to recuperate their losses as he tries to muddle through all the way for the flank. Ember is looking straight onto A main, but Hell Ranger, I don't know how effective this will be, because right now Ember is... His paranoia might give it away his position. He gets back into cover, and he even smokes himself. So now... Oh, wow. That paranoia actually gave it away and gave Ember time to survive and hold onto A main here. He's calling for reinforcements. Mayday, mayday. But he doesn't need it. He picks up the 3K as well as the first game for God's Reign.
Look at the emotions, right? So raw. Ember is celebrating that way. I don't remember seeing him celebrate the way he did right now in quite a while. But of course, they're really happy. The team that they've taken down is not an easy task to play, even play against, right? They're not an easy team to play against. So congratulations to them for picking the first map up. But Pearl is the second one, if I'm not mistaken. And that is not going to be easy for sure.
Dude, man, that paranoia from Hellranger really gave away their push onto A main. Obviously, because we were able to saw that, if he just dry peeked it, Ember wasn't even looking at the back of them. He was so laser focused onto Heaven that maybe, just maybe, if he didn't get the paranoia, he wouldn't have time to react and actually played inside his own smoke. And that made it so difficult that even though he was getting pushed in from 2 different angles, you saw it already in that in the particular play. He was just cool, calm, and collected, able to play that particular 1v3 scenario absolutely perfectly. And you're absolutely right. I don't know what's going to happen right now to God Squad come into the Pearl map. This is definitely going to be a bit of a doozy, but God's Reign, definitely stellar performance.
Oh, no doubt about that. You have to give them full credit, not because they got lucky with rounds, because they played good Valorant. The way they played fundamentals on point, fights they picked on point. When they had to aggress, they did. When they had to fall back, they did. Of course, mistakes were made left, right, and center. But that's every single team, right? Every single team makes mistakes. There's no doubt about that. But all in all, I feel like God's Reign was just playing really, really well. And map MVP, Knight Rider with 24 kills, 6 first bloods, and an ACS of 312.
Knight Rider was just unleashed here. You know, we were talking about how Psy, Hoax, Vibhor, but Knight Rider has really turned this day into his own. We can call this like the Knight Rider day, right? As every series that he has played, he struggled a little bit on the Sentinel. And that was kind of interesting to reminisce a little bit, you know, earlier today. But again, putting him into the Duelist was the best decision that I think God's Reign have done throughout this entire day, because Knight Rider just got better and better throughout all of it. And we did definitely see that, especially with him just being alone, able to create masterful openings, even with weaker weapons. And it shows 24 kills. Lightning Fast also alongside him, able to do massive damage, especially with just those aggressive aim duels. The problem is the utility on this Raze is, I think it's not really lackluster, but I guess you could also say that he only really had that one great showstopper play on Generator on a site. But then after that, it just felt like he kept getting shut down time after time.
He did get shut down, and even when he did try to crest in, right, there were a couple of rounds that it worked for, but that one specific round where they used the Nightfall along with the Prowler, Hoax managed to put in the Sage Wall towards first lane on the B side, which delayed him so much. He could have used his second satchel, but he decided not to. Got stuck behind the wall, had to break it for the Prowler to go in, which wasted so much time, which was just enough for God's Reign to rotate in and salvage the round.
Anyways, we'll see if this series is gonna keep continuing, or will it get halted by God's Reign already, as we will prepare to go into Pearl. After this break, we'll come back. See you guys in a bit.
You blow my mind. I don't know if you know yet. I've tried some time, and I'm dying to tell you. You blow my mind. I don't know if you know yet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Valorant Invitational India by Galaxy Racers. My name is Mamba. Alongside me is Asurai, and of course, our infamous pre-match conversations about what's happening in the match and what could potentially happen, and who's going to be the one taken away by hope. Taking all those blows that God's Reign has thrown God Squad's way. Is God Squad going to be able to take the map number 3? Are they going to last long enough? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see how they just finish this particular series if they can. I do wonder though what is going to be the adjustment right now for God Squad, because the thing is, it didn't really feel like they were lacking things in terms of the frags itself, right? If you look at the team score from last game, and again, you're just looking at Pearl being their second map, Lightning Fast and SK Rossi have respectable frags of 20 and 19 altogether, but it was Hellranger down to Kappa that was definitely struggling in finding any picks in between. And again, in shooter games, we have a terminology more times, I think, or more notably for like hero shooters, it's called trash frags, where even though you do get picks, kills, it might look flashy, it might look amazing, in the overall impact of what it does in the game, it's not as effective. And you kind of see that with SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, because they are getting these really great initial kills, first bloods. Unfortunately, the problem to that is God's Reign just are able to still work with 3 to 4 players remaining, right? Well, with God Squad, as long as they lose SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, it seems like they're really lost for direction on what they have to do. And unfortunately, even though Hellranger and the rest, Skills and Kappa can clutch in that particular game, we didn't really see that come into fruition. So there was that dynamic where as long as Lightning Fast and SK Rossi were dealt with earlier, God's Reign can always bounce back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like in the first map, right, it wasn't even God's Reign bouncing back. It just was God's Reign losing a couple of rounds, but they kept the pressure up. They made sure that they don't make the mistakes that they made in the rounds that they lost. And God Squad was just not able to keep up with it, because individually, right, you had those picks coming in from Rossi, even Kappa stepped up when he had to. But God's Reign overall, as a unit, they all stepped up, be it with utility, be it with support, be it with opening picks, or just holding them off. All in all, it was a well-rounded performance.
Yeah, I honestly 100% agree with you on that factor. Looking at, as I was talking about a while ago, again, the first kills, right, as well as, let's talk about the first deaths. There was a lot more first deaths on the side of God Squad here. So whatever they wanted to do on first contact, it seems like they've been losing that more times than not against God's Reign. And I think that really disrupted their playstyle. Remember how I mentioned that Lightning Fast and SK Rossi really like to be exposed at the very start of the round, and that's usually where they start like to snowball their momentum. Unfortunately, because that doesn't work for multiple rounds, since I think God's Reign were very much prepared for it, it really turned into a race against the time that Lightning Fast and SK Rossi still had effective, aggressive initial peaks. But unfortunately, there was only a finite amount of angles that you can do that on defending side where before God's Reign start to adjust. And after that time had passed, you can already see God's Reign really stretching out the defense, really stretching out God Squad in the process, and honestly just, again, playing them like a fiddle at the end of that first game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They pushed them around. They threw their weight around, and nobody was expecting such a dominant performance coming in from God's Reign. Well, they surprised us all, and I feel like this was a good surprise, because here's the thing: God Squad, other teams like VLT or Enigma Gaming, all these teams have been around for quite a while, and it's always been one of these teams walking away with the championship, walking away with the trophies. It's great to see that new teams are coming in, and they're stepping the game up and making sure that there is a lot more competition than that has existed in the past.
Ooh, Knight Rider is back on the chamber, giving Side Dream the helm on that jet. Of course, they have given this a big chunk of thought already. Still, I do gotta give it to God's Reign. This is probably one of the few teams that pick up a Sage and actually make a strong case that Sage isn't really unfavorable anymore. The way that they use it has been honestly really entertaining and actually quite useful.
Here's the thing, Sion Jet is a surprise for me because I don't know why I was under the impression that he doesn't play duelists anymore, or maybe I've not followed the team as much as I should have, right? Because I've not had a chance to see all the matches. But Sai on Jet, I've seen him before, but there was a point in time where he was trying to take a different role up, but this time around he's going to be on Jet. I'm not quite sure who's doing all the calling in the team. I was assuming it was Sai because he was playing KO.
Choose your agent.
Very interesting to watch.
It is also interesting to watch as well here is God Squad back on the no duelist comp. Double controller, double initiator, and SK Rossi at the helm of that chamber. They can play nice and slow. I think Pearl is one of those maps that doesn't really require you to have a duelist because you can actually play super slow like a snail. And it still works because you can slowly just ramp up that map control. If you lose maybe that power fight on B long or A main, addressing mid is very, very strong because you can always just slow peek the corners. You do have, again, that double initiator that makes things very, very easy to go aggressive into that. And if your opponent hunkers down onto a certain angle that they can't really back up onto safety, you're usually going to be able to get that that elimination. So they can really play things a whole lot different than Ascent, and maybe this is what they're kind of looking for. You know, the reset of Pearl, the difference of lineups right now for God Squad. So we'll see how this works. It did work in that series that you casted with Universe, you know, when they went up against Lethal, but it did went the extra mile, almost going into overtime.
I feel like it was also because of the way Lethal played. Marcel was super aggressive in the afternoon on the Phoenix, but I feel like they also felt the lack of the Jet, which Sai is going to be playing this time around. So it's going to be nice to see how the Jet plays out in this game and the way Sai uses the Jet to create some space. Marcel could have been that aggressive because of the fact that he had a fade to clear out angles with the Prowler, and of course the curveball if somebody was holding those angles off. But we'll find out what happens in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2. God's Reign versus God Squad. God's Reign picking up Ascent if you're just tuning in, and God Squad have a lot of work to do because if they want to stay in this tournament, they need to win it. They need to win the next 2 maps because they're already mapped down.
Absolutely. Also, something to point out, I think from that last series that they had with Lethal Esports, Hell Ranger was also a pivotal player at that point, able to just get so many multi-kills here. So even though we don't really have a traditional duelist for God Squad, you do have the hybrid duelist that is the KO here. I don't think we've seen Hell Ranger actually play Initiator in this series yet. So he did play again the Omen in the last one, so at least having him here back on his KO will be a nice little fresh sight for eyes of ours. Hoax now seeing the contact, backs away. Knows now, excuse me, that God Squad is at least amassing here on Art. Now looking to push through waters, maybe into Bialy, however you want to pronounce it. But they are going to get attacked by the trap, so they're kind of playing into the hands of God's Reign, although they haven't really found any big picks just yet.
They haven't, but they just might. Little Whipper being so up close and personal. He wants to go and get the fight, but allowed to fall back, but dings him while falling back. Rossi is going to take so much damage, but did he have head armor to work with? And I mean, armor in general to work with?
No.
It felt like it.
It was a classic headshot, so I need 2 headshots for the kill.
Oh, fair. No, I mean, I understand that, but for some reason, right, the way I heard the thing, it just felt like, but Ember, look at him. He's not going to slow it down regardless. Kappa and Skills being taken down by him with the Ghost and Lightning Fast going close. The right click is still just as strong as ever.
Absolutely.
One enemy
Speaking of right clicks, Viv Horror, connoisseur of the clicks of rights. I think what happened there was maybe a wall bang. That's why you heard it like that. I think I may... Yeah. Anyways, looking away from headshots and dinks. Look at this from God's Ember. No, we can't walk away from headshots and dinks because that's exactly the biggest highlight of this replay.
Oh yeah.
But as I mentioned, right, you get so much mid control and slow pace for God Squad, but unfortunately, God's Reign didn't really challenge them maneuvering in that center point on Pearl. They just really played around them, and you saw how they approached that, where Side Dreams was already at the attacker's spawn, just wrapping around. So God's Reign knew exactly what the squad was trying to do.
They did, but Ember, in the meantime, is going to be waiting it out for information. But the knife coming in, look at that. He
Okay. It's going to be an aggressive peak. Even the Force Buy for God Squad right now, I believe that was with the weapons that they have in hand. The trade's looking a little bit more effective.
One enemy remaining.
Selling into the 2 versus 2. But Vibhor, abhorrent plays all throughout, shutting down this very, very cheeky, if not expensive, investment for God Squad. That's going to set them back a round or 2 after this one.
Oh, that it will, but even Sai, right? He was playing so up close and personal. Managed to get those picks. The more important ones, and especially playing an anti-eco, right? It's very important for you to pick those ones up. But the problem is, I think it was a little too expensive for God's Reign, and they will be forced to upgrade Hawks, upgrading to the Vandal. The players, I believe, is still on a Sheriff. The crowd did well towards mid, a lot of aggression, and Sai wants to go and pick that fight, but is going to be able to find any sort of information apart from the fact that there is somebody on high mid? Nope, that's not going to happen. Skills trying to creep up towards Art, might just be able to find a pick if the defenders get itchy, but that's not going to happen either. Rossi leading the charge towards A.
And they still do have some very strong weapons to make an arguable case here. Lightning Fast. No, he's making some waves on B long, but God's Reign not really flinching to the pressure of things. Skills, though, might incapacitate somebody. Hellranger's coming in closer. Hoax backing away. Knight Rider has doubled up onto double doors, and he's gonna find one.
Spike down.
Unfortunately, Hellranger not able to really find that that refrag. And if he did get that, that would have opened up a whole world of possibility right now for our attackers. And once again, we're left into an awkward numbers game, heavily in the favor of God Squad. Did Skills pop a couple of shots there just to chase? Well, now they know where he is, as he breaks the trademark, exposes himself to the elements, and Vibhor is just amping up, getting closer and closer to that resurrection.
He is, but the way God Squad has been approaching this, right? It's not been working for them. No matter what they tried, it's just simply not been working for them. But, of course, this time around, they're going to have a proper buy, which is great. And an operator onto Sai. This is interesting. 3 Spectres operator and a Vandal onto Hoax, which he upgraded to in the last round. So they're gonna have a lot of money to work with for sure, even if they end up losing this round. But that's quite a ballsy play. I'm going to say that for sure.
Happens here for delay tactics. Oh. Okay, now at least they know that there's not going to be any more dashes, but it should not matter. Aggressive showcase of force here from God Squad all the way through B Alley. This opens up the spawn. As you can see right now, they're slowly creeping up, but through Art here, if they try to go through sewers, and it's going to be a very, very difficult place to try to attack, although Hellranger will still aggress towards that. Ember, very much aware of the forces that separates them for the rest of the team. He's trying to at least readdress the smokes that he's already placed in Hellranger. They already know Side Dreams is right here. The timing is going to be crucial for Hellranger. He's getting back and gets embraced. Hello, welcome to our site. I got you. Shut it down. SK Rossi, as the smoke dissipates, does absolutely nothing to stop down Vibhor, who has just been looking pretty fantastic with the shots, even with just the Spectre in hand. Taunt not destroyed, gives away the positioning. But again, it does not matter. God Squad looking very shaken, getting all that mid-control all for nothing.
All for nothing, but the amount of impact or the amount of value that God's Reign has been able to get from SMGs, right? You talk about the Spectre especially. Shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be able to walk away with 2 kills with a Spectre in a full buy round from a situation like that. And Vibhor managed to do that. So props to him for two reasons. One, he didn't have to spend a lot of credits getting that weapon. Next round as well, he's not going to have to buy a weapon because he can just walk in and pick one of them, pick one of those up. And for God Squad, it's just spelling trouble because even if you have that weapons advantage, why are you being outsmarted or outstratted?
Out-aimed, I think, is also something that we add to that list. It happens. That's just as simple as it is, right? You try to break it down to the smallest molecule, but if you don't have your aim in that particular round, if you don't have your aim in that particular instance, it's all gonna go all for naught. And you gotta give it to Vibhor as well. He is just madly on point in this Pearl map, and it is turning into a sequence of rounds that God Squad just cannot find any form of control here. Now they're going to go for a desperate attempt with SK Rossi going to have on that hero Vandal of his. 3 nearing onto the Tour de Force. So I do like the idea of this one. They're getting closer. Kappa's trying to cross onto the smoke. 8 bullets right now. Could actually find one. Knight Rider somehow unscathed. TP's back into safety. And round after round here, Mamba, God's Reign are starting to get ballsier and ballsier.
I don't know if that's just confidence or them being cocky or having no respect for the opposition. Whatever it is, I love seeing it. I love seeing the Giants fall, and yeah, God's Reign just playing the best game they've played so far in this tournament or this entire month. They're looking so strong, so composed, and it's clearly working out in the favor.
Side Dreams.
I can't use that.
He's suppressed, but can still get back into cover. They're trapped. SK Rossi now looking for that flash. That was absolutely beautiful. Cloudburst still does give him some access, but look at that cheeky flank around. Vibhor still with the Spectre. He hasn't upgraded for this. And he's done so much damage. If this was CSGO, he'd have so much money right now with an SMG. Anyways, that was a broken buy for God Squad here. It was only SK Rossi with a valuable, or if anything, a permeable weapon. They're going to be coming into another gun round right now, but we're going back to that point where God Squad just looked lost in Pearl.
Look, I don't think they're lost in Pearl. They're probably still lost in Ascent. The way they've been playing, they look... I hate saying this, right? Because I don't like beating down or punching down on teams that have not been able to get any rounds, but God's Reign at this point is just outclassing them, which is not something I imagine I would say in the afternoon when I was preparing for this match. I didn't think I'd be saying this for God Squad being outclassed by their opposition, but unfortunately, that is the truth. That is the case for all the fans watching as well, right? It has to hurt. Even for the players who are playing, it has to hurt. But it's not over yet. It's only been 5 rounds. You can't write them off. They have the skill. They have the experience to bring this back to life, ladies and gentlemen. And here's an execute towards A. The C is coming in as well, which is going to be a massive problem for God Squad. But look at that Ember in the perfect position. Gets the first drop, needs to find the second as well, which he might, but Hellranger will shut him down. Hawks has been taken out of the equation as well, but Vibhor is not having any of that. Is going to find while he revives his teammate. It all comes down to Kappa once again in a 1 versus 4. Pulls one off, gets the second as well. Can he nail the third? That is a question. That can't happen. Nitro will come in clutch, almost pulling it off. Wonderful execute by God Squad, but God's Reign were just better.
The disruption. Again, you mentioned it already. Amazing entry from God Squad there. Unfortunately, the disruption, the follow-through from God's Reign was just that phenomenal. Look at this from Vibhor. He just waited inside the smoke, found SK Rossi, and I was like, maybe Kappa's gonna be, or rather, maybe the fade of God's Reign is gonna be in trouble there. Hoax. But he still had the invulnerability through the resurrection, and Vibhor still was able to net in 2 kills. That really helped him solidify the carry set. Unfortunately for God Squad here, they couldn't really place themselves on a position for that post plant. You want to play? Let's play. This Prowler just gets plugged up by the wall, and this wall has just been, you know what? Some teams don't really find it a bane, but God's Reign is making a damn well good case that it has just been a thorn on the side of God Squad. They can't really push through this. They have to respect that there are some dangers if they try to traverse this settable terrain. And Vibhor is on the receiving end of that, and he's been on point, so they might not want to fight against him. But I mean, who do they want to fight against now when God's Reign, excuse me, is so locked and loaded, especially that, again, Sideames is holding B-Long by himself with an operator in hand.
Yeah, and Hoax is ready with the Nightfall just in case it happens to be a take, but that's a fake! It's a fake! And he fell for it! Is Sai going to realize that is a fake? He's going to miss the first shot, needs to fall back as well. The information will get relayed, the rotation won't be quick enough. Nitrana needs to stay alive, but gets one! Will get quickly traded out. The Vipers can come into picture. And Sai is going to try his best to stay alive. Does have the Blade Storm available as well, which he is going to use. He is going to pop, but can he find the pick? I'm not quite sure. Hellranger being taken down, and Hoax needs to stay alive. But once again, the Cosmic Divide comes up now. Rossi's kills, both finding one for themselves. It is still a 2v3. A man disadvantage, but Ember only can find the Viper. He will find the Viper! The con being visible through the pit. No, it all comes down to Ember if he can find the trade. Well, he can't. Skills will be the one, will be the first point of contact, and he will shut him down.
Such quick facts from SK Rossi there. Honestly, this first shot, I thought it was a collateral. So, yeah, but again, the refrag from SK Rossi was so pivotal there because of the fact that he just, well, needed to get at least the defenders away from B site. The double operator as well. Who would have thunk? But in any case, God's Reign still should have some money to buy the first round for God Squad. You know, sometimes it's you being able to take the first step, the first leap. And this is what God Squad sorely needed right now. And equipping SK Rossi with an operator, he's going to be just hovering by himself onto A main. This is going to be huge. He's going to be able to find Ember too. And this is where God Squad finds some control back on their hands. They've opened up the map as it turns into a 4 versus 5. I mean, they haven't really pushed anything so far, but holding just a teeny tiny bit like this puts so much pressure now on God's Reign, looking to see what the adjustment could be, especially now that God Squad has been throwing utilities left and right just to fake out, to bait out the peaks of God's Reign, although still has not really done too much damage onto Vibhor, but SK Rossi does it again as he finds another pick. Now he's calling the spike all the way back to A.
Well, for now, Rossi. Ooh, both the operators not being able to connect those shots, but 2 Cloud Bursts being used. Sai will have to fall back over there. They still have a man deficit. Oops, is going to be on the rotation. Skills will get this bike down, but can they find the first pick? Skills walking into Hoax's crosshair will get taken down. Hoax has a problem available along with a Horn, which could get a lot of information, but look at the awareness on the Ross. He knew Nitrada could have been coming in from there. And Rossi's like, you know what? Fine, I'll do it myself. Gets a quad kill. Even then, there's one player alive, and Hoax could potentially pull this off. He knows where Kappa is. Walking into Kappa's crosshair. Will get taken down, will get shut down, and that is going to be the second round coming in for God Squad. Unfortunately for them, God's Reign still has a lot of credits to work with, and they'll be able to get a decent buy to have in the next one. And I feel like we might see a change of pace in terms of aggression from God's Reign.
Yeah, they have to leash a little bit of their map control here, since SK Rossi is starting to adjust to the timings of aggression, and he still has that operator saved up by his teammates into this round. It is going to be now a big risk for God's Reign to overcommit too much. Knight Rider is fine because he does have the TP back. Yeah, SK Rossi is just patiently waiting for the peek here. But again, that's what we were kind of looking for here for God Squad. Operating in the hands of Rossi, or SK Rossi, excuse me. Side Dreams. Waiting. Oh, what an angle. Might not know that somebody is pushed all the way onto B alley, but will not chase on that. Backs away first. This makes God Squad flinch right behind Hoax. I don't think he has any more smokes to actually go for the cross, so every wallbang, every utility just thrown on board. And as the dust settles here, Mamba, we're looking at a 2 versus 3.
Well, the Nightfall being used, no information because there is nobody on site. which is information enough, right? It's kind
Spike
of
planted.
paradoxical, but Sai is going to be the one leading the charge. Hopefully his team. Oh wait, so
enemy
you don't want to go in? Rossi getting the pick on the side. I'm not quite sure what was going on because his teammate had rotated all the way back. So if they were going to go in, they should have waited for him, or if they're going to fall back, and then that peek makes no sense.
Well, regardless of, it's going to be a force on the save already. Ember has been making a lot of impact plays, but even he has to forfeit this particular one. God Squad definitely riding on the coattails of SK Rossi's aggressive initial first bloods here. And it really goes to show. Now, that poses the question here for God's Reign. How did they start to adjust to this now that SK Rossi is fighting again these initial peaks of fights? Yes, there's these, great kills from Side Dream, as you saw with that. But as long as they can't really shut down Rossi with this operator, it is going to turn from a 6-0 that we saw a while ago into a possible 6-6 in this first half. And it's not looking far away from now. We're halfway there for God Squad. And this time, God's Reign broken in that economy line. Oh, Knight Rider, though. I like this position. Should not get spotted by the Prowler. Yeah, that's the most important thing.
Well, you see those picks coming in, Rossi's skills. It's almost as if they flip some switch on and suddenly God's Reign have been disabled in the way they've been playing, because few picks early enough. I mean, I appreciate the idea. I understand why they would have wanted to go out there and get that pick, because they already have a weapons disadvantage to work with. So understandable. But
One enemy remaining.
what a shot! What a shot by Rossi. And that is going to be the fourth round coming in for God Squad, and I'm sure the fans are going to be really happy seeing this, because from what it looked like in the first 6 rounds, it absolutely looked like God's Reign were dominating the opposition. But suddenly, God Squad has started inching the way back in the matchup.
Again, just straight up from the coattails of SK Rossi here. 12 kills already. He's matched up against Vibhor and everything. Ugh. All right. If you are, doubling down with the operator, we're going to double down your double down with 2 operators for Side Dreams and Knight Rider. What a risk they're willing to take. Not as quick of a follow through. Unfortunately, no shot to connect. SK Rossi did actually give up his own operator to have both rifle and tour de force in hand. I like the double mix of this. Now they know again that the Knight Rider does have the sniper, but do they know that Side Dreams is waiting, lurking in art, doing the same thing? Oh, he misses the shot, but he's given away his positioning. Has to back away for a much passive angle here, which could give access for God Squad pushing up all the way through art.
Well, for now, 55 seconds on the clock. Ember is going to try his best to slow things down. The Cosmic Divide as well, but look at Hoax using the Nightfall to get all the information in the world. Lightning fast, Hoax find the first pick. Sai being taken down, but Ember isn't having any of that, but a quick trade to shut him down as well. God Squad still maintain their man advantage, but Webor, the man, the myth, the legend himself, goes in, reaches the Cosmic Divide, gives his teammate a resurrection as well, but that haunt isn't good enough, or is it? I feel like Webor almost got spotted over there, but Hoax is trying his best to get all the attention diverted towards him, but Rossi not being able to connect that shot. Oh! Knight Rider is going to fall prey to him. Rossi needs to find the third one as well, which he will. Listen, if he got the fourth one, I would have just quit.
It was already going above and beyond. What was that? That first kill.
Last round.
Instincts played in. He's basically Goku on this one, going ultra ham with the ultra instincts. Look at that. He missed the shot, but immediately lines it up. There were like 3 people looking at him, and they were all whiffing. Is this what it feels like to be in the presence of SK Rossi? My goodness. That is not too hot for God's Reign here. The problems that God Squad had at the first part of this game, all is what now is merely a dream, and it's God's Reign's nightmare as of the moment. Side Dreams unloads the basically everything. Actually spots out that Spike is right in his hands, but he was in no man's territory. So even though that was a good play, no follow through could have been done by God's Reign.
Oh, yeah. But it's not like 4v4, it's still anybody's round, but I feel like God Squad has done more than enough in the first half to come back and find their footing in this matchup. And I feel like now they might have the momentum. I'm not too worried about their confidence because, look, even now, right, Rossi is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Last round as well, a quad kill on his behalf is what secured the round. Right now as well, he needs to find his first pick. The contact will come in. Can Knight try to stay alive long enough? I'm not quite sure, but he will struggle over here because he doesn't. Ember is going to be there to back him up. Has a Bulldog to work with. Rossi still holding that angle, but Knight try to find the will fall prey. And Rossi just
left.
going in. Kappa is not going to slow down either. Ember being taken down. It all comes down to Fade and Sage all alone. Hopes
Planted.
does have a Haunt available. Good lineup to reveal and get some information, but Rossi will not get spotted.
That's going to be crucial, though, because Rossi's already waiting for this jiggle peek angle.
Last player
Hoax
standing.
finally shuts him down. What a flick from Kappa, though.
Player standing.
1 versus 2. Make that a 1-1. He's just fast swinging onto this one. And, of course, Skills hears it. Everybody knows that you're going to be here, including Skills. And they've basically equalized this first half. 6-6. Oh, what all right, I'm lost for words, man. Just what an ironic twist to the end of the first half.
Listen, they just like symmetry, okay? I'm pretty sure somebody has OCD over there. 6 rounds on one side, 6 rounds on the other, and 6 rounds in a row for both of them. So God's Reign having a wonderful start, just not being able to keep up with the pace. But hey, let's be honest, God Squad was on attack, while God's Reign with the Jet were on defense. I still feel like they have a lot more up their sleeve. Well, a lot of impact can be created with the Jet, especially with Sai. If he dashes in, can create space, if he gets those openings, that's the best possible scenario, right? But just the fact that he can dash into sites, create all the space that his team needs, and create a lot of chaos while going in, I feel like with just that fact, God's Reign might just have an upper hand.
I mean, can he create the same impact as well as attention gravitating plays like SK Rossi come into this second half? I'm not entirely sure, but you know what? Anything can absolutely happen right now, but did not really expect that to be the first half, man. From 6-0 to 6-6, just a whole different bag has been unpacked right in front of us. And again, there was that slow start for God Squad here, but coming into the defending side with this double initiator, double controller, there's going to be such a tight vice grip that God Squad has right now. So I wonder what God's Reign have set in motion or have planned in accordance to that, in adjustment to that. Again, we talked about how it's going to be very important for Vibhor's walls to make do, but other than that, they're not really going to be able to flush out Rossi this time because there's no KO, no flashes on God's Reign side. So again, they're really going to rely on dry peaks and smokes to at least give them access onto the site when they start pushing in.
Well, I guess we'll find out in 15 seconds because, ladies and gentlemen, the second half, that's all. It's going to take 10 more seconds and we'll see what God's Reign has in store for us. No sheriffs, which is kind of nice. Sai decided to go in for the ghost, though. No armor, nothing else to work with. Won't even have an updraft to work with as far as I know. Rossi, look at him being so aggressive. He wants... Ooh, this is smart. This is smart. I like it. I like it.
Side Dream not chasing the kill this time. It's a bit too hot on B Alley there, so they're going to back away for now. SK Rossi, absolutely right, has a cheeky little angle, can always just peek or TP back on... Never mind. He's going to be stuck on A main, but Kappa Finds the first pick onto Side Dream. Skills, not going to be able to jump through, but there still is no good map control here for our attackers right now. They're kind of caught out into the open. SK Rossi using a lot of these Headhunter bullets, but it's not really finding its mark. Ember putting in a nice little gravity well. Hope's going to be holding the spawn here first. Spots a bit too much of heat there. Has to back away for now. And SK Rossi is still alive on A main. If he survives this, this could turn massive for God Squad. Finally shuts it down. Kappa takes a bit of damage. Waiting for the push. Gets it. Now Hell Ranger spotted. Chasing it down. Does take massive damage. But both of them are actually low. Ember here. What a swing. Quick and fast. 3K for him. And that's God's Squad. Down and dusted. God's Reign picks up the second half. Or Bristol.
Well, very important round for them, I can tell you that for sure. And yeah, Ember with the Astra has been creating so much impact with the utility and of course the frags as well. He's been there to back teammates up. He's been there to get those openings when the time comes, and of course use the gravity well and the stun to slow them down whenever the need be. But once again, for God Squad, it's Rossi doing a lot of heavy lifting. And that's the reason why they were able to snowball into getting 6 rounds in the later part of the first half.
Bibhor is just waiting for Hell Ranger here. Oh, that's not on the defender. Gives Hell Rangers the time. He still manages to pick up the orb regardless and backs away. No damage whatsoever to actually hit him. I like how God Squad are just like spread out here with very much cheeky little angles for either classic kills or even the shorty shenanigans. God Squad, or excuse me, God's Reign. Now I'm the one who's also getting very much confused by that. SK Rossi misses the shot. No more TP to recall. Inside Dream. Getting closer and closer. Knight Rider, though, did they just basically miss each other? I think Lightning Fast spotted him, but not Knight Rider spotting Lightning Fast. He will call him, but thankfully for Knight Rider here, his opponent's a little bit farther away, but no. He's just right at the corner here, and there it is. Picks it up. The A main call was all for naught because this is just going down the drain, down the toilet. We're only up to God's Ember here, and he's alone. Even getting shot by a shorty at that of a distance. Knight Rider not able to cleanly get information on A side because of this, again, cheeky positioning from Lightning Fast.
Yeah, it is Shorty Nation. 2 kills with the Shorty, 1 with the Classic. That's unfortunate, I'll be honest, because look, you pull off the pistol round and then you're hoping that in the anti-eco or when the opposition is going to force, you will be able to use that weapons advantage that you have in your favor, but that does not happen. You start walking into angles that can be held really close. So that's why I don't understand, why do you need to push in that deep? I mean, I can understand getting information, but you also need to realize it's an anti-eco that you're playing. They could always have shorties to work with.
Bring them down.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I don't know. And he didn't have any backup from his teammates, too. Right? Were they just expecting that God Squad was going to 5-stack B because they showed themselves on a site there? Well, regardless of which, that's a mistake they're going to have to live with here, as they've given ammunition for God Squad right now, and that is definitely not what you want to see, especially when there's just so much on high momentum as of the moment. Skill's going to be into the corner, and whew, all right, nice little hat trick. Lines it up for him. Nice little gallery here. I mean, A-Short is where art is, but Skills, he's an artist, and he makes quick and clean of his opponent. Speaking of which, also the same could be said for Kappa. And a flawless round to follow right after.
That was clean. I can tell you that. The Tsai was disappointed in my own skill, because every time I see something being something that smooth, right? Something being executed that smoothly, whatever it is, a strat or your aim just being so crisp, so clean. It's great to watch. It's fun to watch. It's fun to witness, but at the same time, you're like, why do I even play this game?
Bring them down.
That's a question I asked myself as well. All right. Now let's see how this unravels. SK Rossi. Oh, did not choose to actually purchase any headhunters. All about that sheriff for him. Finds the trap. Side Dreams is on the contact. Now he's not really pushing too far forward. And he's going to wait for with the rest of the team here. Where is that spike? Where will it get planted? Oh, Skills finds Knight Rider here into the corner. The peak! What? That is just so awkward. They had the wall. It breaks, and someone just casually checks if anybody's aware, and Hellranger just picks up 2. Denies even the plant on the spike. What is happening for God's Reign here? They need to change something, and that something is a quick little timeout right now.
You can see the disappointment on Sai's face as well. He's like, man, we shouldn't have lost this round. They had control of the side. And then there's Knight Rider. Like, yeah, don't care. Ember just, trying his best. I feel like more than anything this time out is just to slow things down and reset. I don't think they need to talk about a lot of things except for the fact that Hellranger casually walked in and got those 2 picks, which allowed them to win that run. Once again, it's a lot of individual plays where God's Reign have had a lapse of concentration, or maybe they've allowed somebody to walk in, because of which God Squad has just walked away with 3 rounds.
They haven't stopped at all, man. God's Reign is starting to look, if not starting, they are already in the midst of just being just lost in the desert. Or maybe, more accurately, just lost under sea, as Pearl is. But all of what they've been doing just has not been working at all. There is just this disconnect that is building for God's Reign as of now. Now they're going to be going into this particular round with just the weaker weapons, and I don't think they can convert Thrifty rounds the same way God Squad can do the same thing, because this time this team is the one that's incredibly locked and loaded. We'll see how this goes, but if this continues, we could be looking... Oh, yeah, just automatic fire through that. It works. He's not done. 6 bullets, still lethal, and Kappa's still hitting shots. Picks up the 4, now has the Nightfall. And what was I saying? Oh, yeah, we could be looking at a game number 3 if this keeps continuing.
What about feeling like God Squad was just snoozing through the first half, and later on they just woke up and like, you know what, enough kids, we're going to show you what we're made of, and they're doing exactly that. Kappa on this round, getting all these openings for the team at the end, of course, getting that quad kill. It's going to help him climb the ladder. 16 frags, 9 deaths, 4 assists. Rossi, Kappa, Skills. Everybody's been stepping up. Hellranger doing what he does best. Holding the team together when his team needs him the most. When they were down 6-0, of course, I'm sure he had a massive role to play over there in terms of getting them back up.
Oh, absolutely. Sometimes that's what you need, right? That extra person to get you back up. In terms of the game. Triple stack onto B long here. This is a crucial round for God's Reign. Not only because, of course, you don't want to give the round to God Squad, putting them to 7-11. More than that, it's the economy as well. Just, it's grasping for air here for God's Reign. Vibhor making a bit of noise, showing his utility. Other than that, not really much, but they're calling them back. Okay, you can see that Side Dreams is holding on mid just so that he can see maybe anybody trying to get forward map control, as well as create a bit of space for a possible just straight shoot for God's Reign onto a site as of now. The pinch is going to be incredibly crucial. There's the Prowler. Spots nothing in the close corner. They're priming the Nightfall. And SK Rossi, he's been spotted. He's still holding. But he will not get the headshot, unfortunately, and he's been forced to TP back, excuse me. Kappa trying to retaliate as well, but there's Side Dreams
10 seconds left.
with the catch. And this is looking a lot more solid here for God's Reign. Still, they cannot take it away from the board. The Hell Ranger and the teammate are still alive, and they can still deal some massive damage. They are not giving any chance to do so.
Well, clearly, God's Reign, they've been feeling themselves that timeout, definitely helping them out because they needed to reset. They needed to have a conversation of what's going wrong. And, well, finally they have one round once again going back into their favor. This is going to be super crucial. If they end up losing this, the economy is going to be in shambles and they would have nothing. Oh, wait, as a matter of fact, maybe one of the players will have something to work with, even Ember, but apart from that, nobody else is going to have anything to work with. So, really crucial round. They need to make this happen. And God's squad, on the other hand, have all the money in the world to work with. So, Han's going in early enough. The Prowler trying to find some information, and a Viper's Pit being used on the A side. So, it might just have to be a B execute coming. But look at Rossi being so aggressive over here. God Squad trying the best to get all the information in the world and have a stack towards B, but Wibor is quickly going to the right side while he tries to get some information. The Seas goes in. El Ranger just holding the main, has the flash drive ready and primed. He's going to use it or no? Null command being pulled out and the fragment going in as well. But look at that. That's going to reveal what Hell Ranger was. The spike will still get planted. And they do have a lot of ults to work with. God Squad, they do have the Fade Nightfall as well. So the question is, are they going to use it for the retake?
That was massive to get that plant in already, because that is just going to ruin, or that is going to set up at least a fightable post plant right now for the attackers. Unfortunately, wall separates the brunt of them, and God's Reign are panicking. They're going to get full blinded. The follow through, look at the punish. And we're now down to God's Ember 1 versus 1. I don't think Kappa... Yeah, I don't think God's Ember knew that Kappa was actually off of it already, but again... all of that sequence happening to the Cosmic Divide that provides you no audio cues whatsoever, even if you're right beside it. And they panicked so hard and they crumbled even harder. God Squad making an absolutely glorious case that we could be or should be going into game number 3 for this series.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about that. But Hell Ranger, that flash, that underhand flash was so on point. It wasn't even a power flash, it was probably like a pixel power flash because it had already started getting primed to explode the moment it touched the wall. So that shows the amount of understanding that he has for the physics of the game. But at the same time, the team knew exactly what to do. The moment they saw the underhand flash going in, they pushed in. But for now, we have Sai with the Blade Storm. So they will have a full buy coming in, but can he find the pick? That is the question. Rossi getting one, needs to fall back, but he's coming in, not being able to get the second. And Sai will try his best to get that pick, but he does connect the shot. Flash shot being used. Is he going to be able to find the pick? Oh no, that is so unfortunate. Sai getting blinded over there, but Kappa is going to get taken down. It is still a 3v3, but the problem is Fade on attack is really low on HP, so they won't have a lot of leeway to work with. Hell Ranger on the other side will have his backstab to worry about, but skills is creeping up. He's going to find Ember. Does Ember expect this? This is the question. And it does look like he's waiting for it, but he could probably get timing over there. Ember needs to hold this. If he leaves this even for a second, Skills is going to walk in and get that drop. I'm assuming he would have heard him right now, but Sai trying his best to be aggressive. Can he find the pick? That is the question. Ooh, no way! No! God down way, Sai gets a collateral, gets a fourth one as well, and stepping up when his team needed him the most.
Sometimes he just need to unleash the wild animal. My gosh, that second pick was looking so scary already for God's Reign here. But Side Dreams, as you mentioned, making the dream come true for God's Reign. It's still not over. 9-11. This could be anybody's game, but God Squad closer to the finish line. SK Rossi has so much money. He's saving this because he has his Tour de Force. So, come what may, that next round, there's still going to be equipped all throughout. SK Rossi. Ooh, I thought he was going to readdress B long there or something. But did get forced away. Hellranger still holding the angle here. And I think God Squad are playing on the fact that SK Rossi could have been rotating already onto B. They only now know that Hellranger's here. Okay, so this is the correct decision. They're going to be smoking it off for the moment. There's still plenty of time, and Hellranger is starting to call back a few of his teammates, that being, again, the sniper that is SK Rossi.
But I feel like this is going to be a B fake. Look at the player starting to rotate back. We have the chamber trying to creep up, but Nitro are making so much noise. I'm not sure if this is the best idea, or is it a double fake? Well, falling back made so much noise, but Wibor is going to find the pick onto Kappa, who tried to backstab, and now we have Nitrider, who's going to try and see if he can find some information, or maybe a pick as well towards mid. But is he going to commit to this? I'm not quite sure. He is falling back towards B, so it was a double fake, forcing in a rotation, getting that pick. That was extremely smart of them, but Hellranger is getting itchy.
30 seconds left.
He knows 2 rings have been used. Nebulas are going to pop up. The wall coming in as well. It's actually a gravity well, which is going to force him back.
Oh, that was so good. He could have used that molly of his maybe, but I think he also wants to be unseen right now as he tries to creep up into position. He's waiting for his teammates here. Vibhor, bit of a very, very awkward angle. It's just one fragile wall that separates the both of them. Still, though, finds an opening. He's going to be stuck rocking a hard place. SK Rossi, though, finds the pick, gets the shot. Side Dreams at least retaliates in the end, but they're going to have to shoot through this one. Through the Viper's smoke. They're off it, but they don't know. They're going to have to challenge still through, and God's Reign manages to make it happen every single beat. They are challenging. They're refragging, but it is so close. God's Reign and God Squad, they are neck and neck in this second game here, Mamba.
Oh, they are. That they are, but Hellranger calling it a tactical timeout. Probably at the best possible time, and he knows they just need to reset. There's nothing wrong that's happening. It's just God's Reign playing those 2 rounds, those 2 crucial rounds really well. Even though Hellranger did call in a timeout, look at him. He's just chilling. He doesn't have anything to say. And Wibor, on the other hand, has quite a few words to say to his team. Trying to figure out what can they possibly do. Is this timeout just to throw them off, to slow things down? Once again, Nitrider just existing while the entire conversation's happening around him.
Speaking of Nitrider, haven't really felt his presence, I think, as much in this particular game. It's been Side Dreams and Vibhor that has done a lot in terms of the I need to carry my team department, you know, being able to get 1 to 2 kills, very crucial kills at that, just to create pressure. Speaking of which, I thought that SK Rossi was gonna drop for his teammates, but that's not actually the plan here. It's for him to have still the operator in hand. You know what? I get it. Totally do. This Prowler, though, ooh, as he doesn't spot the operator just yet, but Rossi does decide to back away for now. Doesn't want to show his presence here for the moment. Nitrider, very good, or rather, very cautious in just trying to peek. But still, SK Rossi finds the huge one. The rest of the attackers now just marching their way onto A, or rather, excuse me, onto B, as they've already lost their teammate. They could actually have Vibhor just run all the way through A and revive, but I mean, that's kind of crazy. In any case, they will be forcing the post plant once again. Skills, what's the plan? He's looking to go push through the wall. And Hellranger is priming the flash here first, but it's a 3-man peek. Everybody's right here, already looking for the cross. SK Rossi, though, misses the shot. That's going to be a big one. The Hellranger is still holding on to the angle. Everybody's reloading. It still works out in the end marvelously for them. Lightning Fast could provide some damage through those cracks in the wall, but it's not going to happen. He gives his all. It's still not going to happen. And God's Reign finally equalizes 11-11.
Yeah, I'd give it to them, though. The way they played, especially backside, pushing with 3 players inside was super cheeky, but it worked out. It worked out. They were like, you know what? I'm not just going to go in with 1 more player to trade me out. We're going to go in, all 3 of us, and deny this control. So they played super aggressive, but not too much, right? Because if they wanted to commit, they could have committed to the defender base, maybe towards the cubby, but they chose not to do that and just held on to backside and did not allow Hellranger to come in. And the flash, by the way, was absolutely on point. But when you have 3 players shooting in your direction, you can't really go, and it's a meat grinder.
All right, now, are they going to learn from their mistakes and stop actually pushing quick corners that you know that pistols and shorties will have maximum damage They're not even touching mid at all. Maybe just aware that there could be some pushes to come through in this one, but not really anything. Whoa. Side Dreams gets across. SK Rossi not exposed just yet, but both of the snipers waiting very patiently for somebody to get queasy and get a peek in. Hoax, is he going to jump or cross this drive? Because SK Rossi finally gets exposed. Side Dreams also spotted here. Now he knows. The TP, I'm not sure if they heard it, but he's on out of there already. But again, they've called him all the way back onto A this time, as Side Dreams at least make sure that SK Rossi's still going to be there. Lightning Fast ready to actually go for the swing here. But they might not have the necessary utility to actually stop the onslaught that's coming from God's Reign.
Oh yeah, but Lightning Fast is going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Nightfall coming in. What's that? A counter, I'm not quite sure, but with Boris just walking in, running in now, as a matter of fact, is going to use the wall to block off the base. Has the resurrection available as well, but is he going to need it? I don't think so. Nobody's been taken down on his team. And look at the amount of aggression, the coordination, and of course the communication. Everybody peeking the same angle when they had to. Rossi being taken down, the operator being stolen away from him. And that spells trouble for God Squad.
It was what, 25 seconds of needing to delay that. I loved how God Squad was able to throw, what was it, Viper Smoke, Snake Bite, Gravity Well, as well as the Nightfall, but it only gave about a quarter of that 25 seconds of delay. They still had 17 or so to start pushing into the site and get enough to be able to plant that one in, which was so important for God's Reign. They did not panic. They waited. They knew they had plenty of time as well as utility to back up their push, and it worked swimmingly for them here, Mamba. Now, there is going to be a well-equipped God's Squad team already, especially with the Viper Spit. This is the perfect time for them to push this into overtime, if it ever. But God's Reign, they have a different plan. I think now they know that SK Rossi might not be on the operator henceforth, so they're looking for a lot more mid-aggression here. The lineup with the Haunt. Hoax going to be clearing corners. He's bumping into his teammate. Ooh, that's very close for decapitation. Hellranger throws out the utility just to slow them further. In God's Reign, they're going to have to start deciding where to push soon after, because we're now down about 40 seconds remaining.
40 seconds remaining, and they need to start picking up the pace, because if God's Reign don't go in now, they won't have a chance. The problem is they are still very split up. They need to commit to a side right now, absolutely right now. We do have Sai waiting outside A. He could potentially dash updraft if he has the dash available beyond the Viper's pit, but 20 seconds on the clock. They need to commit to this. Rotation is going to start coming in. Kappa will start going back, but Lightning Fast, does he have enough? Will try and use both his snake bites onto Odd to try and stop him. Gets the first, nails the second. Nitride, oh my lord, Lightning Fast gets one more with the snake bite. And the hesitation is going to be so expensive. It all comes out of the last player standing, but he will get taken down, and this will go to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. God Squad pulling this back in their favor, and God's Reign letting the nerves get to them.
Decided needed to push on the Viper Spit there. They respected it way too much, and it punished them in the end. It's as simple as that. And another thing about that as well is God's Reign use a lot of their utility to get that mid control, and the only bits of utility that God Squad use as retaliation was very, very minimal. They still, as you saw, had Kappa C's, which delayed them even further, especially 20 seconds remaining. They still had such an awkward push in. They weren't able to drain any of the fuel that Lightning Fast had on that Viper. So it was just so awkward to see that happen. Right now, as we reset things, with God's Reign going to be on A main. Side Dreams backs away. Refrag. No, he gets away without any bloody damage done onto him. And this is absolutely perfect for God's Reign right now. God Squad looking to not lose a beat as they start to corral here outside of Alley. Hoax not giving away his position. They did not spot each other. And he throws out the util here just for safety, but there's nobody there anymore. God Squad is taking their sweet time trying to figure things out for the moment.
Oh well, but that early opening is going to help God's Reign so much, especially that Fade has been taken out. It's such an important agent to get the information that you need, clear all these angles out, but they still have the KO to work with. But apart from that, it's just unfortunate the way this entire round got played out for God Squad, right? Losing that player is not going to be easy. The snake bite coming in. They do have a haunt available, which he is going to use, but is it good enough? It is good enough. But the problem is there is solid cover for Volks to be able to get that kill, but finally he will. Lightning Fast overcommitting over there. Knight Rider has the operator, where Bor is going to find Hellranger. It all comes down to two players.
Player standing.
Try and go on the flank, but Bor will shut him down.
Skid Ross is going to have to hit marvelous shots left and right. Okay, he's hitting marvelous shots left and right, so let's see what he can do, but he's pressed for time. There it is. Okay, one more round. I'm surprised that Sidreams actually got that, and then nobody was just aware that Kappa's gonna, get peaked as soon as. But c'est la vie. That's how the world works. SK Rossi, if it was just 2 players remaining, he could have clutched it, but it was a whole 5, the whole team that they had to deal with.
True, it was. I mean, Rossi with an operator in a 1 versus 3 was like seeing the god himself against God's Reign. But even that was too much, was too mighty for the god himself. But regardless, now here we go, 13-12 map and match point for God's Reign. Rossi finding the first one before we get taken down. But look at that, can he find that one? No, he can't. Sidedream trying to go in, has the judge to work with, wants to bring the judgment day for the opposition, but it's not going to be that easy.
SK Rossi hasn't found it out, and he's still doing damage! Okay, SK Rossi against the world. And the world was not enough to take down the Rossi, and that is going to push us into the second overtime. Ugh, man, that is going to piss off God's Reign, because they tried so hard to get into the site. Sidedreams even had a judge just to swarm in, but still somehow doesn't get the pick of SK Rossi. He gets the fadeaway shots, backs into cover, and still somehow gets 2 follow-up kills before they finally shut him down. And at that point, you knew it was over because the squad, the God Squad, the rest of them were already there. Look at these kills, man. 29 for SK Rossi. We're back to the drawing board. The double operator for God's Reign. Can they hold on? Because right now, momentum is definitely on the squad side.
That is true, but for now, 13-13. Skills is trying to find some sort of information. I've been getting thrown off with that Viper ult on God Squad, even though the Viper doesn't have it. But the fragment comes in, tries to push him back. Snake bite as well. Bor has so much neutral to deal with. But Ember can be the first one in contact. He can be the one getting those picks, but he will get triple beat. That was so unfortunate. And this time around, God Squad will not slow down. They are getting those picks, and the Vipers coming towards Arc will deny any sort of pathway for the retake, and it all comes down to Knight Rider all alone in a 1 versus 5 with the operator. You don't get to see that all.
Well, what you do see often is, again, God Squad just loving to overwhelm and pushing so aggressive. I was wondering why Ember took forever to just back away into cover. His smoke already dissipated, and there was like 3 people just staring him down, and they're like, yeah, what are you gonna do this time? He did see, I believe, Hellranger's gun peeking out a little bit through the smoke, and he didn't decide to pop the shot by then. At that point, I was really expecting him to back away and, provide more suppressive utility so that Knight Rider, or excuse me, Vibhor can maybe translate something. But it really didn't do anything other than just Sidedreams immediately dashing in here. Kappa's going to be on the rotate. Oh my god. God's Reign is definitely starting to run, if not already out of fuel. Knight Rider, though, a pick onto Hellranger is absolutely huge right now, as they need to be able to pick every single kill in their end, but Kappa will just not go down. Vibhor finally takes him away from the board, and a 3 versus 3 ensues. But this is still looking very messy for God's Reign.
Well, it is still looking very messy for God's Reign, no doubt about that. But Hoax and Wobor will start pushing in towards the B side. Do they have
teleports ready?
bit of backup? And are they going to expect Rossi being pushed up towards B main? No, I don't think so. And that could be the differentiator between them being able to pull this round off or not. The problem is Rossi can't even use a rendezvous because it's right next to him, and Skills getting one for himself. He needs to find the second, but is buying just enough time for Rossi to be able to come in. That Seize is going to do so much damage in terms of buying time for the opposition, and still trying his best to plant the spike, but will Hawks find a pick? I don't think so. He did. He does spot out lightning fast. 20 seconds on the clock to work with. They do have information, but Nitride comes in clutch and gets that frag on his Skills once again, pushing it to overtime.
What a messy round. I honestly thought that we were going to go already to game number 3. And this was so awkward. Look at that. Skills was just like, what are you doing? Free kill for me. God's Reign find themselves a bit of composure. Able to take a bit of a breath there. And thankfully, Knight Rider, who has been just bottom fragging this entire Pearl match, finds the 3 absolutely important frags to get things back in their own side. Knight Rider will miss that one, and he gets tagged up as well. He's going to have to back away for the moment. The push comes to shove for God Squad here, and they will be pretty adamant about going for B.
Oh well, Hawks trying to find all the information in the world, but he is not going to be able to do with that. Nitride being spotted will have to start falling back. That is unfortunate. But lightning fast, just waiting it out. But look at this. God Squad maybe want to fall back. Are they going to come into this? Or are they just going to wait it out to maybe sell a double fake? Who knows? I think they want to sell a double fake, so they're not making any noise whatsoever. But Nitride has a gap to work with in that Nebula.
That Nebula indeed gives a bit of positioning here for Knight Rider, and thankfully because Vibhor is there, can heal him up. If he peeks this, SK Rossi's just waiting at the precipice of that jiggle. On the right of him, they're waiting for the blade to come in so that they know that Knight Rider is going to be here at all. Once they hear that snap, they already know that the operator is not there any further. And he is just not finding any picks here, just not really finding anything. And finally, he gets dispensed, unfortunately. That means that we're going to be looking at the 4 versus 5. Is Vibhor just going to drop aggressive? He has lost his mind. Yep. He wanted to make a heroic play, but in the end, he's left like 2 of his teammates to fend up for themselves, especially Sidreams, who is going to be on that operator. They do find 2 simultaneous frags. SK Rossi whiffs, and in the blink of an eye, it turns into the 2 versus 2. How do they make this happen? They know that one's going to be the back of the site here. One going to be holding on to B long. The delay tactics, and Ember is alone. I think he might be able to actually go for the wraparound. Oh no. Now that there's no time, he's going to have to showcase himself. 1 more to remain. He has the wall. He's going to run for it. Dead smack center. He has to push forward, but there's no time. Oh. He had like, yeah, about 5 more seconds, maybe.
I'll be honest, I'll give it to Ember. He almost pulled it off. He almost brought it home. And what's up with all these peaks, right? Knight Rider, if he connected the first shot, even the second shot, as a matter of fact, this would have been an easy round for God's Reign. But God Squad, being the team they are, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile away from you. So you don't want to give them that space, or you don't want to make that mistake of missing those crucial shots. But it is what it is. You lost a round, you move on with it, you deal with it, and just focus on the one at hand, because if they lose this, it is going to the 3rd map.
I miss Knight Rider being on a duelist. I feel like he does so well on that. In any case, God Squad. This is tournament life for both teams. And they really do need to bring the pain, bring it back. SK Rossi. Actually, he's the one that's going to get tagged here, so he's going to have to respect the threat levels already that is right in front of him, which is him just being 1 breath away from being knocked his block off. Sidream's going to at least respect the Prowlers being thrown on B alley here. But the quick adjustment is just to throw their bodies, throw themselves onto A. Lightning Fast has showed away his presence. Ooh. His snake bite shallow as it hits the back of the site. Not really good. Ember, though, a little bit too heated there. Oh, they're chasing the skills too hard. Oh, I think this is already it. We're going to go to game number 3. What was that for? All right, it's gonna just be side dreams. I don't know how well he can actually clutch this 1 versus 4 repositions. Not gonna happen.
Defenders win.
And again, just too hard of a chase for God's Reign.
Yeah, this is going to game number 3, no doubt about that, of course, because now the match is done. Sorry, the map is done. But they could have closed it out 2-0, which was a very unexpected result if they managed to pull it off. Honestly, they should absolutely have their entire team patting themselves on the back because of the fact that the first map was super dominant. Second map, which wasn't even their pick, by the way, they played so well. On the third one, even if they end up losing this one, of course, it's going to hurt because it's a massive event, right? A lion's share of $100,000 on the line. But at the same time, you have to be proud of what you managed to do because the team that you're playing against is not just a Sunday team, right? It is one of the best teams in South Asia and in the region. So going head to head with them and so close, that too, I feel like is commendable.
It definitely is. Again, God's Reign were brilliantly struggling, right? They had some amazing rounds. They had some questionable ones, and they had rounds where you just didn't know who was gonna come out on top, if ever. So the fight continues. It's still not done, and we are gonna be looking at this game number 3. Anyways, let's look at our map MVP, but I think it's without an undeniable fact gonna have to be, yep, of course, SK Rossi, 31 kills, 7 first bloods, ACS of 308 here, Mamba. Once they gave him that operator, he never let go, especially also not letting go of the pressure that he had that entire second game.
That is true. He had a lot of pressure. So here's the thing, right? Let's not forget they were down 6-0 in the first half, and that's where they made a comeback from. So, of course, God Squad as well, the way they played is commendable. A lot of mental fortitude required to make a comeback like that, and your temperament has to be on point. So, credit to both the teams for giving us such an entertaining map. But then again, I kind of feel for Rossi because no doubt he's the best player on the team, right? Mechanically at least. But for how long are you going to have Rossi do all the heavy lifting, especially to start to get that comeback rolling? Because Kappa played really well as well, by the way. There was a point, I think, where Kappa actually had more frags than Rossi. Of course, the entire debate is how many frags are impact frags and how many frags are just, take away frags. But I feel like the numbers don't do justice as much in Valorant, at least in terms of if you just look at the scoreboard, right, without looking at the roles, it's very easy to understate the sort of impact other players have had. But Kappa stepped up, Lightning Fast, of course, always steps up. Hellranger as well with just 10 pick. I feel like even with just 10 frags, he had a lot of impact in the game with those flash stars being on point. I still remember this one specific round where there was a Cosmic Divide, used the underhand throw, which blinded 3 players. He has 10 assists to work with. Sai, on the other hand, was on Jet, who did not have a great game last time around. But this time around, he stepped up. And Wibor, Ember, Hoax, and Night everybody tried. Ember especially, right? On that Astra, he was being as proactive as possible. But it sadly just wasn't good enough.
And now we're going to be looking at the final map here to end the series. I don't know what's going to happen anymore. It is so topsy-turvy. I think at the end of this second game, you already felt the body language for God's Reign. I think they already were very frustrated. It's just like, let's just finish this second game and get into the third one. But now that means that there's a question that comes into our minds. Are they burnt out? Can they reset for this third game? Because there is just something different at the final dredges of that. And you mentioned it already. God Squad still very resilient, incredibly persevering team with lots of stamina in these long drawn-out battles. In any case, we're going to go on a break. We'll see how this last game unravels. So guys, don't go anywhere. The action continues here at Valorant Invitational India. My name is Asray. With me now is Mamba, and we'll be back after a quick one. Hello, guys. It's been an incredibly long and exciting day for this qualifiers day 2 as we continue this grand finals between God's Reign and God Squad. My name is Asarai. With me now is Mamba. And again, we continue the madness. We continue to delve deeper into the rabbit hole. Who truly is the God among gods, as Icebox will be the resting place of one of these two teams, and the other will rise up to glory to face Revenant tomorrow, just to see, you know, who's the better of the two. But if you already win this one, they're already qualified, so we're looking at that.
Yeah, well, the first one went, God's Reigns away 13-7 on Ascent. We had Pearl, which was picked up by God Squad, barely picking it up. But let's just hop right into the agent select and see what they have in store for us, because all these players are excited and pumped up to get done with this, because they want to find out if their team is going to make it through or not. I'm sure the fans want to find out as well. But yeah, no, it definitely has been a long day for you, especially because you've been casting these games back to back. I'm already on the third cup of coffee, and you were telling me it's already like 1:30 in your local time.
Only 1:30. Ouch. 1:30 a.m. just to be specific.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're slightly advanced in terms of time here because, that's where we're placed in the sphere of the planet, unless you think it's like a pizza that's flat. I don't know. What do you think, Mama?
Wait, wait, what?
Whoa. No, now I'm lost.
So am I.
I don't know what I'm talking about here, but let's look at the compositions real quick. So it is going to be God Squad on the offense. They have proven that they can also equip themselves with a no duelist comp on Icebox. Are they going to be employing that? As we do see Knight Rider still going to be placed on the chamber. I wonder if that is a good idea here, because Knight Rider just does so well on the jet, but I mean, they do need the Sentinel, the other Sentinel, so they're gonna have to be stuck with this one. Lightning Fast will be opting though to go for that Reyna.
Oh yeah. But yeah, what I really want to see is if God's Reign can keep up with the performance they've had in the first two maps. Because if they do, I will certainly be impressed. Because look, it's a fairly new lineup in terms of cohesion. Of course, these players carry a lot of experience, but in terms of having played together, right? I'm sure they've played with each other in some team or the other, but all these players being on the same team hasn't happened before. So if they can manage to hang in there, I'd be really impressed, and I'd be happy for them, because of the fact that we need more teams to compete at the highest level in the country. It's been a while since it's only been 2 or 3 teams that have always lifted up trophies. I still remember the early days of Valorant. It was either VLT or Global Esports. That's it. Every single tournament, it would either be VLT or GE. Then you had Enigma come up. Then you had, a couple of other teams come up. Now we're seeing God's Reign as well, just going toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the country. So it's just great to watch. And it's great for the ecosystem overall.
Yeah, 100%. Again, it's also, I think, the allure as well that the pro scene in Valorant does give you a really, what's the word here? It's not ludicrous. Something along those lines of word. Anyways, a very prestigious line of where you kind of get to start, right? Where it's your own particular region. Then you get into the bigger tournament, which is like APAC, and then the bigger one, which is going to be Masters and then Champions. So there really is a goal for these teams to try to get into on, right? And I think right now, because of that, a lot more talent is emerging because they want to prove themselves to be the best that no one ever was.
I like how you keep quoting all these movies and shows. That's right. Pretty cheeky. But
it's true though, right?
It is true. It is true. No doubt about that. But yeah, we'll hop on in the match. We'll see what happens. 5 seconds in, and we do have a Sheriff on Rossi. Every single time he manages to pick it up. Recon now to get towards mid, which they will have. But yeah, for now, there's nobody towards mid. Ember with the Sage Wall. He's ready to roll and rumble. So he's going to use it the moment that they start pushing in to delay their push and have the rotation come in time. But look at Rossi. He's still trying his best to get that opening. Did take up a lot of damage. Viper using its abilities to make sure they have enough cover to work with, but it's a great split coming in.
Yeah, no more delay tactics for Vivor here. He's just full on contact. Popping shots, gonna be just overwhelmed, but at least he did find some value. Knight Rider gonna be hovering over the top side here, but not really needed to go for this massive flank, as Side Dreams and Hoax has already stopped the or rather the plant of that one. Losing control onto Tube, actually still way out into the open. Hellranger has been exposed. Knight Rider gonna be playing the Dance of Death with the ghosties in hand. Hellranger gonna get up top and personal. But Hoax plays that absolutely tremendously. Now, SK Rossi, okay,
30
still
seconds left.
has that Sheriff of his equipped. The timing, man. Let's put SK Rossi in 3, 2, 1. And simultaneously, we'll pick up the pistol as well.
Oh yeah, I've read there is a running joke amongst the viewers to call Sai Sainath, which I love the banter that all the viewers bring in. Of course, sometimes it can get out of hand, but more often than not, it's just fun in games, and it's a lot of fun to just drop by once in a while between the matches to see what the chat is up to. Because at least I personally try to avoid reading the chat while the match is going on. But I've had a couple of memes come my way with Sai, with I believe it was Rossi as well. But nonetheless, getting back to the matchup, first round once again going God Squad's. Wait, oh, never mind. It's God's Reign. The banners are not correct. It's going God's Reign's way. It's not like I was not confused enough.
There'll be a repeat here from SK Rossi. They didn't know that he double swung, but it doesn't matter as the shock dart connects and shockingly shocks him to death. Breaking the wall here, but Hoax has played very close. Unfortunately, the timing was not to be his. They're dealing massive damage right now as they just peek in and lightning fast, hitting shots left and right. Maybe this is what he really truly needed. Get in on that Reyna, play very aggressive, reset heavy duelist. And now it's all but crumbled again from God's Reign. We've seen this happen in the previous 2 games, and we're seeing it happen now in Icebox. They just cannot convert these rounds of theirs. Knight Rider's been exposed, and they're gonna play this just 3-stack as of the moment. And again, gets overwhelmed quickly as can be. And that's the quick 1-to-1, and God Squad, they're just converting, even with just the weaker weapons.
They've always been doing it, especially with weaker weapons. They've managed to win a lot of eco rounds. At least today I can count 4 that I remember. I'm sure there are more. But that actually rhymed. I'm not even sure if that was meant to be, but regardless, God's Reign, right? They were supposed to win that one. We do have Sai with the Marshall. Doesn't want to go in and buy more. Does have the cash to work with, but I feel like it's a more sensible thing to do to just see well for the next one. But I try to just want to go in. He will get taken down. He will get shut down. And Skills is like, not today, son. Not today. You will have to go back and try again next round. But Oaks has a classic to work with. Not a lot that he can do with that one, except find some information and be a very. I feel like Hellranger just slept off. He was caught napping in mid.
Spike planted.
Yeah, he's probably looking at the minimap too, right? Because he was kind of trying to be aware of what was happening right in front of him. Ember has heal. Oh, that's unfortunate. No time to cross. I don't think he's also reloaded this Spectre in his hand, so he's just relegated to use that Sheriff, and unfortunately is not going to be enough. The damage done just scarily here from the God Squad. Will there be... Yep, there it is. That was what I was looking for. Let's look at Side Dreams already picking up the operator here. I don't think he really got that much value on Pearl, but this time with Icebox, I think it's a much more stable sniper map, so he could find something here. But that's why we have Lightning Fast. That's why we have the Leer. It's just so that you can push or have to force the operators to play through that blood.
Destroyed.
Oh yeah, but I'm hoping that Sai can find some value with the operator that he's decided to buy, because it takes a while to save up the amount of money that you need to save up the amount of credits that you need. But Ember playing up close and personal, Sai as well, just being so aggressive towards mid. He wants to get that information, is feeling it, wants to peek that because he's feeling confident as well, and might just get the drop onto Viper if they try to cross back. But Wibor in the meantime will be passing that information. Not breaking the Leer, but there is the Owl Drone, which he's going to try and break. Wibor along with his teammate Nitri, they're having a crossfire towards B main and not allowing them to come in.
The thing is with, again, right, with that Sova breaking the util, it just solidifies the fact that there's actually 2 players on yellow, even if Knight Rider didn't really show himself. Wow, Skills is chasing Side Dreams to the ends of the earth. Finally decides to stop. But of course, that just means that they're going to have to play the post once again. Hoax somehow manages to find SK Rossi here. Knight Rider chasing Kappa down, knowing that he's going to have to run for dear life as he takes that massive damage. But this is still going to be a whole lot of delay up against God Squad. This flank from Knight Rider is going to be absolutely important. There's the recon dart. This is the perfect time for them to strike. They've exposed basically everybody. Here comes Knight Rider for the pinch. And there's just so many angles of attack. Somehow, some way, lightning fast makes it work alongside skills here. And he even chases further beyond to find the final and not allow Sai to save that operator. Look at that. They got 3 tagged and still somehow manages to beat down God's Reign.
Well, God Squad just looking so strong over here. Even with the operator, right? There was not a lot of value to be found. They tried really hard. Now they don't have enough cash to work with. So this, once again, should ideally be an easy round for God Squad. But we've seen how eco rounds go. And God's Reign, they have a Tour de Force available as well. But does he go in for that hero play? I'm not quite sure if he would want to. Definitely has enough cash to save for an operator in the next round. So we'll have to see what happens over there. Wait, never mind. It's once again just getting confused with the labels. It's not God's Reign that has the Tour de Force available. It's God Squad.
Yeah.
Finally,
there we go. Somebody's changed it in the Matrix. The glitch has been fixed. Lightning fast. There's the blind. Oh, that is going to flush out Vibhor, and he doesn't even know what hit him. Tries to go around the corner. It was a little bit too slow. And this is a whole different pace of God Squad that we have not yet seen. Again, just showing off their forces. Even though they've had trouble with some of the somewhat newer teams here, they still haven't really, again, been gobsmacked of performance as well as lethality whatsoever. And even though Lightning Fast did, give away his life, I mean, that just also gave away the position of Hulk. So they find the final kill.
That they do.
Oh, sorry, Ember. Yeah.
Yeah, well, 4-1, pretty good start. But Wibor has called in a tactical timeout that his team desperately needs to try and recollect and see what's going wrong, because they've tried everything. They've tried aggression. They've tried the operators to work with. Wibor just needs to take a moment, make sure his boys settle in. And Sai, I'm not quite sure. By the looks of it, he looks pretty annoyed. He's like, you know what? I've been telling you something. It's not going to work, but you don't want to do it. And, Knight Rider always has the same expression, right? No matter when you look at his camera, he always has one expression and one expression only. You know what, guys? Figure it out. I'm here to pop some heads.
I wonder what, how Sai got his name, The only other Sai that I do know.
The backstory to that is his name used to be Psychedelic when he was younger.
Oh, okay.
And it became the shorter version for it, so that's Sai.
I thought he was very much into Oppa Gangnam Style like I was. So.
Oh my lord. Oh, sorry, just stop. Please. Please. It's too late for you. I understand you need to sleep, but please.
Sorry, I won't drag you anymore into the abyss, my friend. I'm sorry. All right.
I mean,
you want to play?
Here's the thing, right? You need a couple of good ones and a couple of bad ones to remind you, hey, it's not too late in the night. Sure, it's late enough. But regardless, let's get back to the game and had Knight Rider falling back without being able to connect that shot. Wibor is going to be there just in case they want to take that fight. But Hooks needs to find a lot of information towards mid, which he will using the owl drone. But I'm not quite sure if that's the most efficient use of the owl drone, because it's just going to die.
Well, again, just making sure, I guess, that no mid control is really garnered here for our opponent. So here's the thing, right? Legitimately speaking, sometimes you just take time out to reset rather than really think through of what you need to do, right? Because you already know that your players can do such a thing. Sometimes it's the reset, that little bit of a minute of breath that gives them some modicum of control, of as you call it, discipline. Now we're seeing that for God's Reign. They're looking very much invigorated here, but of course, God Squad is still incredibly lethal. Gonna be dipping back into the fight as they do get that wall to get closer into the site itself. SK Rossi had to push himself in. Unfortunately, Hoax will be able to encounter him. Planning on default here. Knight Rider holding the corner. But somehow Hell Ranger has found access to this ultimate. This is huge. Oh, no, they're not going to know that Kappa's going to be just at the close encounter. He's waiting. And here comes the flank. 2 on the kill. Recon Dart will explode 1. Knight Rider fortunately takes it down. 2 versus 1 here. And Hell Ranger still surviving. And he's going to have to try to deal with him with minimal HP because of that Viper Pit. And an incredible rally through for God Squad.
I feel like God Squad is just speedrunning this one right now because of the fact that, you know what, guys, it's getting too late. I want to sleep. And that's exactly what they're doing. Hell Ranger, though, was the last man standing for the team, and he made sure that he clutches the round. It's not easy, right? Especially with the Viper's Pit being in play. You don't have a lot of information. You try to walk in and find information. You'll lose HP. And at the end, all you have is 1. I mean, of course, if you come back out, you do regenerate it. It's not easy, but look at the side. He's so aggressive with the Blade Storm, but the Leer coming in, he will have to fall back. And look, after the rain buff, it's because, ooh, Knight Rider being slapped back into his next life. And at this point, God Squad is just feeling it.
Oh yeah, nothing they're doing is working anymore. And Lightning Fast, he's turned this into ranked mode. Yeah, he's basically done that. Hoax. He can do as much damage as he tried it possibly can, but it's not gonna work. SK Rossi quick scoping and uses the penguin, the golden penguin dab as a sticker, and very much merited already. What was that? Like, he just got peeked by Hell Ranger and then just the 1 tap.
Well. Looks like they all still have it. Rossi. I mean, what do you say about this guy, right? When he performs, but when he doesn't, right? It's almost as if the expectations are too high from that player. So, the way I see it, right? Unless he's like absolutely dominating the opposition, everybody, all the viewers feel like, hey, Rossi's not having a good day, but we're poor. Using the Viper's Pit and then coming towards mid to get that pick. That is so brave, but at the same time, so questionable of him. Because if he died, that Viper's Pit would go away and it would make no sense. It would have no impact towards the A side. But regardless, he got the pick. He came out on top. That's all that matters. Kappa trying to cut out the distance between him and the player in kitchen, but has decided to fall back.
He did get tagged, so... I mean, by the drone, I believe. So he had to respect that he could get wall banged or shot through the smoke if he's not careful. Slow, methodical push across. A little bit of damage on Hell Ranger. But they're looking for Lightning Fast here. And they got more than they bargained for. In a good way, though. They got the res. They got their teammate back up to full. SK Rossi did get back in the end. And Vibhor is not a good position for him. That spike is planted. Wait, what? How did that dissipate? Any case, he finds 2 though. Now makes it very palatable for the defenders to come straight barreling in. That's going to be the pick onto skills. They're looking for the last one. Hell Ranger caught into the corner. Nobody has started yet to defuse the spike. Now, 2 of them line up. He backs up. But Vibhor tracks him perfectly in. Now, I'm not 100% certain how the Viper Spit actually diminished and Vibhor found the 2. So I'll just let the replay speak for itself.
This was
There.
I'm not sure either. If I missed a patch note, have I? I don't
Where
know.
you can deactivate the Viper Spit?
That would be so funny if it could, because then both the casters are absolutely clueless about it. It would be pretty embarrassing too, I'll be honest. But yeah, no. If it is, it is. I guess you learn something new every day. But I'll have to make sure I follow all the patch notes, because I do remember there were a couple of reworks that came in, but I don't know if that's actually the case. I'm not sure, so I don't want to assume.
Yeah, but that was for initiators and duelists. I'm assuming maybe it's just probably like an observer bug. He was probably in a position that was depleting the Viper Spit fuel. Anyways, we're gonna just figure it out when we figured it out. Great cheeky little position there from Side Dreams. And the initiator, or rather the entry duelist for God Squad here has all but vanished with lightning fast. Of course, they still have a very threatening forward push here onto the B site. They still have the wall. Look at how Hell Rangers just tuck themselves off into 2F. Finds one, gets two. Knight Rider was able to get the trade in the end. And Hell Ranger's kind of stuck here. He needs to wait for the wall once again to cross back into the embracing arms of SK Rossi, but he will not actually stop this one. Gets peeked up. Fortunately, God Ember able to get that one and push us into a 2 versus 1 here. SK Rossi, does he know about 2F? Going to be occupied by the first onslaught, first ongoer. They don't know that SK Rossi is actually backed away on yellow here, so they're going to have to try to clear the corners, as I believe that wall has made them kind of second guess themselves, and this could buy time for SK Rossi to recuperate himself and start pushing in, but thankfully Ember, he's got the wall.
I think that's going to be a pretty easy defuse, and Rossi is just going to try and patiently fall back, not give too much information, not get taken down. There's the smarter thing to do. There's only so much you could have done from that position, right? Definitely had to be a little more proactive, but there was no way for him to know that they still had the wall intact inside in the first one. Dashing back, I believe, was when the round swung in Gosrain's favor.
They still have plenty of money to, again, just keep buying their players. Look at that. SK Rossi still has like 5-6 in his pocket here. So a little bit of cheeky positioning definitely paid off. But we're still a few miles away before they can equalize against God Squad here. But at least God's Reign in the prime position to make that happen. Now, speaking of God's Reign, 4-stack on the A side. They've actually left Knight Rider by himself to handle both B as well as mid, and this has allowed God Squad to position themselves in a possible 4 versus X situation, but somehow Knight Riders get spotted here by SK Rossi, so they could actually go around. They will still look to push for A here, but there is some hesitation. Skills does have the spike, but if this drone spots that there's more than just about 2 players, they could, yeah, just go and abandon this, push up onto B. Skills already has that control. He doesn't hear any footsteps on the rotation of the players of God's Reign, so they should be able to get this B site fairly quickly, as well as fairly without any bit of resistance, excuse me, from the defenders.
Well, Ember is good to find that pick. Well, there's a lot of action happening there. They need to go in and try and get the retake. But Rossi being so aggressive, trying to find that pick onto Ember, which he will. Sai, in the meantime, just trying to go in. He will take down Rossi, though, but does he have enough time? I'm not quite sure. Sai happens to be the only player alive, and he will have to go down as well. Oh, by the way, apparently, you can deactivate Viper's Pit. That's what the chat says. So
Thank you.
Viper is an agent that I must have played for a grand total of 3 times, but you gotta take the L, right? You gotta take the L with that one, because if you're casting a game and you're getting paid for it, you need to absolutely know everything that's happening in the game. So guys, we'll just take the L, yeah, with that one.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I do not know which patch Viper got this particular change, and like you, I don't really play Viper as a controller. Usually I just gravitate towards, who are my controllers? Oh, Omen. So yeah, but yeah, you're absolutely right. That's on us, guys. But you know what? That's on Vibhor for being very clairvoyant about utilizing every single bit of utility and utility interaction that he has to his advantage. So that's why he is the pro, and that's why we're casters, right?
Fair enough, fair enough. Regardless, getting back to this one, Rossi gets the opening on his side, and that's all they're going to need. At least equalize the situation. The lightning fast will get spotted, but that Lear is going to be so annoying to work with, and Ember trying his best to get that pick, but he won't be able to heal himself. He'll have to fall back. Once again, a 3v3 to work with.
Oh my god, that is just so annoying. Vibhor, though, just going to back away. That is a tag. That is a tag and a half. Hulks lines it up. Still, though, I think Fast is super low. Oh, he's going to be pushing out. Oh, they're not going to know about this. Oh, thankfully, Vibhor is there to take down lightning fast, or else Hoax's life would have been all null and void. And who do we have to remain? SK Rossi and Kappa, both having lethal utility to work with them. Sniper and SK Rossi and Kappa with his ultimate. He shouldn't try to do anything on 2F. Oh, what a track from Knight Rider, though, but not enough because of the wall bang. Hoax is chasing hard. Does he know? If he doesn't win this fight, his teammate is in danger as of the moment. But Hoax is playing this so perfectly. Absolutely, absolutely perfectly. And God's Reign, a bit of control back on their own end.
Yeah, but Lightning Fast almost got taken down over there by Ember, by the way. But did survive. Survived long enough, as a matter of fact, for him to fall back. But the retake, right? It's never easy to be in a position like that. Hoax. Wait, why do you even call it a retake? The point is, it's never easy to be in a position like that. But it is what it is. 7-4, still in the favor of God Squad, and economy on them is still pretty decent. But there is a judge on to. Wait, I believe it was Rossi. That's the judge.
Probably, because, I mean, he does have the Tour de Force. Side Dream makes a standing L. You know, up, excuse me, and then dash to the right. That is so much mobility used because he got tagged in Hunter's Fury. And honestly, even though Hunter's Fury can be used for like post-plant, I just absolutely love that he got forced out of that position. Still, though, he will be playing on 2F here. Vibhor using the ultimate. This is kind of sketch, though, because Siders might not have any vision whatsoever of an opponent. I take that back immediately as he finds Kappa. But again, now look, his own teammate Smoke blocks his line of sight alongside the Viper opponent. And now they're going to be playing pit on pit. Vibhor and Hell Ranger staying in this particular battle of the Vipers. Hell Ranger does get spotted by Side Dreams. But God Squad have all been gone onto the A site. Although snipers galore. Knight Rider is waiting. Great wall. I don't think they're going to be checking his right corner there before he does get taken down. And God's Reign looking so much better in this particular round. Even, or rather, especially with the double snipers.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
Well, Rossi isn't going to miss that one. He's going to find the pick. Not a lot of time to bounce this fight, but just enough. Will he get taken down? Yes, indeed, he will. And Hoax coming in clutch for the team. The 5th round coming in. Decent end to the first half. They would have wanted more rounds, but I think they still have enough to work with. 7-5 is not a bad scoreline. That's right. Is it?
Oh, yeah, not at all. Not at all. It's always very close when it's 7-5. And God's Reign, again, I mentioned how that timeout was super crucial for them because it does give them, rather than just figuring out what to do, it helps them just take a breath and reset. And I think that's always the biggest factor here for God's Reign. I think they're an incredibly smart and talented team. They know when to push, how to push. But once they get into their own heads, right, into this rabbit hole, you do see them struggling and even at times just going against common sense with how they play. And right now, because they got called that quick timeout a couple of rounds ago, you can see how they were able to scrounge back up to the 5-7 and not allow them to get bled dry by God Squad here, which is really, really crucial. Because God Squad, when they're on point, you really have to just fight tooth and nail for it. And God's Reign, on their worst days, is just looking massively worse against God Squad. But right now, because they're able to do that, that quick little reset, they're looking much better off. And this is a God's Reign that can match up against God Squad.
That they can, but 5-7. I still feel God's Reign is in the game. It's still in the match. They definitely need to pick up the first couple of rounds. First pistol, I mean, the only pistol that's left. Pistol and the first buy round. If they can manage to do that, maybe they'll have the momentum swing in their favor and make something of this. But talking about God Squad, what a comeback from them. What a comeback. Because look, they were down 6-0. First game, they got absolutely destroyed. Second game, 6-0, pushing it to overtime. And now being in control of the game. That requires a lot of fortitude and a lot of temperament. So you have to commend the fact that God Squad has been able to stay balanced, stay put, and not actually break down and be like, you know what, hey guys, we've been pushed around enough. I don't think this is it. They've been in the game and they've always pushed back.
Pushback, I think, is an understatement. Look at Lightning Fast and SK Rossi, 19 and 15 kills in total as we hit this second half. So they've been really just exceedingly performing here. Did SK Rossi actually buy up into the trademark, or are we going to see him just full blast the 5 Headhunter rounds? Either way works. Now let's get this party started. Lightning Fast playing very close already. 1 Leer, 1 dismiss. Backs immediately into the corner, and SK Rossi, he's unloading all of those prime hand cannon shots. As the dust settles, as we're left with how many players remaining for God's Reign? About 2. Well, actually 2. This is looking not too hot for them. Oaks finds contact, but doesn't find any picks. And you can already see the back away here for Lightning Fast. Will find skills and get that top off. That's probably why you see him just having 1 dismiss, 1 Leer. So they can have flash if something gets a little bit too hairy. Skills, will he actually repeat that? He's already given away his position. But, I mean, they're feeling themselves, so why not just, you know, push the advantage, push it in, and get the round regardless.
That is true. That's his confidence, right? You know for a fact that you've been dominating them. After a point, it becomes a mental game. It becomes a mental battle because you know for a fact the opponents are probably going to try and take this slow because this round is super important for them. And you try and double down on that hesitation and you walk away with the round and you walk away with the win. That's exactly what God Squad's done. They picked up the very crucial pistol round, and as long as they can lock down the next 2 rounds, I think they'll be okay. Nitra trying his best to use that Headhunter and get that opening, but unfortunately does not connect the shot. Skills, in the meantime, is ready with the wall. The moment he hears the footstep, which he did, is going to use it and slow them down.
Hellranger just making sure that nobody's going to be creeping up on B long here. Knight Rider finds the pick on Rossi, which is tremendous for them here and now. They really need to get 1 right in, especially even if it's just going to be this scrappy round for God's Reign. If they can win this, that is going to be massive right now and just bumping up their confidence level and how they start controlling the site. Speaking of which, Vibhor does know that the trap is right there to his left, but oh, it wasn't SK Rossi, excuse me, Lightning Fast that got knocked down. In any case, and he's still waiting to find an opening here, just calmly seeing if anyone's gonna push through on Kitchen, because the placement of that trademark kind of is incredibly awkward. It still gives him a nice little vantage point towards the halls on Kitchen. If Hellranger makes a mistake here, oh no, okay, he's whiffing, so both of them are making mistakes, but he's still here to defend the B side, which is the most important thing. And that snake bite at least delays the plan and actually readdresses the distance or angle at which that spike will actually be placed upon. And Vibhor has finally been shut down. Ember finally managing to get through at the back of the site, but whiffing all of these shots with the Classic, or rather with the Sheriff, is really going to hurt the case right now for God's Reign as God Squad gets closer and closer. SK Rossi already at the tail end of this pick. And look at that, clean, surgical, just not really much for God's Reign to really wiggle in on the site as they were forced on that post plan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But look, they got the spike down, which is incredibly important for them, especially on an eco round like that. So getting the spike down is going to give them that extra cash to work with. And it's still not too late. It's still 5-9. This is the first buy round that they can capitalize on. The opposition, on the other hand, isn't going to have the best of weapons to work with either. So 2 Spectres, 1 Stinger, a Sheriff, which I'm assuming Rossi is going to upgrade. Hopefully. Well, he's going to go in for the Operator. So Rossi and Lightning Fast are the only 2 players on God Squad who have decent weapons to work with, at least fighting at long range. But Lightning Fast again being so aggressive towards B main. He wants to get that information. He wants to go out there and pick that first fight. But Kappa on the Stinger is going to have to play up close and personal. But that shock dart is going to do enough damage. Whoa, that was smart. That was chic. He knew where the sword was. Use the shock dart to take that owl drone out of the equation. But that's not going to be enough. Side Dreams coming in, getting that pick onto Kappa. But had taken a lot of damage. But his teammate was there to give him some more heals to work with. And Sai is still surviving. Not long enough. The Rossi is going to slap him.
Return to dust.
But Embers, yep, still into position to get that refrag quite quick, excuse me. Lightning Fast, I was wondering where he was, but now he kind of joins in onto the fight. And the reason why I point this out is because he's the only one that really has a strong rifle in hand. Skills, though, finds a bit of a crack in the defense of the attacking side, pushes through, but unfortunately can't convert into a second kill. Side Dreams fearless into pushing in on this, and this pseudo bonus round for God Squad not really paying enough dividends. SK Rossi, I believe, is 1 away from his ult charge. Yep, there it is. But the rest of the team should be able to pick things up with the rifle buy-in. This is a true buy round right now for God Squad.
Yeah, for the first time, they're going to have an actual buy coming their way. 6-9 the scoreline. Sai is going to try and dash in, get that early pick if he can, but wasn't fast enough, and Sai being spot almost getting taken down, where the Lightning Fast was playing a really cheeky angle to take down Sai just in case if it comes up, but Rossi with the tour de force needed to get that orb, which he does. With Boar trying to make his way towards kitchen. Is he going to have any information to work with? We do have a rotation as well, but so much noise being made. I'm not quite sure if that is the brightest idea. But it is what it is. They've started moving in, and they're going to go moving fast. So is it going to be a double fake, or are they going to commit to this? I guess we'll find out in just a bit. But they need to break down that wall. Skills will stay alive, stay put. The Board finding one will quickly get traded out, and this might just be its side. Being taken out. Skills needs to find one more. Overcommits, unfortunately. And yeah, he loses his life.
Spike down B. Last player
Oh,
standing.
can't get back into cover just a little bit too out in the open. Speaking of which, SK Rossi actually TP's back out in the open as well. Ken has a Vandal in hand. There's the spike already planted down. At least has a fair idea that two of the players that he's going to be going up against is possibly on yellow here.
Player standing.
Closer and closer. Finds the first pick. His real ideal weapon is this sniper already, and Hoax could be playing into the hands of Rossi as he gets closer and closer for the wraparound. No way. No way Hoax was still looking on the side itself. And SK Rossi already so quick, 6 to 10. And this man converts.
Yeah, that he does. That he does. But yeah, no, Skills play that really smart. I feel like he didn't even overcommit because he knew somebody was going to push him, right? So
Yeah.
he wanted to catch him off guard. The only problem was that he got double peaked. So not really an overcommit, even though I said it. I feel like he probably made the best possible decision that he had at his disposal, because he couldn't have stayed there unless, of course, he had backup from side, which I'm not quite sure because I couldn't look at the radar. But
Yeah.
bottom line is he got the first pick, made sure that the team gets slowed down.
want
He
to
buys
play?
just enough time for the
Let's
rotation. And I think that was job well done.
It was Hoax being too far as well. Like, you saw him be at the tail end of just being so far
What?
removed from the
In
case.
world? Asura, I'm sorry, but what?
Well, experience and talent, when you mix it all into a bag, it looks sus. Sus as heck, Mamba. But you can't, again, you see that. Such an incredibly amazing player here. Trade for trade, though, pound for pound. This gets where it gets a little bit tricky now.
Enemy remaining.
Do they still have the wall? No, now they don't. Okay, Knight Rider. Oh, hold on. Kappa still has a very, very dangerous case to make through, and this one uses the 2F to get closer into the site. The jiggle peek. And now he's being chased down. Vibhor, though, has a whole angle on B-Long that he can pretty ring around the Rosion. But the bump up is making so much noise, and Kappa just frantically panicking already as the pounding of the sound cues on the spike just makes him more and more nervous. In any case, Lightning Fast does get the first pick, but didn't really matter in the end, at least for this round.
I'm still flabbergasted with the way he actually peeked and got that shot. It's not even about being sus, right? How in the world are you so damn good? That's the question. Perfect cross placement. I don't know if he actually counter-strafed, but whatever it was a good shot. And yeah, it's just great to see. Throws you off for a fact. But Hellranger being so aggressive towards me. Wait, has he... Oh yeah, he only has a course to work with apparently. But scoreline being 7-10. Glosdrain has a lot of work to do, by the way, to try and make a comeback into this one. Nitride isn't going to have a tour de force for the longest of times, but everybody else on his team has an ult available to work with. And God Squad being on an eco, this is not going to be easy.
Well, okay, with a couple of those utilities softening up lightning fast like that, you're absolutely right. It's going to be a difficult endeavor here. But God's Reign, respect the threat level at least, even on weak buys for this. Knight Rider coaxing somebody to try to peek him right now and be long, and he's recalled the rest of the squad. And God Squad is actually reading the situation incorrectly here. They've left Lightning Fast by himself. There's the recon dart, gonna expose him. Actually tags him. This is not good. No way. No way he gets away. Pops through, and it's actually Hellranger that takes the brunt of the damage. How does that happen? How does Lightning Fast survive in this situation? Gets the heal from his teammate, and now they live to fight for another day. Can make a case to fight, but Ember just... Alright, Ember just uses the resurrection just to make sure, right? All down into the hands of skills, but it's still too overpowered by the amount of players as well as the weaponry, but lightning fast, dude. Just lightning fast.
Oh, he is. He absolutely is. Got those kills, crucial kills, but it just wasn't enough. That's the problem. Sai, on the other hand, once again, top fragging for the team, but look at the amount of, look at the frag deficit. Lightning fast dropping a 30 bomb almost in 18 rounds. And there's Rossi with 23, and then 986. Look, I understand these are the two agents that absolutely need to frag out.
Yeah.
But it's insane to think that they've had so much of an impact in terms of getting those frags. Ooh, trying his best to get that pick. But wasn't able to do so. Kappa in the meantime taking down Ember. He's gonna find one more and he finds a third? What?
He just swung out of that murder hole from Kitchen. Pokes.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. Alright. Okay, Rossi gets closer and closer. That's just unfair, dude. That is just unfair. It feels like the op is like an extension of his body, right? That sounds so tacky to say, but when you see the POV of SK Rossi, you can't help but to say, okay, that's true. Look at that. So smooth on the movement.
That's what happens when you spend so much time mastering your craft or a weapon or an agent in Valorant, right? Rossi's just built different. He's always been a mechanical monster. There's no doubt about that. So I feel like his skill just translates really, really well. And see, I mean, he also has the understanding of the game, right? He was immediately expecting the jet to dash up drop onto the right side. So he looked up as well. He tried to spare. Picking birds from the sky, Rossi. That's exactly what he's doing. Bird hunt in 2022. He's not going to miss those. These are sitters for him, but Ember is going to try his best to plant the spike down. Is the Hunter's Fury going to come in time? I don't think so, but there's one more Hunter's Fury coming in. Kappa taking down Ember, but that Viper's Spit is going to get taken out of the equation as well because Rossi just pushes in.
Might have been too much of a push in here. As you see, it's lightning fast. And teammate to remain, that is going to be Kappa. That leer, though, allows them to get into a better position. 1 versus 1. That is going to be the recon dart, but at least Knight Rider does get through on that. He read it perfectly, but oh no, Kappa actually bumped into the teammate's wall and couldn't strafe into the position that he was kind of hoping for. SK Rossi was leading the charge, but unfortunately just a bit too far flung. His teammates, even though they were trying to rotate as quickly as they can, unfortunately just could not get close enough here.
Yeah, just couldn't get close enough. That's a problem. But Yeah, you're right. He bumped into his teammate's wall. That's the reason why he couldn't strafe. Could have been map and match point this time around, only if that wall didn't exist over there. But it is what it is, right? It's a game of small margins. It's something I've always said, and a couple of inches here and there, that is what makes all the difference in the world. But, oh, Knight Rider being so cheeky. He knew exactly what he had to do because Rossi had been doing the exact same thing for the last 2 rounds. So Knight Rider learning from his past experience. The last 2 rounds, this would be his 7th kill. He's created so much impact. The Lightning Fast taking outside and Knight Rider while pushing mid.
And they're not done. Hulks gets spotted already. Tucks himself into the corner, hoping that maybe that pocket will be giving him a little bit of solace. An oasis, mind you. But it's not going to happen. Now still very palatable. Ember has proven that he can be a clutch artist for God's reign here. But the other God is raining some terror on them. Kappa utilizing his drone. I'm not sure if the drone's actually going to spot him. Yeah, so he still tucks himself on 410. Now they know where he is.
That they
I
do.
think Fast is just slowly creeping up, man. It's just like super slow and going for this flank here.
Yeah, but I think that's the right call of making Lightning Fast with a quad kill towards mid. Kappa and Lightning Fast taking the fight to the opposition in mid. Nobody saw that coming, even though we had all the information in the world to work with. Even we didn't see it coming, and finally bringing the map and match point. What could have been the last round is going to be this one. But that was a lot of aggression. Knight tried to try his best, but the problem was that lure, right? That rain of flash is just so damn annoying after the update. The range limitation that it had is completely gone now.
And now it's either you break it or you die by it. And here we are. 1 foot at the door. Who's going to enter it? Who's going to go against Revenant tomorrow? But come what may, whoever wins this series is already qualified. And who doesn't want to get into the big tournaments, right? Especially that you can have the main event to go up against other prestigious regions to make a name for the South Asian scene. In any case, that is nearing to beat God Squad as we look at this 9-12. Hell Rangers Viper Pit Ultimate is pushing back the rest of God's Reign here. Skills, it feels like they're coaxing the rest of Reign to go to a site, right? With the Viper Spit and everything. SK Rossi caught switching weapons. Unfortunately, that's going to be the trade for him, but Skills finds Side Dream in the midst of it all. And Hell Ranger, I think he's going to be starting to push onto the Viper Spit here, but Knight Rider, this is still his domain. Knight Rider took some damage from that Viper Pit, and Hell Ranger with a fantastic flick to supplement that one. Lightning Fast, though, cheeky little position on Jail here. And they brought back Kappa in this one. I don't think they're going to know that Lightning Fast is in position.
30 seconds.
Full control. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. He's whiffed, but it's only onto the hands of Vibhor, who has no positioning, who's clearly outnumbered. But he's holding on. He's fighting. 15 seconds. One big flank from Hell Ranger here. He waits. He waits. He strikes. And that's it.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. God Squad is going to come out on top of this one. Also, I feel so terrible. Every time you're saying something, I react to one of these shots. But Hell Ranger clapping. I forgot who he was when he was inside the Viper's Pit. But he flicked him. Probably what would be the craziest shot that he's taken this entire match so far, right? It's so disheartening when you're just trying to walk in, you know exactly where the player is, and that's it. That's one flick.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. But God Squad playing the game of their life, especially in the later half of the first half on Pearl, getting those 6 rounds in a row is when things started changing. And God's Reign, I have to hand it to them. It was close. It was nowhere close to being as dominant as it was expected to be. So God's Reign, even though they might have lost the match, they might be out of the tournament. I'm going to say this. Look, y'all have a bunch of players in your lineup that are really talented, and you guys together can do something really special. So keep your head up. Don't get disheartened with this. And I honestly feel like this team can go to places.
I absolutely agree, man. I mean, they took God Squad for a ride here. Unfortunately, God Squad, they had the special sauce. We'll call it SK Rossi and Lightning Fast sauce because these guys were just hot and spicy and all of that good stuff. I am going too far with this analogy, but you know what I meant. Their impact on this particular series, especially when the team needed it the most, was just shockwaves felt on Icebox, and more importantly, I think on Pearl. So that I think really was what really solidified them. You were mentioning again how the other players, Kappa, Hellranger, they're looking a little bit slim in terms of the kills, but it didn't mean that they were heavily relying on these two. It just meant that the other two players were getting all the frags, and then their teammates were just massively able to supplement those two star players with the utility, and it just turned into a potent mix that God Squad used to ultimately attain victory.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But let's have a look at the numbers and see what the stats tell us. Map MVP, of course, has to be Lightning Fast with 438 ACS. I mean, what do you even say to this, right? These are ungodly numbers. 34 kills, 6 first bloods, 113 econ rating, and 430 ACS. It's just mind-boggling to me that you could do this in a professional match.
An ungodly amount of just star performance for Lightning Fast. And you know what? I've said my piece already, and I will say this as again, Lightning Fast just look cold on game one, but once he started getting, I think the either the support system that he needed or the duelist that he was banking to get on, especially this Reyna, it looked, no, it was surely what made him unstoppable. Now, let's look at this from a 5v5 aspect as we look at the overall score standings for every single player that we've had. Knight Rider looked good, but honestly, I would have actually wanted to see him if he could play the Jet on Icebox and put Psy on the Chamber. Maybe the switch up, because Knight Rider's duelist is really something to watch out for, but they never really put him on that one at all after game number one.
Oh yeah. But look, here's the thing, right? You can crunch as many numbers as you want, but there's one man that stands out, and that's Lightning Fast. And tonight is going to be about him for sure. Like, absolutely no doubt. Sure, there were other players on the team who had a lot of support. You can talk about Hellranger, who provided a lot of support. Kappa, important information, right? So a duelist is only as good as the support he gets, but at the same time, you also have to give credit to Lightning Fast. And the reason why I keep emphasizing on this, right? And I'm the last person to do this because I don't like making a hero out of one player on the team. But when the performance is this dominant, right? You're hitting all your shots, making all the right decisions, and making sure that the team can depend upon you. I think that deserves praise.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can always say that, you know, tactical shooters, Valorant is a team game, but when you have a star player like this that you can form a team around and he performs, boy, oh boy, does the dynamic definitely change. And with all of that being said, now the bracketing for Group B has finally concluded here. We have our second qualified team that is going to be God Squad, the other one being Revenant, of course, and they will be heading into a best of 5 tomorrow, head-to-head, the final series of this particular India qualifier before we say goodbye and look towards the main event happening later on November. So this is pretty exciting. We'll see how God Squad fare up against Revenant.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But you know, I feel like both these teams, of course, there's God Squad, a team that needs no introduction. Revenant, on the other hand, I believe has, once again, a lot of potential, just like God's Reign, and they can take them down. But it all really comes down to on if they can play as a cohesive unit on the given match day that is tomorrow, which I believe is going to be a best of 5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So I think with all of that being said, it's been a long night. It's been an arduous task. It's been a roller coaster ride of emotions, to be honest, from our side too. I'm pretty sure the player side as well. In any case, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the best of 5 between God Squad and Revenant. My name is Asaray. With me now is Mamba. We're signing out. Guys, good night.